Of a flowing river, if we look at a pond with the stagnant water, not moving stagnant water, it will be stale, dirty, and will be stinking after some time. Change is also like that. Change is inevitable for growth. Change is inevitable for progress. So I want to introduce to you that how essential and inevitable is the change, and we should accept the change in the life. But the truth is there is a lot of resistance for change by anyone. When even the physical and create a listening habit is not up to the mark. One of the reasons for the listening habit not up to the mark is because the probably the organization would have already appealed to you for the session, keep the mobile switched off. Otherwise, your attention will be totally on that. Now, coming to the point, all this conclave is arranged for three words, that is the skill, engineering, and technology conclave. Skill, you keep it away. When you are going to enter into a technology for realizing things for the societal benefit, the local aspects, the local resources, the local technologies, the local requirements becomes very important. So here, what we are going to do is matching to our need and necessity in our society, what are engineering and technology things can be made and how we can develop a skill. Whenever I talk about the skill, I always add another term called will, W-I-L-L, will. If you are not attaching will to the skill development will not be effective. What I mean will is nothing other than willingness, the willpower, the mental willpower to accept a system. Without liking a system, you cannot develop a skill. So the best method for developing a skill in a particular field of technology is to start loving that particular field. And then you mentally get prepared for getting a training, getting an expertise to yourself to become an excellent performer in that particular field. And the next point is, if you wanted to have the skill development, you should be prepared for personally put your hand and then do the thing, system. Not from the remote. You should personally get involved in the system and learn it. This is also very important. Now we'll come into the subject of the theme of this today's conclave. Very, very unique. For me, when I heard about Metaverse, it was appeared to be very unique. But it is a very interesting theme. Metaverse and, reimagining. They also use the word reimagining. And, Kalam sir, as used to the children always used to tell, you should dream when you are awake. Dreaming and dreaming. Dreaming is nothing other than a thought process. Thought process is meant for inside the mind, when you are on thinking, the thought process generates new ideas. Generating new ideas is the starting point for the innovations. During the strong thought process, but thought process will not take place without having an abundance of information or knowledge in your mind. If your thought process is to be effective, your mental screen should be very rich. That richness will happen only by learning. Reading, listening, interaction are the three methods by which you can learn. There should not be any compromise for that. Reading, listening, and interaction. You learn things, and in your mental screen, you store abundance of things like a computer memory bank. Okay? Now that mental screen, once it becomes rich, your thought process is becoming strong. When the thought process becomes strong, ideas will start emulating, getting, just born. That thought process with the new ideas, by continuously putting your effort and interacting with the knowledge system, by retrieving the knowledge from the mind, your idea will get a good shape. Then we can call that idea is frozen. So we can call it as a frozen thought. Because you are given a shape to the idea. Once you are given a shape to the idea, immediately you can make it in the form of a report, or a sketch, or a drawing, or a circuit diagram, or a model, or a prototype. But once that idea is frozen and you made it into a recorded things in a visible physical system, the next thing is to convert it into a practical, useful system for the society. That is called the real innovation. But when we call about the innovation, it need not be a new invention at all. People have a feeling that, anything new when we are inventing only become an innovation. No. Routine things, whatever we are utilizing, using for the daily life, if you make a change, with improvement in many aspects, maybe completing the job with a shorter time, with a lesser cost, and having more efficiency, more user-friendly, more comfortable, least damage to the environment. Like this, there are a lot of improvement. That improvement is innovations. That innovations, we call it in Malayalam Navigarana. It's an improvement of the existing system. For that, the mind should always concentrate and work. Now, I told about, the thought, imagination, dreaming, imagination, the thought process, and the creation of an idea, which we call it as creativity. Once the idea has come, you have to transfer to a practical system useful for the society. Then it becomes an innovation. So it is a combination of the research scientist, technologist, and transformation, or we can call it as a translation. Then the industry. From the industry, it has come to the society. All these things are to be connected. That is the purpose. Now, coming to today's things, the metaverse. What is meta? What is verse? Verse is universe. Verse is nothing but universe. But meta means, what is meta? Have you ever thought, how can we define meta? Meta means adukku mele. That is beyond the boundary. Adinum appuram. We call it, adukku mele or adinum appuram. That is meta. And you do certain things and you imagine about the next level. What else we can do it? You people are computer experts. Lot of things are being taught now. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, the virtual reality, virtual walkthrough for all these things. Plenty of systems are being talked about it. I used to think, what is intelligence? And the strange thing is, human beings are the only animal where intelligence is given. And strangely, human beings are the only people who read and improve knowledge. Animals don't do it. Animals don't need it. Because the intelligence, whatever the creator has given, embedded to our body, system, mind, and etc., if you wanted to improve it, if you wanted to go on and grow it, with the progressive reading and acquiring of the knowledge is a must. More and more. And the system, the computer systems and improvement, etc., is, so fast it is improving. In the beginning, why I told you about the word by the Greek philosopher, change is the only constant. I told about the various changes in the society. Without a change, society cannot grow at all. Any organization, without a change, it will have a perishing. If it is stands still without any change, without any growth, it will perish after some time. So why we should concentrate on this is science and technology also is changing. Your success in the profession will depend upon how fast you are going to move with the change. Grasp the maximum thing, whatever is getting changed. Just to go fast along with that. I remember, when we were in engineering colleges, there are two things which make us proud in carrying. One was the T-square. I don't know, you people would not have seen T-square at all. With a long piece, we used to go to the colleges along with the T-square. It's a T-shaped wooden system, which we use it in the drawing board for making design drawings. And another piece of we do it there. That age has gone. Now, instead of T-square, the concept has come T-learning. T-learning is, I'll just explain to you, T in the inverted T. Inverted T-learning is a technique. That means there is a vertical expertise and a horizontal exposure. The long piece is the vertical expertise. You are an expert in a particular field. Maybe electronics, civil engineering, electrical, or whatever it is there, you be an expert. But don't limit there. You have another short arm like T, the inverted T. That is for a horizontal exposure to other field in the surrounding you. It may not be technology or it may not be science also. That horizontal exposure make you more successful in your professional life. That is very, very important. Now, the engineering technology has changed to such a level that interdisciplinary coordination, cooperation is a must. Even mechanical people now changed it to mechatronics. Because without electronics, computer and software, things cannot work. So that has become a part of every branch of engineering. So in every branch of engineering, when this becomes essential, it becomes definitely so essential that you have to go to learn other things also. So keep in mind about the T-learning technology, that is the vertical expertise. In a particular specialist field, you become a master. At the same time, try to grasp maximum knowledge and information in the surrounding fields also to be far successful. Now, two things it has come to my mind is how the computer becoming more smarter than human being. Basically, it is in two aspects. Two aspects in the sense, the memory. The storage memory pack, what computer can store information is much, much, much more than a human brain. Second thing is how fast a computer can retrieve system. That retrieval also is very things, human mind cannot retrieve it very fast. I used to tell people an example, there are two terms called awareness and consciousness. Two terms I will introduce to you, awareness and consciousness. Awareness is whatever information you have stored and you know about it. These are all there in our memory bank, in the brain. But consciousness is, the one which is coming to the mind instantaneously, immediately at the present happening system. Many times we make mistakes. We make mistakes because we may be aware of many things, but at exact time when we require that information for making an action and executing a system, it doesn't come to your conscience, it doesn't come to your mind. A small delay happens for retrieving the information from the awareness to the consciousness. But immediately after that, after doing the mistake, it will come to you, and then you will start, beating your head. Oh, I was knowing it very well, but it didn't click to me at the exact time when we want it. This is a problem of retrieval by the human mind. Computer does not have it, and computer is very smart with respect to that in retrieval system. And the memory, huge capacity of memory, and also the fast and efficient retrieval system are two things, the computer systems helps us for doing things. When, if people are all talking about the virtual reality and, virtual walkthrough of system, things are coming to such a level that your Lulu model, a total Lulu model can be, put it in your computer, and you can just select, just click a particular item which is in the rack, and, within a few minutes it will come to your home. It has come to such a level. Things have improved. But when we are talking about giving an artificial intelligence to the computer, it's not that an easy job. There are terms like fast computing, artificial intelligence, machine learning, many things are there. We have in ISRO, we have, first time soft computing we have tried in the Mangalyaan mission. There was a need for that. The Mangalyaan mission, the distance covering by the orbit, was so multiplied. The Chandrayaan mission and everything in crores of kilometers. The signal from the orbiter to the ground station, it takes more than 12 minutes one way. And to and fro, it's about 24 minutes it takes. So, for getting a signal and then giving a decision on the ground station and giving a command for executing of the system, the time was, by the time things would have happened. So, we were forced to make a soft computing technique. That means we will be analyzing the total systems, all parameters which go on varying with all parameters, with the different amount of variance. When it come, the effect, what should the orbiter feel, and what is the decision to be taken by the orbiter in the systems available there, the devices there, etc. All permutation combinations in everything listed down, and teach the computer, give an intelligence to that, and in such an occasion do like this, in such a another occasion you do like this. This is a culmination of the system. But I am telling you, with all these kind of, now I think one more step has gone. When I was interacting with Santosh was telling that was one level. But the further in the metaverse system, etc., it is going. Not only the possible chances of different situations, computer will be asked to think more about similar system. Similar or likely systems, which the computer will be able to imagine based on the input what we have given to it. That is something wonderful. That is something wonderful, and it will be having an amazing results, I tell you. But I can tell you, we should be very careful in making more and more dependency on the computer. There are three things what we do for the rocketry, satellites and launch vehicle. Three things with respect to the software we do is, one is the validation of the software. Second is the verification. And third is simulation. These three things are done meticulously. Most of the time we have different groups for this. There will be a team for developing the software. They are the real computer software people. But after that, there will be a separate group for validating it and verification of the system. And third thing is the simulation. In most of the software what we use in the launch vehicles and satellites, etc., are simulated in the almost similar conditions in the ground, and clearly confirm that the software is foolproof. If you don't do it, even minor system changes in etc., if the computer is not adequately instructed or loaded with the algorithm and the different logic systems you have given it, it may not work. So this is the conditions, the present world, what we are experiencing it. Lot of systems and a lot of activities can be put into with the help of the electronics, computer, software, and related to these metaverse systems. With these few words, I request all of you to listen to the talk of the speakers who are all going to give lectures. It will give you some new idea which you may not get by reading or scanning through the computer or by interaction. This particular kind of conclaves are useful in that particular way. So I appeal to you to listen with the full mindedness without distraction of the mind during these sessions. And I conclude my word by telling you, keep learning by reading, listening, and interaction. And by learning, you enrich your mental background with the abundance of informations and knowledge, and convert that knowledge to wisdom by transforming, or we call it translating to practical, useful devices or systems, which is very much useful to the society in improving the value, quality, and systems of the life. Value, quality, and comfort of the life system. But by doing so, doing with all these kind of technological advancement and improvements, etc., two things, please keep it in mind. One is, do the things only with a ethical mind. Don't go for unethical systems. And by doing it ethical systems also, be very careful that you don't damage or disturb the environment, the nature, the ecology of the creator given abundance of the nature wealth to us. See, please take care of the mother earth. That is to be given, this message is to be given to each and everyone who is a practicing scientist or as a technologist. With these few words, I thank the organizers again, and I declare formally inaugurated this today's conclave on skill, engineering, and technology. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. It was a very wonderful and inspirational speech. And in marketing. Welcome, Caesar.
Good morning, all. Yeah,
and especially within that, humanoid robots, two-legged robots. They are very unique because we walk on two legs. Even we don't leave our gods, to have more than two legs. They can have more arms, right? So it's very important for two legs. Why it is important is that walking on two legs is the most difficult activity on known universe. And it's very complex. If you do the mathematics for that, all the dynamics and inverse kinematics, all mind-blowing things, it's very difficult. And now with artificial intelligence, we can do more. With computational capabilities increased, miniaturized sensors, as well as computational devices, a lot can be done. Within AI, there are a number of algorithms or tools, fuzzy logic, artificial neural network, evolutionary algorithms for optimization, and lately deep learning. So I utilize all these for various projects, and some of them, of course, the traditional humanoid robot and mobile robot, but lately into warehouse robotics, where we have to have a large number of robots simultaneously controlling and the command and control of them without collision. And it's not about collision, avoiding collision alone, but we need to know how to optimize their performance, minimum time, minimum energy, minimum pathways. So it's a very complex problem as such, but the industry requires that. In most of the warehouse robots, typically, the humans do not enter into that space. Or industrial robots, human not allowed. But that is changing now, in a big way. And robots and humans have to coexist. We have to share our space, time, and bandwidth, of course, energy as well, with robots. So that really brings in a lot of challenges. And for that, we use robot operating system, which is a virtual platform with enhanced physics engine. It is a digital twin for the robot as well as the environment. However, today's discussion is about Metaverse. In Metaverse, how much physics is required? I think my colleagues, Anoop and Tom, I know them well, I don't know about others, will be able to elaborate more on that. So we use robot operating system for undergraduate and postgraduate teaching and research. And the other aspects are we get anonymized data, big data from industry, as well as healthcare, medical domain, and through national government research centers, because it's easy to handle that data. And we encourage translational research. And I'm an entrepreneur, also do the consultancy. Almost all PhDs we wanted to aim at converting into a startup. So we have graduate research innovation program. And we also, to conclude on this question, if further points are there, I'll be happy to elaborate. We offer masters in Industry 4.0, Fourth Industrial Revolution, and also for undergraduate students as a specialization. And we also believe non-engineers are required when humans and robots have to come into collaboration. So sociologists, psychologists, people who are good at ethnography, understanding human behaviors, language, medical related, all these people have to come together to make humans and robots work together for the benefit of humankind. And to conclude here, I also had a residential learning living space, like a gurukula, living with undergraduate students, mentoring them, extending pastoral care, as well as leadership training. Thank you. I hope I could answer that question.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Prahlad. It's nice to know that the progress that you make in this dream that you mentioned. We have already experienced the humanoids. We have seen that in COVID times, robots distributing medicines in COVID wards, and we have seen in airports humanoids are distributing sanitizers. So we see a lot of movement in this particular area. So coming to Tom.
By the way, I cannot hear anything. Is anybody speaking?
So Hari, all right. So coming to Tom, so your company, Synergia Media Labs, has a lot of digital solutions in different sectors like, so you have solutions for blockchain, IoT, embedded systems. Then when we name any technology, new technology, you have a solution. So can you explain some of the project that you are currently doing for this larger audience?
Yeah. Thank you everyone. So it's always nice to see such a great crowd in this early morning looking ahead of great technologies and innovations. So I'll just introduce myself and my company. So I am Tom, I am the co-founder and CTO of Synergia Media Labs. Campus. We started with digital and mobility as the initial baby steps. So we had a couple of e-commerce customers initially. So we started with digital and mobility. And later, once we had a couple of Fortune 500 customers, mainly on banking and pharma domain, then we shifted our expertise into various new age stacks, basically the deep technologies. In Kochi or in India, even in India. We have a lot of active customers in the Metaverse and data science space right now. We are into robotics, VLSI, embed. So it's a mix of a lot of technology stacks coming together. We call ourselves a startup, even though we are 8 years old, because we still have that fire and heat running an organization in a startup culture.
Okay, thank you. So maybe we will come back to you with more insights on some of the key projects that you are working. So thank you, Tom. So coming to Anoop. Anoop works in a pharmaceutical company, so he West Pharmaceuticals. So we see that post-COVID, this particular sector has grown like any other technologies. So you tried a lot of technologies. So like I mentioned you name any technology. So you, in your solution, you use multiple technology, and even you use this Metaverse as an umbrella technology. So give some insights on some of the works that you are doing, Anoop.
First of all, thank you for the opportunity, and good morning to everybody. I would like to start by saying that we are probably living in a very wonderful time if you really take the whole history of humanity, right? The human ingenuity and the human pursuit for freedom, happiness. I do think we are at a point that we have a number of different technologies, capabilities at our pursuit. Now, to answer the question, to talk a little bit about how that translates to what I am doing. So how would you interact with a number of these equipment, across manufacturing sites? How do you onboard people? But on the other side of this is the whole spectrum of, remote capabilities that Metaverse could bring in areas of health. COVID was a classic example. The whole hospital went to the home, right? I mean, the hospital started becoming home care, right? And an aftermath of this is, how do you really provide capabilities over the wire? Normal human interactions became remote. New collaboration spaces evolved. So I do see, that opportunity when we really think about the future, how do you really even envision a digital twin for a human being where you start, measuring the signals coming out of the body, right? And then how do you really use that for making accurate predictions? And this is already happening in a lot of different areas. And I also see this possibility that humans are potentially evolving to some level of transhumanism. It is not even futuristic. We are all having wearables one way or the other. We are all starting to collect information. You start seeing evolution of technologies like Neuralink, which can, sense your brain current, translate that to inference, or vice versa. You can take the vision. Maybe 5 years from now, Reggie, all of us will be sitting here wearing an Apple glass, or maybe we won't be here, right? You would be projecting our 3D image. People will be sitting in their home wearing an Apple glass. We are coming up as a hologram, right? So I do see this evolution, and maybe we can talk more about this later. But specifically in pharma, it's a very exciting time. We do envision that transformation of care and patient experiences to more virtual. And about Metaverse as a general idea, how exactly that would end up, I mean, that's still there to see. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Anup. Anup is a very interesting personality, and maybe the audience sitting here would maybe get excited to hear his story. We will come to that maybe in the coming time. So coming to a person with almost 28 years of experience in listening to stories of customers, then architecting the solutions and implementing it. And so you may be converting a lot of user stories into working products. So you might have seen the evolutions in getting the requirement and converting it into a product. So what is the current scenario? So can you tell some stories related to that?
Check. Good morning, everyone. Everybody talked about the digital twin, talked about remote. I'm still a guy who still talks to customers face to face. So my world comes from talking to customers on a daily basis, trying to understand their problems. Do we use Metaverse? Yes. A lot of our customers are looking at it from an innovation standpoint, looking at the art of the possibility, right? What is possible in this world? How do you use it? There are large customers are still working and trying to understand how they can use Metaverse and apply it for their own users. But even today, a lot of the work I do involves talking to customers, trying to understand the problems they have, sometimes even redefining the problems. Because like most of you know, right, when you go to a doctor and tell the doctor that you have a headache, it doesn't necessarily mean that, your eyes are fatigued, there is, maybe you've strained yourself or stressed yourself. Those are symptoms, right? The actual problem could lie elsewhere. And typically what do the doctors do? The doctors will say, maybe take this test or that test, try and help you to understand what the problem is. And that's exactly the way that you look at it from an industry perspective. A lot of the time, the problems that the customers come with might not be the actual problems to solve for, right? Because if you don't solve for the right problems, the challenge is that you will spend a lot of money and you'll waste a lot of money trying to solve problems that are not going to give you any value. So that's where I come from. Now, in terms of technologies, like all of the panelists said, I started when C was very, I'm probably as old as Dr. Prahlad, probably a different era, right? When all you needed was one technology. And I have seen the evolution of IT over these years, almost the last 30 years. When today, if you think about a developer, an average developer, he or she needs to know probably about 7 to 8 technologies to solve a problem. That's the level of complexity that technology has come to. Is it good or bad? I don't know, right? You have to tell us whether it's good or bad. But that's the reality. Why should I stand in a long queue? Can I do self-checkout? It's almost unseen here in Kerala at this point. In the West, it has come. You call it queue busters, there are automated scanners and so on, where you can go and scan your products, bill it, tag it, and go. To the point where some of you must already know about Amazon Go, a completely unmanned store. You scan your mobile, get inside, buy the product off the shelf, automatically build, and you go. UST has built something very similar. In fact, it's already out there with multiple clients today, where we have done something very similar. All you need is a mobile. Everything else, right? When mobile came in the 90s, the late 90s, right, unlike every other country, we moved directly into digital mobile technology, whereas in the US, it was still analog. So our ability to probably catch up and move is very good, right? And that's where you come in. Your ability to understand technology, your ability to assimilate it, use it, will help us leapfrog some of these trends that are going on. And like Anup said, tomorrow, you wouldn't know whether we are sitting here physically or virtually. And that's where technology is moving. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Varghese, for that. So some of the things that as a student community, you should take it from what he said. Like most of the times we do academic project, we will take somebody else's problem statement. We don't know whose problem statement is that. So we do have opportunity to go around, see the problem statement around, problems around, convert it into problems, then try to solve those problems. So that when you do that, once you get into the industry, then you will be doing the same thing in the next level. Through the first round, you got an opportunity to listen to the panels and what they are currently doing. And Dr. Prasad mentioned about the activities he does in robotics, artificial intelligence, and Tom mentioned about his company touches different areas. Then Anup also mentioned about pharma as a key sector. Then listen to the stories from Varghese. So in the next round, actually, what we would like to do is to, so we know that when we talk something now, I as a kid, as a student, watched a television series called Tony Socko and he's flying on robot. I don't know how many, the teachers might be knowing that English film serial, where it happened in 1960. It was actually shooted in Japanese language. Jane Robot is another television series. They were talking about a robot with emotional intelligence or even IQ and EQ. Right now we are actually experiencing that. So 50, 60 years before, television series or fictions were written or series were made, visualizing this will happen after a few years. So now we are not going to talk something about 50 years from now. We are going to talk about something that happened in the next 3 to 5 years time. So I know that most of you will be graduating in the next 3 to 4 years time. So right now you may be attracted to a particular branch of engineering because you see a lot of scope now artificial intelligence or computer science has got a lot of significance because a lot of job opportunities are there. But the scenario may be different after 3 years or 4 years. So now we would like to hear from the panel what they see as an opportunity that lies in the 3 to 4 years time. So I'm going back to Dr. Prahlad. He mentioned about the robotics and the development that happens in robotics and artificial intelligence. Dr. Prahlad, what do you see the opportunities that in this area? Like here, right now we see a lot of implementation in robotics and artificial intelligence. So how it is going to be after 3 years or 5 years?
Thank you. The audio is very clear, so I could follow you very well. And I think the previous speaker was mentioning, we don't know what the future is. That's a real reality. That's earlier we used to talk about 20 years of planning. Then it became 10 years. Now 5 years, and we don't know what will happen in 2-3 years. And all this accelerated because of COVID as well. Our issue is we are in comfort zones all the time. COVID came and shaken up us like anything. I'm sitting in Singapore and talking to you. So that is the way it is going to become. I see 3 specific aspects, 3 promising scenarios related to robotics enhanced with AI and whatever other technologies that are required, 5G, virtual spaces and twins, etc. One is in human environment, smart mobility is going to happen. And this is already happening. In the roads or even in malls, robots will become a common scenario. And that requires enhanced cognition and autonomy. The robot needs to know just more than obstacle avoidance. Robot need to do more than path planning, even if it is dynamic path planning. Need to understand, I think the speaker mentioned about the understanding, say, emotions. This is the way ahead. How to understand somebody's discomfort in a mall, for example, and how to act on it. How to inquire, madam, what do you like to have? What is your problem? How am I help you? So these are all the collaborative, interactive spaces wherein normal traditional way of programming is not sufficient. You need to go beyond. So our students work on emotion recognition, but then a particular emotion, so we say nodding up and down is yes in one part of the world, and doing left and right is yes in some other place, and Malayalis do the other way together, So there are variations in human behaviors. Understanding, contextualizing those behaviors and enhancing the interaction is a very big challenge. And I think, as someone said, the previous speaker, we need young minds who are not bounded like us. We are all biased. I have strong feeling and faith in the young minds who can do wonderful things. And these two, that is the smart mobility in human environment, enhanced cognition for autonomy, will lead to symbiotic coexistence of humans and robots. And I would like to say, even elderly care will be more easier. Taking care of ourselves can be better. We never know. Our mental well-being may be better defined when we have robots around us. I'd like to just conclude here with one statement that autonomous vehicle, electric vehicles are all going to come. But the COVID has led to certain specific changes in the way industry works or the way things happen around us. So one example in Singapore, we heavily depend on foreign workers for construction, and COVID affected us. So much funding is there now to automate civil construction to the core. And that is right from the design. Design for automation is important. Building information management and how gazebo can be used from the ROS and how Metaverse can be used from a remote space to really understand what is happening, how the progress is happening. So that is one important space where we all have to come together. The boundaries are vanishing. I would like to rest my case here. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Prahlas. So coming to you, Tom, again. So you are the CEO of your company. So CEOs generally think beyond 3 years. So the strategy for the company. So now you are into different projects. So how you see the future using these technology?
Yeah. So I would like to quote the statement which Anup delivered during his initial part of his conversation. We are living at the right time of the technology. So basically, I could see how we evolved from a digital to a Web 3.0 world. So everyone started with a plain website with a couple of product catalogs listed there. And now people are thinking about a metaverse where someone could buy a commodity or a product in a metaverse ecosystem. So just imagine a situation where we could use a metaverse for Amazon, metaverse for Swiggy, metaverse for all different platforms which are available in Web 2.0. So the current trend is towards Web 3.0 and blockchain. So that is a major trend going on right now. So almost all major players are working on that. So people started noticing noticing metaverse once Facebook actually became a brand under the name Meta. So people started searching for what is Meta once Facebook introduced that to the world. So the world is moving towards Web 3.0 platforms. So using the blockchain and cryptocurrency, we can move the existing world to the next level. So that is a direction which all the companies are moving forward. Again, in Metaverse, the major advantages are in the engineering, production, training in those areas, because these are the areas where people can make money. All the major industries or companies are investing a lot in their production pipeline, engineering, design, and training using Metaverse. Again, there are a lot of use cases to be addressed. Still, we are in the initial phase of Web 3.0 migration. So that is where the technology is going.
Okay, so thank you, Tom, for that input. So when we think we actually conduct a few student project competitions, and now when we get project submission, some of the topics that we get are related to blockchain, artificial intelligence, and robotics, which means that the academia, especially the student community, is actually chasing the changes or the trends that is in the industry. That's actually is a good sign. So coming back to you, Anup, so when we have a new technology coming in, not many people tries to experiment on that. So you are a person who actually started early. So now we see some implementation. For most of us, maybe Metaverse is still an imaginating thing, so we don't see any implementations. We are still maybe in the POC level. So from your experience, so how you see the future? How you see the development that we would be able to see in the next 2 years?
Right. Yeah, so, that's a really good question. So I would probably try to index the answer around 3 specific areas, right? What are some of the key, disruptive changes that is coming in my view, and how that would change, probably humanity, right? The first one is probably at the personal experience level. And, all of us know this. I'm pretty sure all of us learned history. So most of us learned about this story that we started with a stone chisel, right, for gathering food. And we ended up with a mobile phone to, order food now through Swiggy or Zomato, right? So that transformation from a stone to a mobile phone, that is the story of human ingenuity. But what is next? So I do believe at a personal experience level, we would absolutely see, wearable smart AR glasses, which can pop up objects right in front of us, maybe in the next 5 to 10 years. I see that as the natural evolution of, that human experience. But that's not the end of it. It is just one component. As I mentioned, technologies that can amplify the human sensory perceptions. I gave Neuralink as an example with direct brain interfacing. So this, evolution of transhumanism, as they call it, it's not necessarily a bad term, approaching it from a very optimistic standpoint, amplifying human senses, connecting AI models directly with our brains, if you really see some of the upcoming startups in that space. And then going further beyond, as Varghese was mentioning, how do you really observe the human body, the personal experience, and intervene, in a very offline way as well as in a very connected way, right? For example, we just saw 2 years back, I think it was last year, Google's AlphaFold, that is a AI-driven, reinforcement learning model. For the first time, an AI-driven reinforcement learning model was able to beat, the human competitors when it comes to figuring out the protein folding problem, which is very fundamental to figuring out what goes inside the body. So the evolution of personalized medicine, the evolution of personalized, observations, maybe be it microbiome, be it, sequencing your genomes and figuring the trends. So this whole personalization is actually going to be a big thing from a technology standpoint, combining that with sensory perception. So that's the first index, the personal aspect. Now, the other aspect is the whole collaboration community aspect of this. And here the biggest trend that I would say, is pretty much this evolution in the computing paradigm itself. We all know about the mainframes, right? It was like long time back, still a lot of people use it. But then after mainframes, the PC revolution happened. Everybody had a small computer. And then people again started connecting, these computers together, the whole internet was formed, right? Now this is again going through one more transformation. You don't need a model view, controller to share the state. You don't need huge data centers, right? Now what is happening is people are connecting their, computers each other, leveraging technologies like blockchain. And what this is enabling us to do, now for the first time in the human history, an Indian, a Pakistani, an American, a Russian, everybody can really agree on the same set of truth without somebody in the middle to enforce that. That is a huge change because now you don't need, a centralized player like Uber for connecting you with the driver, right? You don't need a centralized player like Facebook or Google to actually connect the demand and the supply. You don't even need banks to establish trust between the lender and the borrower, right? Now, for the very first time in the human history, we are actually seeing this trend where collaboration is becoming more peer-to-peer, leveraging trust networks like, a blockchain. And the very first experiment of this is Bitcoin. So I do see some of these trends coming together. You are, now having very personalized experiences. You can even use them to project your virtual, avatar to a digital space. Now you are, going away from this cloud-based model into a peer-to-peer, blockchain-driven model where you can really start bringing in economics around that, right? So how many hours a day each of us spends time staring at the screen? It's probably like 8 hours, right? Or maybe more, maybe 10. So we are already living in that digital world, and Metaverse is just the next evolution of that, projecting your personal self into that digital space, but then, going beyond these centralized models to really establish peer-to-peer networks to start bringing in, economics around that for managing demand and supply. So I do believe, all of this will lead to a really exciting future as long as we are careful and cautious about it. Remember, government tried to ban internet back in 1990 because, they thought it is going to be something really bad. And then the cryptography was banned, right? But then, we figured the net sum, the positive, aspect that it creates is much better than the negative aspect. So we did let that happen. So I do think these few trends, this evolution of transhumanism, the evolution of computing-driven biology, the evolution of AR and VR experiences, the evolution of this peer-to-peer model that will replace centralized institutions. I recommend you to read this site, 1729.com. This is about how you can really start a new country, leveraging a peer-to-peer model. Then there are concepts like Davos, decentralized autonomous organizations, how to start a new company in a very peer-to-peer manner, right? So these are very, very exciting developments in my view.
Okay, thank you, Anu. So coming back to you, Varghese, so being the head of technology services, solving real-life problems, you should use multiple technologies. So picking the right technology, so when one of the challenges that you face might be the longevity of the solution. So when we pick a particular solution, you should be very, very clear about the longevity of that particular solution. So how you do that, and what's the process that you do in which you select?
Really, if I knew the answer to that, I think I would probably make a lot of money. But jokes apart, technologies evolve, right? And I'll probably give 3 examples. Might not be very easy for you to probably think about it, but can you think of a time when there was no Wi-Fi? Right? I sound like a dinosaur, but I am a dinosaur because, like I said, I came from a world where every computer had to be connected, right? Wired. Today we take Wi-Fi for granted. Tomorrow, with 5G speeds on your mobile. When I started work in distributed computing in those days with wired connectivity, we could not even think about a Wi-Fi world or a wireless world where people do not have to use a wired connection at all. And then in between, something came which was Bluetooth. So one of the best examples that people used to talk about Bluetooth was that before you start for home, especially in the Western countries, you could switch on your heater so that by the time you reach your home,
Yeah, good morning. I'm Dr. Manoj from ICT Academy. I was keenly listening to almost all the panelists, and a couple of questions I'd like to share with you is like, I do agree what are the developments which is happening with regard to technology when we talk about IR 4.0 to 5.0 now to Metaverse. But still, are we creating a digital divide among the society? When we talk about all these technological developments happening across the state, but at the same time, you can see there are, as Verghese said, even during our college days, even we have not seen even a system or even a mobile phone. Nothing was there. And we find it even the internet connection was not there. Even the dial-up connections were there those days. But from this transformation has happened, but still there are a chunk of population still vested in Kerala where they are not even much aware about it. And can we just demystify that? And how can we really evade this divide among the youngsters, especially youngsters, because there are students from rural areas who are into these arts and science colleges who are even not using their mobile phone to the maximum extent, right? And they don't know the nuances behind the maximum usage of mobile phones. And how this can change, or how can you really augment such skills among the students so that this can be reached to even the bottom of the pyramid of the people?
Now, you bring up a good point, right? Unfortunately, the last mile is still a problem, right? Especially in India. In fact, and the COVID brought it really to the fore, right? Because 2020, Jan, Feb, everybody were in schools. Come March and the next academic year, everybody was asked to stay home, right? The world we knew changed. And more so for people who are at the last mile, especially in very, very, very rural areas, where connectivity was a problem, access to devices was a problem, right? And therefore, they were feeling left out. It is a difficult problem. I think from a Kerala government perspective, I think with the network connectivity coming up, I think we will see a change. But the biggest challenge for them is probably not necessarily the access, it is the exposure, right? And I think if we can bring the exposure to them, that here is what the possibilities are, right? I think that can create the change. Because like Dr. Prahlad was mentioning, I don't know if he's still on, the next generation is their generation, right? They have to figure out, in a sense, their problems and try and solve it using technology, right? Their problems are not going to be understood by a person like me, right? Their problems are not going to be understood only by people who are there in their context, in their environment. And that is very difficult for somebody like me to even think about, right? So two things. One is we need to understand what they are going through for us to solve some of those problems, right? And we should encourage them to solve the problems. Every problem does not need technology, and that's the reality, right? So I'll give you an example. The UST has a foundation, and as part of the foundation, we were helping out a school in the district of Ernakulam where there was no connectivity. So, we decided to give, I think, about a set of devices. We bought a huge TV. And then when we went to the place, we realized that we had to carry the TV because there was no road. So we carried the TV and went to the place. And we realized there is no electricity, right? That is the problem that we face, right? When I say, and I'm pointing at myself and saying, because I would have never thought that, such a place didn't have electricity, right? Because we take it for granted. But there was no electricity. Now what do you do? So then we had to rethink, right? We created a solar panel, decided to use a battery. Then we had to redesign the system to make sure that the battery was good enough to power the TV, power the mobiles, give enough light for them to use their textbooks. And that was solving the problem. But ultimately, we did create a small haven there, right, to do it. But I think everybody who went on that journey realized that the world is very different, and could be very different, right? We couldn't even imagine lack of connectivity. We can't imagine lack of electricity. We can't imagine, not being able to see a TV or not being able to connect to the internet. But that is the reality. The good thing is, when we were stuck, the students there said, "Sir, can we use, solar?" Right? And they were helping out. So, like I said, you don't need technology as in computers to really solve some of these problems. You just need to tap into the right mindset, and I think we should be able to solve it. It is possible. That's what COVID has taught us. And technology will evolve to kind of, create opportunities and solutions to solve some of those problems.
Okay, thank you. It's actually, there's an interesting point, like if sometimes you don't even need a technology for solving problems. So we are coming to the end of the session, so let me connect Dr. Prahlad for the closing remarks. Sir, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I really enjoyed the session with the comments and the questions. I would like to say for the general, especially we are addressing the students, as per the World Economic Forum 2020 October report, by 2025, that is 3 years from now, 85 million jobs will be displaced. And humans, algorithms, and machines will be, dividing the job. However, 97 million roles will emerge because of AI, robotics, and other technologies. So you have to be very mindful of this. And AI and other related technologies will be omnipresent everywhere. And the boundaries of specializations are vanishing. So don't assume you are a mechanical engineer or an electrical engineer or an electronics engineer. That is useless. You need to really throw away and you have to work together. Interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary areas are required. A robot working in a civil construction area, I'm into that space right now. I don't know anything about civil engineering. I need to learn about civil engineering. I need to learn about BIM. I need to learn about a lot of SOPs and legal aspects to that. So please come out of this specialization boundaries and have multiple skill sets. Be agile, ready to learn new skills, and be prepared not for a career for lifetime. Be prepared for a lifetime of multiple careers. All the best to you. Your brains are much better. I think Mr. Varghese was saying that you're much better off than us. All the best to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining. So over to Tom, your closing remarks.
First of all, thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity to come and speak in front of you guys. Actually, world is moving very fast. As Prahlad said, almost all Indian companies are in a situation where we have a big pipeline and we don't have many resources to solve the problem. So there is a great opportunity for all the students who is passing out this time. So this is the right time to enter into the industry and give the maximum output to the society and the technology world. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Thank you for your thoughts.
So maybe I quickly want to mention a specific story real quick, right? So this is the story. NASA wanted to partner with a couple of private players to launch rockets to the space station, right? And who was the expert? Boeing. Boeing was the expert, right? So they bought in Boeing, and then there was this small startup, SpaceX, who were just exploring space technology, who were like building toy rockets. So I believe NASA gave a $4.5 billion to Boeing because they were supposed to win the race. They were the experts. And then they had SpaceX, who was like this toy company. They haven't even had one rocket that they launched. So Boeing had all these processes. They had all these like amazing systems and legacy and technologies, and they were like planning and planning and planning. SpaceX told, okay, we know nothing, right? Let's start building the rockets. So they were like starting to prototype. They were building one component at a time. They were like failing often, failing time and again. And finally, do you know who won the race? SpaceX. They were able to beat Boeing. So never underestimate the opportunity of a fresh start, and don't trust the experts, okay? This is my message to you. I believe intellectual curiosity is probably the most important skill that anybody can have in the next, century, right? Or even in this century. And, the way to get there is just start doing it. Start jumping in, start learning, start iterating. Don't wait for the perfect plan. Don't wait for the experts to guide you. Whatever areas that you are passionate about, jump in, fail, right? Fail multiple times, iterate, and that's how I believe anybody would become successful. That's all the message I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Anu.
Just adding on to what everybody else said, right? See, there are fundamental things that fundamental skills that we need, whether it's programming, forget all of that, right? How do we solve problems, right? Anup talked about curiosity. There are so many problems that exist around us, right? We don't have to go looking for a project, literally, right? And that was my great learning as I've gone through life. There are so many projects that are around everybody's homes. The curiosity that Anup talked about should help us to see those problems, right? Number one. Then we need to solve the problems, right? And that is where what Dr. Prahlad was talking about will come in, right? Because solving the problem is not a single discipline. It involves many things, right? I don't know who asked the question about Metaverse, Anup was in a way struggling to answer that question because Metaverse is not one thing, right? It is many things in one. So if we say that we have to be good at Metaverse, right, you need to be able to understand the physical world in order to model the physical world in a virtual environment. You need to understand what processes happen in the physical world for you to model that in the virtual environment. You need to understand the problems that exist in your physical world for you to decide how you will solve that in the virtual environment. And there is therefore not one but many. So whether we are an electronics engineer, like Dr. Prahlad was saying, you can use that skill, but learn other capabilities along with it. If you want to design a smart building system, you need to understand civil engineering to a certain extent. At least to understand maybe how pipes are laid out, how electricity comes in, how AC ducts are made, right? So thinking systems is very important. So when we define problems, we think systems, and then we try and solve it using multidisciplinary. So core skills, right? Whether tinkering, have the curiosity to see, learn, try things out, right? Today, all of that is easy. A lot of people use Arduino boards to solve basic problems. I have a colleague of mine who's automated his entire, watering of the plants using an Arduino system at home, right? And his concept is that gives me more time, right? So I don't have to go take a hose, go to every, plant and water. I have an Arduino system that does this on like a drip farming this thing. Every moment it checks the salinity, meaning the this thing of the soil to decide whether it needs water, and then it drips water in. Completely controlled using Arduino. So these are simple things, right? There's another guy who's automated his entire fish feeding using, an IoT set of devices. He runs it on a breadboard. Let me tell you very clearly, right? Not even an Arduino board, a breadboard. I'm sure most of you understand what a breadboard is, right? So look at the problem, tinker with it. You have access to technology, you have access to YouTube. A lot of these things are there. Go figure it out yourself. Try it, fail, try it, succeed. In that process, we will all learn. No college is going to be able to teach you every skill. No college can decide and determine, whether the technology is what you're learning today is what is going to be used 10 years, 5 years from now, 4 years from now when you graduate. Interestingly, I'm working on a project where we are going back to compiler design.
Excuse
right?
me, Varkis, so we are running out of time, so can you conclude that?
Yeah. So long story short, keep looking outside, learn from it. I think that's the best thing, you can do. Solve the problems. Learn how to solve problems. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. So thank you for your experience sharing as well as the insights. So even though we discussed about the future of technology, I would like to say that the technology's future is in your hands. So you are the people responsible for the future technologies, and wishing you all the best. So once again, thank you all the panel members.
Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful session. It was great listening to the topic Future of Technology. Before winding up, the session would be giving a token of appreciation for our speakers. For that, I invite Mr. Riji and us. Mr. Tom Anthony, CTO, Synergia Labs. Mr. Anup Madhusudan, VP, West Pharmaceutical Services. Mr. Verghese Shurian, Head Technology Services, USG. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Hope you all have enjoyed the session. And moving on, our next session is a speaker session, and it's about INS Vikrant. For giving us more insights about the topic, we have with us Commander A. Murugaraj. He is currently posted at Indian Navy's Warship Overseeing Team, Kochi. It's a proud privilege to have you with us, sir. Welcome.
As we all know, it's as a proud Indian, we don't want an introduction for an INS Vikrant. And I welcome Ms. Limi Rostom. She is our HR consultant, and she's with 20 years of experience in multiple sectors with TCS, VGOT, and currently she is an entrepreneur. Welcome, ma'am.
Good morning, everybody. It's really a privilege to be back in ICSET after years, and it's an event we all look forward to participating and learning a lot. And today we have a very, very special session. How many of you, can I have a show of hands, have listened to an official like this in person? Yes? No? Show of hands. If it's a hands up, it has to be a proper up. Okay, I see less than 12 people, so can we have a big round of applause for somebody who's come in from the Defense Forces here, a special session. Let me quickly introduce so that we can get on with it, and you can also ask a lot of questions. We have with us today Commander A. Mutturaj. He's currently posted at Indian Navy's warship overseeing Team Kochi, co-located at CSL. He joined the Navy in 1998 through the 10+2 Tech Officers Entry Scheme and got commissioned in 2003. He's an alumni of CUSAT Department of Ship Tech and Shipbuilding as naval candidate. If you have CUSAT people in here, you can make some noise. He's also done his PG from IIT Delhi in Naval Construction Wing, Department of Applied Mechanics. In his career spanning 20 years, he has been mostly on field, including a tenure on INS Virat, Directorate of Naval Design and Naval Headquarters, various naval dockyards, and is currently overseeing the hull equipment and system integration trials at Kochi. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is our speaker today, and this is going to be an interesting session. How many of you have seen the movie Laksh? Farhan Akhtar, show of hands, please. Okay, that movie beautifully portrays how boys not just become men, but become officers. And all the HR teams in all the corporates wants to ace the art of how do you train, how do you induce a metamorphosis wherein people transform like that, and sadly we still can't crack it like the defense forces. So let me start with something on that. Sir, we have a lot of people, some of them are in the age where you decided to join the forces. What prompted you joining Navy, defense and especially Navy?
First of all, thank you for that elaborate introduction you gave me. And I would also like to thank Mr. Santosh Kurup, the CEO of ICT Kerala Academy, to invite us. And on behalf of the Navy, it's a proud and privileged moment for me to be part of this mega event. Now coming to what Ms. Limi asked me about how I joined the forces, it's like any other kid. My father was from Indian Ordnance Factory Services, and although I belong to, or my origins are from a place called Tirunelveli in Tamil Nadu, but I was brought up in a place called Jabalpur. Most of us here may not be knowing these names. And that place, Jabalpur, is actually almost the center of India. Like if you can put latitude, longitudes, probably it might come near Nagpur in Maharashtra. But if you see area-wise, Jabalpur is in center of India. And that is a kind of cant area where a lot of army establishments and a lot of ordnance factories and vehicle factories are around. So I basically grew up among service teams around me and always had an ambition to join the forces. Although by the time you come to 11th or 12th or so, there are various options and you get inspired by so many things around. I was initially thinking of joining the Air Force, but then, by the time I could write my entrance exam for the Defense Forces, my engineering results came, I joined. That's where my actual story starts. I joined an engineering college, government engineering college in the same very district where I did my 12th. And within 1 month of that, I got a call letter for joining coming for the interview for the Navy. There also few things happened. I got 2 call letters at the same time, and I was able to somehow juggle between 2 cities to get through the interviews. And then I joined one of the courses, that is 10+2 technical, as Limi told. And that course actually, in the Navy, we have an orientation course which happens for 6 months in Goa, and then we move over to it's a course, we do it in Naval Engineering College, which is situated in Lonavala. So I joined that course. From there, few of us got an opportunity to write the CUSAT entrance exam. I did take that exam, and then me along with 7 of my colleagues, we got selected for this Naval Architecture and Shipbuilding course. That is how I came there, and from there I did my courses, went for a PG, and here I am. And actually, I'm very privileged to know that my co-speaker or the moderator today also has a lot of family members who are in the defense. So it is just a coincidence. While speaking before the talk, I got to know. So we are all together. We are all from similar kind of backgrounds. And I feel very at home after coming to Kochi. It's almost 20 years I have come back to the city after completing my BTech here, 19 to 20 years. The city looks different. Even at that point of time, I always had a feeling that it has got the potential to become a metro soon, and I can see that happening after I have come back in 20 years with my family back. I almost see this is, it must be in the verge of becoming one of the leading metros of India. So that's how it is. And as far as Vikrant is concerned, actually in my service tenure, now when I was told to give this talk here, in a perspective, it is surprising even for me. In my in early parts of my career, actually I served on an aircraft carrier. That was the previous aircraft carrier with the Indian Navy, INS Virat, and I was posted on board.
So, may I interrupt you there?
Yeah.
How many of you know what's the full form of INS? We add that to everything. What is INS standing for? Yeah, please. Indian Navy ship. So why is the naval base at Kochi also having something called INS? That's not a ship, right? That's a compound. That's something to think about, right? Next question. What does Vikrant mean? The word Vikrant mean? Yeah, that's technically, the word means courageous. Okay, and all Indian naval establishments will have a prefix called INS, sir, right? Yeah. So really happy. Thank you, ladies over there. Every time we speak about India's engineering marvels and big achievements, when we grew up, the first thing which used to come out was Pamban Bridge. That was supposedly an engineering marvel. And then we had other things coming in. But I'm sure in the days to come, forever in India's history, INS Vikrant would be something which would be touted as an engineering marvel and also an example of what we can achieve. And especially this year we're celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. So this is something amazing, a story which all of us should know, especially as engineers, on what we have built in India. When we speak about technology, especially the hardware side of it, we always try to speak about other countries. They are so good. The cars they make is so good. But hey, we have done something which was so unique and so proud. So can we also have a detailed run through on INS Vikrant from a man who has seen it, touched it, and been a part of it? So over to you, sir, for a detailed presentation on INS Vikrant. Can we have the slides up? Yeah.
Thank you, Limi. Actually, I had prepared a presentation. I was not aware of the format of this gathering. So I had prepared a quite elaborate presentation. But then later, I got to know that it is more of an interactive session. So I have tried to make it more crisper. I took some time. Limi also guided me. So I have put it in few slides as much as possible. And the best part about us is about this particular ship or the event is most of us, whether directly witnessed or saw it in the media or on the TV, are mostly aware of what the aircraft carrier is. And we in the Navy are for sure proud of the commissioning of the vessel and her acceptance and joining the fleet. But what makes us more proud is the nation altogether is proud of this achievement. That is what makes our chests even fuller and shoulders broader. And that is one sense of unity. It's almost like you make friends with people who are happy along with you. When you're together, you're happier. So that is what, when you see all across the states, all across every people from every field, they're always so happy and so enthusiastic and so pumped up to see this ship getting commissioned and joining the Indian Navy. That made us even more proud. So I'll just run through. This was the topic I probably chose last evening. And it is very relevant today, what we call as Atmanirbhar Bharat. This aircraft carrier itself is an epitome of self-reliancy of the country, and it has been dedicated to the country at the right time, where the country is on the verge of emerging as the leading global economy in the world. And at the same time, it is just a few years down the line, we will be the global power influencing most of the walks of life. Can I have the next slide, please? So the presentation, what I'm about to give would be actually divided into these three topics, what you see. First, we'll touch upon the design and construction, and then we'll move on to slight bit of particulars about the ship. And at last, I would, last but not the least, I would most importantly touch upon the Made in India aspect on the ship. Next slide, please. Moving on to design and construction. Next. So why is this called an indigenous aircraft carrier? There are countries, almost 6 countries around the world who are operating aircraft carriers as of today, and out of which 5 of them have made the carriers themselves. And countries around us, our adversaries or our competition, so to say, in the oceans around us, they have also come into the fray, probably making more carriers. But what we need to remember is the advantage what we have, especially the Indian Navy and all of us as a nation, is that the Indian Navy, our country, has been operating aircraft carriers for almost more than 5 decades. It's one thing to have carriers, it's one thing to have multiple carriers, and it is a completely different thing to know how to integrate with the fleet, how to achieve your mission, how to reach the objectives, what is desired from us, and how to operate a carrier. So that is one distinct advantage which we have with our Navy within our nation. Not many countries, as I told, out of the 6, have been operating aircraft carriers for the last 6 decades. There are a few countries who, beyond these 6 countries, there are countries who have helicopter carriers with them. There are a few countries who used to have aircraft carriers earlier and do not operate them, one among them being Japan. So our story with aircraft carriers, or our legacy with aircraft carriers, started in 1960s. That was the erstwhile INS Vikrant, which was earlier when it was in the Royal Navy. She was called as HMS Hercules. This was the first time Navy
So hi, good afternoon all. എല്ലാവരും ലഞ്ച് ബ്രേക്കിൻ്റെ ഓൾമോസ്റ്റ് ടൈം ആയിട്ടുണ്ടെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. സോ ഇത് ആക്ച്വലി നമ്മുടെ അലുമിനൈസ് ആണ്. ICTയിലെ ഓരോ കോഴ്സസും ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള 4 ഡിഫറെൻറ്റ് കോഴ്സസിൽ നിന്ന് നമ്മൾ പിക്ക് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള 4 സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ആണ്. സോ ആക്ച്വലി ദേ ആർ പ്ലേസ്ഡ് ഓൾസോ. So as you all know that ICT Academy of Kerala do research and offers training programs on diverse streams ranging from emerging technologies to life skill. So here we have 4 alumni from 4 different backgrounds. And I would like to hear from Jason. Jason is actually working in Acabus as an associate developer in AI. So we need to know your experience with ICT Academy as well as the ICT course.
Hi everyone. Thank you firstly for this amazing opportunity to speak at this event. I'm Jason. As Nitya mentioned, I'm an associate developer, artificial intelligence and machine learning at Acabus Private International, powered by Arab Bank. As far as my journey in my career goes, I have 5 years of experience in the oil industry at Saudi Arabia, and my interest in data sparked when I came across what we can do with the vast amount of data available to us in this current era. And after 5 years of working as an analyst in Saudi, I came back to India, and I want to build a strong foundation for myself in computer science and engineering. And at the age of 28, I joined for Bachelor of Technology, Computer Science and Engineering. And at the age of 32, I emerged after completing the ICT Academy Certified Specialist in Data Science and Analytics. And right now, I sit here in front of you at Acabus. So the journey was amazing, and the data was my preferred career of choice.
So Jason, out of curious, let me ask you something. Based on now, would you pick the same career path now?
A second career path?
Yeah.
Before joining ICT Academy or before pursuing engineering, I was very clear on what I needed to achieve, and that was a career in data. So an answer to your question, no, I would still go through data engineering.
Great, thank you for letting me know. So I think we can move to the next alumni.
Good afternoon, Arunya. So you are working as a business analyst and consultant at EY, right? So you had a career break and you are back into the industry after doing a career reinstate program with ICT Academy of Kerala. അപ്പോൾ കരിയർ ബ്രേക്കിന് ശേഷം ഉള്ള ഒരു തിരിച്ചു വരവ് ICTയുടെ കരിയർ റീഇൻസ്റ്റേറ്റ് പ്രോഗ്രാമിലൂടെയായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ അതിൻ്റെ കുറിച്ചുള്ള എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് could you please share with us?
Okay. First of all, I'm very privileged to have this opportunity to speak to you, and I am really thankful to all the people who supported and guided me throughout all my journey of career, especially ICT. So my name is Arunya. I'm working as a consultant at EY. So I recently joined EY, and it is my 7th month. To the question I received, I am a representative of all the women or contractors who want to kickstart their career in any of the MNCs or something like very famous private limited companies. So I want to say all the people over there, all the women over there, have some effort, have some self-confidence to come out, and they need to put a progressive, active-minded people. They need to meet so many good people over there. They need to absorb so many good opportunities. Whatever comes to them, should not neglect it, but should absorb it. Not to neglect, but to absorb all the opportunity which comes to them and utilize it. So you will be getting into that dream job or future of yours. So that is my message to all the women. Thank you.
Arunya, could you please tell me the career break, the number of years you have faced the journey?
Yeah, actually, my career started as a design engineer, and I took a 2 years of gap for my first maternity. So I was so unskilled, and I tried to come back, but I was skeptical and jittery, like how to re-enter to the IT field because we all know that there are many words like cybersecurity, data science, these all words then and there I heard. I was so bizarre. So I tried to join a data science course at ICT. And then I heard of a career reinstate program running in ICT in 2022. I joined that 12 days workshop, and it amazingly what happened to me is like ICT is my destiny. So I'm so happy, and I'm being part of the EY GDS family now only because of ICT Academy. So also I want to represent all the 30 people who joined with me. They all having that EY offer letter in their hand. So happy, so proud. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arunya. Next to Cyril, you also had some career break, or I would say you faced some difficulty to start your career after your graduation, right? So, how did you started your career, and how did ICT Academy help you to be in this career path?
ഞാൻ ഗ്രാജുവേഷൻ കഴിഞ്ഞത് in 2014. So actually I had a long break actually. ഒരു ലോങ് ബ്രേക്ക് ആയിരുന്നു ഇയേഴ്സിൻ്റെ. സോ ഒരു ദിവസം ഞാൻ ന്യൂസ് പേപ്പറിൽ I saw the ad of ICT doing a cyber security course. So I decided, okay, I will apply for that. So when I joined the course, I really liked the teachers. The teachers were very friendly. ടീച്ചേഴ്സ് വളരെ ഫ്രണ്ട്ലി ആയിരുന്നു. അതുപോലെ കോഴ്സ് കണ്ടൻറ്റ് വളരെ അണ്ടർസ്റ്റാൻഡബിൾ ആയിരുന്നു. ഈവൻ തോ ഞാനൊരു വേറൊരു ബാക്ക്ഗ്രൗണ്ടിൽ നിന്ന് വന്നതാണെങ്കിലും I could understand because the teachers were explaining the topics very down to earth level. Okay, so I really thank the faculty for that. And also so angane I could continue the course, and after that when this is my first IT job. Okay, so when I randomly applied for a company. Okay, without I randomly applied for a company, and when they saw എൻ്റെ റെസ്യൂം അവർ കണ്ടപ്പോൾ അവർ ചോദിക്കുന്നത്, okay, you studied cyber security. Okay, so but I applied for a position in tech support. ടെക് സപ്പോർട്ടിന് ഞാൻ അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്തത്. പക്ഷേ അവർ ചോദിക്കുന്നത് നിങ്ങൾ സൈബർ സെക്യൂരിറ്റി എന്താ പഠിച്ചത്? ഓക്കെ, അപ്പം ഞാൻ പഠിച്ച കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ എക്സ്പ്ലെയിൻ ചെയ്തു, അതൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പോൾ അതിനുശേഷം എന്നെ ഇൻ്റർവ്യൂ ചെയ്ത ആൾ എന്നോട് പറയാണ്, we have a requirement for cyber security. Okay, you have applied for this position, but we have a requirement for cyber security. So can you join our team? So അങ്ങനെയാണ് I could, by God's grace, get in the company. Even ഇത്രയും ബ്രേക്ക് ഉണ്ടായിട്ടും കിട്ടിയത് in that way. Got it. So I would say I'm very much thankful for ICT for providing me this opportunity. ഇപ്പോൾ അവർ ICTക്ക് വേണമെങ്കിൽ ഡിസൈഡ് ചെയ്യാം കമ്പ്യൂട്ടർ സയൻസ് ബാക്ക്ഗ്രൗണ്ട് ഉള്ളവരെ മാത്രം എടുക്കാൻ, but they decided to take people who had break also and also from other background. I really appreciate ICT for that. And also I would ഞാൻ ഇവിടുത്തെ സ്റ്റുഡൻസിനോട് ഞാൻ പറയാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നത് വെച്ചാൽ, നിങ്ങൾക്കും സിമിലർ ആയിട്ടുള്ള പ്രൊഫൈലാണെങ്കിൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എങ്ങനെയാണെങ്കിലും നിങ്ങളുടെ പ്രൊഫൈൽ ഇരിക്കുന്നതെങ്കിലും ഐ വുഡ് സേ നിങ്ങൾ സൈബർ സെക്യൂരിറ്റിയിലേക്ക് എൻ്റർ ചെയ്യാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നവരാണെങ്കിൽ യു ക്യാൻ നെറ്റ്വർക്ക് വിത്ത് പീപ്പിൾ ഇൻ ലിങ്ക്ഡിൻ വഴി നിങ്ങൾക്ക് സൈബർ സെക്യൂരിറ്റി വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന ആൾക്കാരുമായിട്ട് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് നെറ്റ്വർക്ക് ചെയ്യാം. അതുവഴി നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ജോബ് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഒത്തിരി ഓപ്പൺ അപ്പ് ആവും. അതുകൂടാതെ തന്നെ ഇപ്പോൾ ICT also provides many placement opportunities for, especially for cyber security and also for other fields. Okay, so I would say to all the students, LinkedIn നല്ലതായിട്ട് യൂസ് ചെയ്യുക, network with cyber security people. This is my advice to you if you want to follow cyber security. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, now you're working in industry. So how would you rate the course contents of ICT Academy in industry perspective?
ആക്ച്വലി ഞാൻ ICT ഞാൻ പഠിച്ച കാര്യങ്ങൾ തന്നെയാണ് ആക്ച്വലി ഞാൻ ജോലി ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അതാണ് സംഭവം നടന്നിരിക്കുന്നത്. സോ ഞാൻ കമ്പനി ജോയിൻ ചെയ്തു. ഒരു സെക്കൻഡ് വീക്ക് ആയപ്പോഴത്തേക്കും കമ്പനിയിലെ മാനേജർ എന്നോട് ചോദിച്ചു, സിറിൽ, ഡു യു നോ ഹൗ ടു ഡു വൾനറബിലിറ്റി അസസ്മെൻറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമോ എന്ന് എന്നോട് ചോദിച്ചു. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു, യെസ്, ഓഫ് കോഴ്സ് ഐ ക്യാൻ ഡു ഇറ്റ്, ബിക്കോസ് ഞാനത് ICT പഠിച്ചതാണ്. എക്സാക്ട് തിങ് പഠിച്ചു. 2 ആഴ്ച കഴിഞ്ഞേ ഉള്ളൂ. ഐ മീൻ കമ്പനിയിൽ 2ാമത്തെ ആഴ്ചയായിരുന്നു. സോ അപ്പം മാനേജർ എനിക്ക് ആ ടാസ്ക് തന്നത് ഞാൻ ICT പഠിച്ചത് കൊണ്ട് എനിക്കത് എളുപ്പം ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റി. എക്സാക്ട് തിങ് അത് ഇപ്പം ICTയിൽ പഠിപ്പിച്ച പ്രൊഫഷണൽ വേ തന്നെ ഐ കുഡ് ഡു ഇറ്റ്. It was exact industry standard what ICT taught us. So so I could do that, and I was very happy, and in that way.
Thank you so much, Cyril.
So Cyril, ഇൻസ്ട്രുമേഷൻ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് പഠിച്ചിട്ട് സൈബർ സെക്യൂരിറ്റി അനലിസ്റ്റ് ആയിട്ട് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ഉണ്ടല്ലോ. സെയിം ലൈക്ക് നമ്മളുടെ ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ ഒരു ഇരിക്കുന്ന ഓഡിയൻസ് പൂളിൽ തന്നെ ബൈ പാരൻസിൻ്റെ കമ്പൽ ചെയ്തിട്ട് ഗ്രാജുവേഷനിലോട്ട് പോകുന്നവരുണ്ടാവും. ബിടെക് പാരൻസ് കമ്പൽ ചെയ്ത് ബിടെക് എടുക്കുന്നവരുണ്ടാവും. ചിലപ്പോൾ അവർക്ക് താല്പര്യം ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന വേറെ സബ്ജക്ട്സ് ആയിരിക്കും. സോ ദാറ്റ് അങ്ങനെ ഒരു കമ്പൽ ചെയ്ത് വരുന്ന സ്റ്റുഡൻസിന് ദർ ആർ ചാൻസസ് അല്ലേ ഒരു ഡൊമൈൻ ചേഞ്ചിന്. സോ അങ്ങനെയുള്ള സ്റ്റുഡൻസിന് എന്തായിരിക്കും ഇപ്പോൾ സിറിലിൻ്റെ സൈഡിൽ നിന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഒരു ഫീഡ്ബാക്ക് ഓർ ഒരു അഡ്വൈസ് പോലെ? There are students because അങ്ങനെ
from other fields.
Yes.
Okay, first of all, നിങ്ങളുടെ ക്യൂരിയോസിറ്റിയാണ് മെയിൻ തിങ്. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് സൈബർ സെക്യൂരിറ്റി ഫീൽഡിൽ എൻ്റർ ചെയ്യണമെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങൾ തന്നെ അത് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യണം. നിങ്ങളുടെ എത്ര യൂട്യൂബ് വീഡിയോസ് ഉണ്ട് that you can start doing your own lab work and all regarding cyber security. Okay, the curiosity is the one thing. And then second thing would be join a similar course. ഈ ICT നടത്തുന്ന പോലെ തന്നെ സൈബർ സെക്യൂരിറ്റി കോഴ്സ്, അങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു കോഴ്സിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യാം. ആൻഡ് അപ്പം എന്താണ് കാര്യം വരുന്നതെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ, ഇപ്പം ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ ഞാൻ പഠിച്ചത് തന്നെയാണ് ഞാൻ ജോലി ചെയ്തത്. എക്സാക്ട്ലി ആ വർക്ക് തന്നെ ചെയ്തത്. അപ്പം ഇങ്ങനത്തെ ICT നടത്തുന്ന കോഴ്സിൽ അതുപോലത്തെ കോഴ്സിൽ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യുവാണെങ്കിൽ അപ്പം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പ്ലേസ്മെൻറ്റും ഇറ്റ് വുഡ് ബി ബെറ്റർ. Okay, so ICT also provides placement, and also you can search on your own. LinkedIn വഴി നിങ്ങൾക്ക് തന്നെ നോക്കുകയും ചെയ്യാം. ഓക്കെ, അപ്പം നിങ്ങൾക്കിപ്പോൾ വേറെ ബാക്ക്ഗ്രൗണ്ടിൽ നിന്ന് വരുവാണെങ്കിലും ഇറ്റ് ഡസൻറ്റ് മാറ്റർ. നമുക്കൊരു സാമാന്യ ബുദ്ധി വെച്ച് തന്നെ ഈ കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ പഠിക്കാവുന്ന കാര്യമേ ഉള്ളൂ. അത് കമ്പ്യൂട്ടർ സയൻസ് ബാക്ക്ഗ്രൗണ്ട് വേണമെന്നില്ല. നിങ്ങൾ ഏത് ബാക്ക്ഗ്രൗണ്ട് ആണെങ്കിലും, BCom പഠിച്ചവരാണെങ്കിലും you can come and learn all these things. It's simple.
Yeah, thank you so much. So last one we have Mridula here. Mridula നമ്മുടെ ഫുൾ സ്റ്റാക്ക് ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ് കോഴ്സ് പഠിച്ചിട്ട് ICTയിൽ തന്നെ നമ്മൾ അബ്സോർബ് ചെയ്തു ബിക്കോസ് ഷീ ഈസ് വെരി ബ്രില്യൻറ്റ് ഇൻ കോഡിങ്. സോ ICTയിൽ തന്നെ ഇപ്പോൾ നോളജ് ഓഫീസറായിട്ട് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു കാൻഡിഡേറ്റ് ആണ്. സോ മൃദുല, ആ ഒരു ജേർണി ലൈക്ക് വൈ യു ചൂസ് ഫുൾ സ്റ്റാക്ക് ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ് ആൻഡ് ദ പ്ലേസ്മെൻറ്റ് സപ്പോർട്ട്, ആ ഒരു കോഴ്സ് കണ്ടന്റ് നിങ്ങളിപ്പോൾ ചെയ്യുന്ന കറണ്ട് കരിയറിൽ എങ്ങനെയാണ് ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻസ് വരുന്നത്, അങ്ങനത്തെ കാര്യങ്ങളിലെ ഒരു ജേർണി ത്രൂ ഔട്ട് ഒന്ന് പറയാമോ?
Okay, first of all, good afternoon all, and thank you Nitya for giving me this opportunity. ഞാൻ ICT ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യുന്നത് ആക്ച്വലി 2019 വരെ വർക്കിംഗ് ആയിരുന്നു ഞാൻ ആസ് എ IT പ്രൊഫഷണൽ. And after that, ഒരു career break ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, and we got shifted to Trivandrum. So at that time, I was searching for jobs, but പിന്നെ കോവിഡ് ഒക്കെ വന്ന് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ് ഒക്കെ വളരെ കുറവായിരുന്നു. Then by chance ഇങ്ങനെ ICTയുടെ അഡ്വർടൈസ്മെൻറ്റ് കണ്ടു ഫോർ ആക്സലറേറ്റഡ് ബ്ലോക്ക് ചെയിൻ ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ്. അപ്പം ബ്ലോക്ക് ചെയിൻ ഇസ് എ വെരി ഫേമസ് ആൻഡ് ഇൻ ഡിമാൻഡ് ടെക്നോളജി. അപ്പം അതിന് ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് ICT അപ്രോച്ച് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ദെൻ അപ്പം ബ്ലോക്ക് ചെയിൻ കോഴ്സിലോട്ട് പോകുന്നേക്കാൾ മുമ്പ് ആക്ച്വലി യു നീഡ് ടു ഹാവ് എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ഇൻ ഫുൾ സ്റ്റാക്ക് ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ്. അങ്ങനെയാണ്. അപ്പം ഫുൾ സ്റ്റാക്ക് ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ് കോഴ്സ് അതുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. സോ ഫസ്റ്റ് ദർ വാസ് എ സ്കോളർഷിപ്പ് ടെസ്റ്റ് And after that, I joined the course. And course in the pratyekada endaayirunnu vechal, we always had recorded sessions. So നമ്മുടെ contents എപ്പോഴും pre-recorded ആണ്. നമ്മൾ ഓഫ്ലൈൻ ആയിട്ടാണ് പഠിക്കുന്നത്. And then we will have a question answer session for that. And in that session, the trainers are very helpful. And നിങ്ങളുടെ എന്ത് ഡൗട്ട്സ് ക്ലിയർ ചെയ്ത് തരാനും they are ready to do that. അപ്പം ആ വേയിൽ ദ കോഴ്സ് എനിക്ക് വളരെ ഇംപ്രസീവായിട്ടാണ് തോന്നിയത്. ആൻഡ് സിൻസ് ഞാൻ ആ സമയത്തൊരു ഫ്രീലാൻസിങ് ജോബ് ചെയ്തിരുന്നു, but I had ample time to complete my assignments, case studies and all. So it was a very structured and organized approach. So by the end of full stack development, നമുക്കൊരു full web development ന്റെ overall idea തന്നെ കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. And after completing that, there is also an internship opportunity. നമുക്കൊരു IT giant ന്റെ അവിടെ പോയി ഒരു 1 month internship ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. I completed both and I got certified as a full stack developer. And അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് I also did the basic blockchain associate course as well. So overall, my experience with ICT is really good, with very good trainers, very good placement support actually. ഞങ്ങൾ certified ആയ ഉടനെ തന്നെ there were many mails coming from different companies. നമ്മുടെ placement coordinator വഴി ഇഷ്ടംപോലെ മെയിൽസ് വരുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ആൻഡ് അങ്ങനെയാണ് there was an opportunity in ICT itself for knowledge officers. So they will be looking for people with industry experience as well as teaching experience. So angana head of the knowledge office department called me up. Angana we gave the interview and I just got placed in ICT itself. So that is my journey with ICT.
Great. Anyways, so what actually surprised you when you joined ICT Academy?
Actually, ഞാൻ ഇപ്പം നമ്മൾ കോഴ്സസ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ there are various platforms like Coursera, Udemy and all. പക്ഷേ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്ന പല കോഴ്സസിലും there will be contents, but അവരുടെ ഒരു ഡിസ്കഷൻ ഫോറംസിനേക്കാളും ഒരു ലൈവ് ട്രെയിനർ ഇൻട്രാക്ഷൻസ് എപ്പോഴും എനിക്ക് കുറവായിട്ട് ഫീൽ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. മേ ബി ഡിപ്പെൻഡിങ് ഓൺ ദ കോഴ്സ് ദാറ്റ് ഐ ടേക്ക്. പക്ഷേ ഇവിടെ every week at least 2 times you have a live trainer interactions, and that is really good because നമുക്ക് ഫേസ് ടു ഫേസ് ആയിട്ട് ഡൗട്ട്സ് ചോദിക്കാം, ഡൗട്ട്സ് ക്ലിയർ ചെയ്യാം. So that is more helpful for the students, and that one is really good. And the trainers are നമുക്ക് ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ ചോദിക്കുന്നതുകൊണ്ട് ഒരു ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടോ അങ്ങനെയൊന്നുമില്ല. They are always there to clear your doubts. പിന്നെ content of ICT is always organized. It is available in one place. നമുക്ക് contents കാണാം, and it is flexible also. You can watch it whenever you are free and complete the course. And assignments are case studies. അങ്ങനെ കുറേ ഓവർലോഡഡ് അല്ല. It is neatly structured and organized. അപ്പം നമുക്ക് കറക്റ്റായിട്ട് അത് ചെയ്ത് തീർക്കാനും പറ്റാറുണ്ട്. So I really love the approach ICT is taking to provide the course.
Yeah, okay, the same question passes to Cyril itself. Cyril, what surprised you when you attended the course? Yeah, what surprised you in ICT when you attended the course?
I would say ഒരു വേറെ ബ്രാഞ്ചിൽ നിന്ന് വരുന്ന ഒരു വ്യക്തിക്കും മനസ്സിലാവുന്ന രീതിയിൽ ആക്ച്വലി സിമ്പിളായിട്ട് പഠിപ്പിക്കും. I would say that because that is what അതാണ് എനിക്ക് ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ സർപ്രൈസിങ് ആയിരുന്നു. ഓക്കെ, ബട്ട് I was very happy about it. Yes, that's what it is.
Thank you. Actually ഈ ഒരു ടെസ്റ്റിമോണിയൽസ് കിട്ടുന്നതാണ് ആക്ച്വലി നമുക്കും വലിയൊരു പ്രഷ്യസ് മൊമെൻറ്റ്. ആൻഡ് വി ഹാവ് കരിയർ ബ്രേക്ക് വന്നിട്ടുള്ള മെൻ ഉണ്ട്, കരിയർ ബ്രേക്ക് വന്നിട്ടുള്ള വിമൻ ഉണ്ട് നമ്മളുടെ ഇതിൽ റെപ്രസെൻറ്റേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. സോ ദിസ് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ ഈസ് ഫോർ ജെയ്സൺ. ഒരു കരിയർ ബ്രേക്ക് വന്നിട്ട് എഗെയിൻ ബാക്ക് ടു വർക്കിലോട്ട് വരുന്ന ഇപ്പോൾ കൂടുതലും പെണ്ണുങ്ങളുള്ളത് പോലെ തന്നെ ആണുങ്ങളും ഫേസ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട് ഈ ഒരു കരിയർ ബ്രേക്ക്. സോ അങ്ങനെ വരുന്നവർക്കൊരു ഫ്യൂച്ചർ അഡ്വൈസ് ആയിട്ട് എന്തായിരിക്കും സജസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നത്?
Based on my experience, for me it has been a career switch. But since Nitya asked about career break, personally based on my experiences, all what you need is passion and the desire to learn more. And ICT Academy, although it is an amazing platform for you to boost your career, The guidance they provide is an assistance for you to learn more on yourself. So build more, be passionate on what you do and love what you do. That is basically my advice.
Yeah, thank you so much anyways. This is very insightful for us also. Thank you for taking a time and making yourself available for joining this session and sharing the experience. Yeah, that's from my side. I think we can wind up the session.
Do you have any questions?
From the audience side, course related or feedback related to questions, we can ask now. So, no, I think.
So if there is no question, we can wind up the session. Thank you all for coming to ICSET 2022. It was nice hearing you sharing your experience with ICT Academy of Kerala. And before ending the session, as a token of appreciation, I would like to invite Ms. Maya Mohan to hand the gift to Jason Sam and Arunya Devi. Ms. Arunya Devi.
Thank you, Mr. Cyril John and Mrutula, for sharing your experience with ICT. I invite Ms. Nitya for a token of appreciation. Thank you. Thank you all for your sharing your time and sharing your experience. All the best. Thank you for your presence over here. Thank you. I hope our food court is open. I can see that. So I kindly resume all by 2. Please, attention. I kindly to resume our session by 2 p.m. Thank you.
the EY.
Years you have faced the journey.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. May I have kind attention? Those who received student leader badges, I kindly request you to come to the nearby stage to collect your certificates. I repeat, those who received the student leader badges, I kindly request you to come to nearby stage to collect your certificates.
Received the badges already. Come and collect the certificates. Certificates are left. For your kind attention, the plague and premium membership certificates will be given during the valedictory function. And now, those who have received the badges earlier and have to collect the certificates are requested to come to the side of the venue. Okay. Principal MEA Engineering College, Malappuram. MEA Engineering College, Malappuram. MES College, Marampalli, Ernakulam. Marampalli. MES College, Marampalli. MES College of Engineering, Kuttipuram. MES Kalladi College, Palakkad. Kalladi. MES Kalladi College, Palakkad. MES KVM College, Malappuram. MES KVM College, Malappuram. Med School of Engineering, Thrissur. Model Polytechnic College, Kozhikode. Vadagara, Kozhikode. Musliar College of Engineering, Thiruvananthapuram. Musliar College of Engineering. Muthoot Institute of Technology Science, Ernakulam. Muthoot Institute of Technology and Science, Ernakulam. NSS College, Pandalam, Pathanamthitta. NSS College, Pandalam. Naipunya Institute of Management and Information Technology, Thrissur. National College, Thiruvananthapuram. National College, Nehru College of Engineering and Research Center, Thrissur. Nilgiri College of Arts and Science, Talur. Nirmala College of Arts and Science, Thrissur. NSS College of Engineering, Palakkad. NSS College of Engineering, Palakkad. Rajdhani Institute of Engineering and Technology, Trivandrum. Rajagiri School of Social faculty members are requested to be kindly seated as we are about to begin our virtual session. So kindly be seated. We are about to begin our session at 2 o'clock. For your kind attention, we are about to begin the speaker session. So I request you to kindly be seated. Those who have had their lunch, also I am requesting you to be seated on the front rows, as we will be starting our session at 2. It's already 2. So moving on, next is a partner session, and the topic for the session is the Kerala spectrum of jobs and talents. The COVID-19 pandemic has changed Kerala's labor market as well as the working habits of the workforce. This session will give a comprehensive idea of Kerala's workforce current situation and changes in the future. And for this session, we have a speaker, Mr. Sahaj Chawla, and he will be joining with us virtually. He is a seasoned research and analyst practitioner, translating data into insights for a wide range of audience. He is currently leading insights for LinkedIn's public sector clients across APAC. So he'll be talking about the topic, the Kerala spectrum of jobs and talents. Over to you, sir.
Awesome. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir, you're audible. You can continue.
Great. Thank you so much, everybody, for your time today. I'm going to be talking to you a little bit about some trends that we've seen in higher education and in India. But before that, I would love to introduce myself to all of you. So my name is Sahaj. I am originally from India. I grew up in Delhi and I came to Singapore. I'm based in Singapore at the moment. I came to Singapore for my undergrad and I've been here ever since. I've been in a variety of industries, most notably market research, and then kind of moving on to more big data at LinkedIn at the moment. I've always worked in kind of consumer behavior or the research side, and one of the themes in my career has always been transforming data into insights. So for the last 1.5 years, I've been at LinkedIn, and I'm based in Singapore, like I mentioned. And for my current role, I'm leading engagement with our public sector sales verticals. So I'm essentially a cross-functional partner across LinkedIn on insights, supporting sales conversations to drive values for renewals, for pitches, and really to prove the value of LinkedIn for our clients. So it's essentially using a lot of data analytics tools to kind of, for our day-to-day conversations. And I am the academic and government insights lead for APAC. So thank you all for having me. Some of the insights that I'm going to be talking to you all about today are, I know a lot of you are students, so I'm going to talk a little bit about some student member activity that we see on our platform, some insights that we can get from that. And then I'll end off with a talent pool overview of Kerala. So you guys can kind of see what's happening in that space and talk a little bit about evolution of skills and what we're seeing in terms of the future of skills. So to start us off, I want to tell you, I'm going to talk to you about a lot of data points today. So I'll briefly give you an overview of where all of that is coming from. So I work for LinkedIn, which is the world's leading professional community and one of the top trusted social platforms in the world. We deeply invested in creating a valuable member experience for everybody. And every day millions of people come to LinkedIn to make connections, find opportunities, exchange information, and really build that knowledge that they need to transform their careers. So, you see some numbers here in terms of our member base. We have 850 million members, I believe, out of which 85 million are in India. So that's quite a significant chunk. And based on, how members interact with our platform, we get a really good overview of what is the diversity of skills that they're adding to their profile, whether that's explicitly or whether that's inferred. But we also see what are some of the courses that they're learning. And at the same time, we also have job posts on our platform, so we can see some of the job seeking activity. So it's a really interesting stat that we have 52 million job seekers every week, and that just goes to show the healthy state of the job market at the moment. So very, very briefly on LinkedIn's ecosystem, a little bit about where we're coming from. It's not just about benefiting our members. It's also a rich ecosystem that helps companies seeking to attract, hire, develop, and retain top talent. In terms of where our members are at, there are different stages in their career journey. They come to LinkedIn to learn more about companies. They come to find job opportunities, engage with people, engage with content from organizations, and really forming an expansive pool of talent for open roles. The same members also come to LinkedIn to follow their interests, learn new skills, tap into this engagement. We've seen organizations supporting growth and development of their people, resulting in happy employees who stay at their organizations longer. And really just to wrap it up, our interactive community means we have a dynamic view into what people care about and a really good ability with our data to help corporations engage with the world professionals, which in turn kind of makes hiring and skill building more efficient through intelligent matching, providing real-time insights to help organizations stay ahead. So what does LinkedIn mean for students? And I have a couple of examples here, from some folks who graduated in 2018 and 2016. And as you read through it, I also want to share my personal experience. So when I graduated, LinkedIn was still fairly new, but one of the essential things that, one of my professors told me was that you have to have a personal brand, and a personal brand kind of resonates with employers, resonates across your whole career, and it speaks a lot louder than your resume. And so I kind of took that common to heart, and I was always very passionate about building my personal brand. What is my career trajectory, and how could I sum it up in a sentence, in a paragraph, and in an essay? So that's kind of a critical skill, and LinkedIn as a platform gives you that ability to do that. And naturally, it kind of helps students get jobs, it helps students get connections, and kind of open up those pathways. And besides these two examples, I'm sure a lot of you are already on LinkedIn, and we can kind of speak to the power of that platform and how does that help you kind of drive that outcome. So speaking of driving outcomes, we know that the number one reason the students go to college or university is to get a better job. But at the same time, there's a bit of a dichotomy there where, a lot of people say, a majority of people say universities did not fully prepare them for their career. So breaking that down a little bit, like, what does that mean? What does that imply? I think what that implies is a bit about the skills gap between curriculum at the moment and what skills are needed at the end of the day to survive in a job, or not even survive, but thrive in a job. So, with that gap in mind, I think we can take that segue a little bit more into skills, talking about, while many students are not clear on what skills they have and what skills they need to, what skills they need to learn next and how to find a job. So we have a couple of stats here that, when I kind of asked a few of my friends who are currently in university, and they agree. I mean, they were like, yeah, we're not sure what exactly we need to start a job in, I don't know, management consulting. And importantly, the bottom stat is, half of students don't know how to search for a specific job. So there is a gap there. But as and when skills evolve, and I'm going to be talking about some new and important skills that people are learning and how skills are evolving, that's kind of the critical lever here is to understand what skills are missing and what skills are growing in the industry that you want to apply to and that you feel that might be relevant for your career down the line. So with that context, I want to talk a little bit about employment, employability, and how people are using LinkedIn to secure their jobs. So out of our student member base, we've seen that a majority of students in India on our platform have used LinkedIn to view or apply for a job in the last year. And what that means is that they're basically, using that platform to reach out to their potential employers from those connections, apply to jobs. And in terms of industries that they're applying to, not super surprising. In India, people are applying to software and IT, corporate services, manufacturing, education, and finance. And so we wanted to dig a little bit deeper into this and understand what that might mean in terms of, we know that they are applying, they're applying to top industries, but how can we try to determine what drives their employability? So we used a model which looked at all the sample of the past graduates in India and tried to identify what are the top factors that drive employability. So from a machine learning point of view, what has an uplift on employability? And what we found were three factors, really. I'm going to take you through them now. The first one is having a connection with their future employer. So for those of you out there who are thinking, what does this mean? This means that if you were connected, if, say, in a hypothetical example, I was connected to my future employer, that means that one of my LinkedIn connections in the past 6 months before I was already working at the next company. So having that kind of warm connection can spark that discussion, can provide that additional lever, can move the needle, which could drive student employability. The other one is having past work experience. This could be a full-time job, this could be an internship, this could be an apprenticeship, traineeship, any kind of smaller work experience counts when, as a student in this competitive day and age, you're looking for a job. Personal example, before I got my first full-time job, I had a couple of internships under my belt. And from experience, kind of having that internship knowledge, internship experience definitely helps to show future employers that you're kind of, what it takes to do well in a certain job, to do well in a certain industry. And yeah, that kind of helps you stand out a little bit more. And the third one is, do they indicate skill certifications on their profile? So skill certifications, this is a feature of LinkedIn where you can kind of certify certain skills, you can add certificates to your profile, you can kind of do a LinkedIn learning course, and once you've completed that, you can click a button and say, okay, I want to add the skill to my profile. So I think the skills point is linking back to what we saw previously. Like, skills are changing, people don't know what skills they need, but having certification or having that credibility of a skill added to your profile definitely helps to elevate students' profiles and helps them kind of land jobs further down the line. So with these three factors, that's kind of my main segment about students and what we've learned about student employability. I want to go in next on IT talent. So this is IT talent in Kerala specifically. The goal of this section is just to highlight, like, what are some of the evolution of skills needed in today's marketplace? How can we think about, for the employers in the crowd, how can we think about what is the current talent? What are some of the different lenses that we might want to apply when looking at potential graduates, when looking at potential talent in the tech space? So being a tech talent myself, I can kind of speak to that. But, if we just have a quick snapshot of where folks working in Kerala in the tech industry, usual suspects, I suppose, in terms of the top companies, TCS, Infosys, Wipro, and so on. But interestingly, I think the more interesting part on this is the skills that they're adding. So people are growing skills, or the fastest growing skills are in the analytical space, are in API, software testing, JavaScript, front end, Azure, TypeScript, GitHub, and Django. So one important thing to think about for all of you is that, if you think back to 5 years ago, were these skills a thing? Were they still relevant back then? So that's, that kind of goes to show that skills are changing, and a skill like Django, for example, may not have been relevant 5 years ago, may not have even existed 5 years ago. And I often quote this example to my friends who ask about the evolution of skills, and I kind of bring it up to 15 years ago, data scientist was not a real job. And now, if we think about it, it's the most in-demand job, the most in-demand skill. So that's really one of the levers that we must think about, is what might be the next kind of job, what might be the next future of skill that we need to think about. And so while these skills are important starting front, another way we can look at it is evolution of skills. So alluding to what I said earlier about skills evolution, and I know I've said skills a lot today, but it's really a new buzzword that's changing the way employers reward, promote, and hire people. So, instead of knowing who do you know or where did you go to school, the question in 2022 is often, what can candidates do? And now is a more important time than ever for employees to be keeping skills up to date and learning new skills as the world of work evolves. Globally, we're seeing that members are adding skills to their LinkedIn profiles like never before. So some LinkedIn data here: in 2021 alone, we had almost 286 million skills added on the platform by individual professionals. Next, 45% of hirers on LinkedIn explicitly use skills data to fill their roles on LinkedIn. So again, not only from a member perspective, but also from an organizational perspective, people are using skills-based data to hire folks. And this is increasing, and last year it was up 13% year on year. So the big picture here is that skill sets for jobs will shift, are shifting already, and new ones emerge. But learning trending skills can ensure access to opportunities. And according to our data, there are skills that can help employees future-proof their careers. And this is really because of our unique view of 850 million members with millions of job posts around the world. And we can see that we can see how skills are changing. And the graph here really speaks to that. So we can see that for the tech industry or software industry in India, skills have changed almost 30% since 2015. So a lot of old skills are no longer relevant, but a lot of new skills are there that might not have even existed 5 years ago. So what that means from a job perspective is that jobs are changing, even if you're not changing jobs. And they're doing so at an increasing rate, accelerated by COVID, of course. So what that means for students or what that means for employees is that upkeeping your skills is the key to staying relevant in your role, landing a new role, and skills are the front and center for all hiring managers searching for the right candidate. In many of my client discussions, this comes across, and in this sense, skills are the new currency of the labor market.
Recording in progress.
On as jobs evolve and jobs are demanding new skills, hiring managers need to increasingly focus less on traditional proxies like degrees and a bit more on finding talent whose current skills match the role. We've started to see this take off on LinkedIn. So this is not something that we as an organization say, but more on some of the member activity that we see. And 40% of hirers are using skills data when hiring on LinkedIn. Basically, that means that companies
Recording in progress.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Sir,
Yes.
there is some network issue from our side. Could you please pause for a second?
Sure, no problem.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, you can continue. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Yeah, I was just saying that, I'll just start again on this slide and, very quickly on as jobs are evolving and demanding new skills for the hiring managers in the crowd, you must have heard that you need to focus less on traditional proxies like degrees and a bit more on finding talent whose current skills match the role. So, we've started to see this take off on LinkedIn as 40% of hirers are using skills data to fill open roles. This is up 20% year on year. And then the stat on the right, which is 60% of hirers finding LinkedIn talent are, they're 60% more likely to find a successful hire. And basically that means that companies are realizing that skills-based hiring works. And so that's kind of the, thought that I wanted to end this session on, where employers are going towards a skills-based model to find new talent and also use skills-based models to grow existing talent. So how can we harness this momentum and bring this to life in a much larger scale to achieve a more equitable and to achieve a more efficient talent ecosystem? So with that, I have come to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. It was great listening to you, and I appreciate you for spending your valuable time with us. Thank you, sir. Moving on, next is a panel discussion about the topic Future of Jobs. The world of work is quickly changing in every aspect. This session will be a close watch of the current job trends and possibly will forecast the directions of the employment market. We have 4 panel members for this session. And firstly, I invite Ms. Smita Kumaran. She's a Learner Success Lead, NASCOM. And Smita has more than 26 years of experience in the IT industry across delivery, sales, competency building, open source. She was also instrumental in setting up a gig workforce within a large IT service and consulting organization. I welcome you, ma'am, to the panel session.
Mr. Richard Anthony, India Operation Director, EY. Richard is the India Location Leader, EY Global Delivery Services, GDS. In this role, Richard, known as Richie, is responsible for driving the India operational strategy and operational transformation initiative across EY GDS. I welcome you, sir, Mr. Richard Anthony.
Our next panel member is Dr. Saji Gopinath. He is the Vice President, Digital University, and Dr. Saji Gopinath is the first Vice Chancellor of the newly formed Kerala University of Digital Science, Innovation and Technology. Before assuming this position in 2000, he served as Chief Executive Officer of Kerala Startup Mission for 3 years and also worked as the Director of Indian Institute of Information and Management. Dr. Gopinath was associated with the Indian Institute of Management for over 17 years. And it's our privilege to welcome you to this panel discussion, sir. Welcome. He'll be joining with us virtually, so we can connect him online. And the moderator for this session is Mr. Sri Kumar and
I welcome Mr. C.M. Verghese, CEO, Evergreen Technologies. Mr. C.M. Verghese is an electrical engineer, an IT Kozhikode and MPA, had over 40 years of experience in power electronics field. He worked with Keltron Power Electronics Division for 17 years, from training engineer to manager engineering, and was instrumental in developing 500 kVA UPS in 90s. Worked with Schneider Electric as LV design manager for 5 years and was instrumental in designing motor control center for Aramco in IEC standard. Founder, managing director for IGA Tech Industrial Electronics Private Limited, and built up IGA Tech from scratch to a non-power electronics company of South India 2001 to 2015 with a turnover of 15 crore. And I welcome you, sir.
And the moderator for this session is Mr. Sri Kumar KV. He is the Head Retail Operations Unit of ICT Academy of Kerala. Sri Kumar has over 20 years of experience in the education and ITES industry and 8 years in ICT Academy. He is pursuing as Head of Retails and Corporate Department at ICT Academy of Kerala. Welcome you, sir, and over to you.
Good afternoon to all. Once again, I welcome all the panel members as well as the delegates to this session. This is our third panel discussion. Actually, morning onwards, we are hearing a lot of new technologies which is going to emerge in coming days from the technology experts. This is a continuation of the discussion that actually, after we are understanding there is a lot of technologies which is going to change in the coming days. And what's the job opportunities actually available for the students community who are actually more interested actually? Even though we would like to know the technology also, what is the output I will get it out of learning the technology? That is actually most of the students are actually interested. So this specific panel discussion, the panel discussion 3 is actually focusing on what are the future job opportunities are available for the students. So the morning, a lot of experts discussing about the technology. Now we have the leaders from the industry as well as from the academia to share their thoughts as well as knowledge about the future jobs and how to actually make ourselves ready for the future jobs. So the entire discussion is actually going to span on the two space. The first space actually I would like to hear from, not myself alone, actually the students also would like to hear from the expert. What are the future job opportunities available for them considering the current situation? Okay, so we will start with Saji sir. Sir, good afternoon sir. Sir, you are not audible. I hope you are on mute. Please unmute.
No, I'm not on mute.
Yeah, okay. Now we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon, eminent panelists and participants. At the outset, my apologies for not being physically there for this very exciting event, and thank you for inviting me for this panel discussion. So I'll be very brief because I know that there are experts from the industry who will be speaking more on the topic, the important topic which has been posed to us. So when you look at the future of jobs, I think we need to divide into two parts. We know that we are at a time where the digital is coming in a big way. Almost every sector digital is actually transforming. So we have heard just the previous speaker in the LinkedIn when he was presenting, he was actually discussing about the type of technologies coming into the IT space and the type of changes happening over there. So I think there are two aspects we need to look at. One aspect is that there are a set of digital technologies, be it in the cloud, be it in the data space, be it in the AI space, etc., which I'm sure this discussion will have go into more detail and maybe you already discussed. But I believe along with that, we need to also look at how digital is transforming the conventional sectors. And that actually is going to give you a large number of newer job opportunities. Because when you speak about technology, we always think only about technology jobs. But I'm sure that there are people sitting here are from different streams of engineering and different streams of arts and sciences, commerce, etc. So there is a digital layer going to be on the top of it. So tomorrow's civil engineers are actually the ones who are going to work in building management systems. Tomorrow's electrical engineers are the ones who are going to work with digital power systems. You will have the digital art or digital journalism, the technologies in sectors which conventionally was not using technology, like judicial sectors, etc. All these areas, digital is actually coming into a big way. So we really require functional experts who understand the functional knowledge. At the same time, they also know how the digital is going to transform that. So this is a large number of opportunities. And if you look at in the past, we have seen the same thing happening when internet technologies came. We have seen that's happening when earlier technologies also coming. So there is a big space which generally not being discussed, where the digital transformation is actually going to create newer job opportunities per se. And the second aspect is that the nature of jobs. The nature of jobs also is changing. There are two or three major trends which is happening, and that is very visible now. One is that we conventionally believe that jobs happen only when you go to a company. Like this is what happening at least in the industrial era, where all the jobs are getting concentrated on centralized large organizations. Now that's moved out, and you start looking at freelancing, you are looking at remote jobs. You may be a part of an organization, but you may be working remote. You may not be part of an organization, but you may be working in multiple organizations on a freelance type of work. So there is a gig work which is actually evolving in a very big way, in an exponential fashion. There is also newer areas of entrepreneurship which is coming in. So for example, we know that today, especially people who have got creative skills can actually use newer entrepreneurship opportunities leveraging on the newer technologies per se. So that's the third level which we need to look at. And there are also nano enterprises and micro entrepreneurs which are coming in, which may use public channels like maybe YouTube or maybe some other means actually to develop products and deliver it. So there is a newer channel which is actually happening. So that's the second aspect I think we need to look at. So when you are, this all will have its own ramifications on the learning process, because we have conventionally learned under an assumption that when we go out of a college, there will be a company who is going to take care of you. They will actually train you in the skills, and then you will be able to be employable. From that, we need to look at people who have to come out with their own skills, be it by themselves when they are setting it up, or when they are joining an organization. You expect almost a day one skills from the people as it. So the combination of skills and knowledge, the part of the education system is going to be the big challenge. And once you have that, I think there is big changes which is happening, and big trends are happening. Even in the digital technology space also, there are incremental technologies like the cloud or AI, which conventionally people believe that it's huge, but they basically make the existing thing accelerate in a much faster manner. But there are transformative technologies which is coming, like blockchain, for example. It completely redefined the way the organizations and the business is going to get done. So all those areas are also going to provide great opportunities in the days to come. And along with that, the nature of changes are going to be the one I believe is the key trends which is going to happen in the days to come.
Thank you, Dr. Saji. So the important thing is actually the gig economy is actually emerging as one of the new way of working styles globally. Then also the digital transformation is irrespective of actually it's not only sticking to the information technology domain, it's going to actually combine all the other domains like mechanical, civil and electrical, whichever the domain you belongs to. The technology is actually a baseline which you need to understand to actually survey in the future. That is the two major, the job opportunities actually mentioned by Saji sir. Then we'll move to Smita. Sumida is actually with NASCOM. Actually, NASCOM is working more than 3,000 IT companies in Kerala. Most of you people actually are aware that actually NASCOM is one of the consortium very closely working with the IT industry. So, Smita, from your perspective, what are actually the future jobs which actually our students may actually looking for the coming days?
Okay, I think Sir covered the types of jobs that are coming in. So I was wondering, what am I going to speak? So I represent an initiative by Ministry of Electronics and IT and executed by NASCOM, a program which is trying to make India the digital talent hub for the future. So the idea is there are a lot of emerging skills that are there. We all know that we'll have to learn them. How do you approach that learning, and how do you decide that? I mean, that journey from degrees to skills, right? How do you take that journey where you say that if you are skilled in certain technology, how do you really know that you are skilled on it? So that's the initiative that I'm part of. So one thing to add to what Sir was telling, there are different skills that will come into play. The jobs of today, at least 50% of them, he was talking about 15 years back, there was no job called data scientist. I think in 2-3 years we will tell that, okay, this job didn't exist 3 years back, right? So that window is closing. In 2-3 years you will find new jobs that are coming. So 3 types of job changes that will happen. One is the conventional ones will continue, definitely. At least for another 10-15 years, we will have regular Java development or automation testing. All those kind of things will be there. But the way you do it might change. Like today there is a developer, he has to or she has to start from somewhere. You will actually be developing on top of what the GitHub Copilot gave you, right? So that might change. So that is definitely a change. Second is we know that there are emergence of certain types of role that are there. Those will improve. I mean, those will go, let's say, another 30%. Now, another 30% company that is actually making it a no-touch process. How does it happen? When doctors understand digital technology. So, as part of this particular initiative, we are working with Apollo hospitals trying to teach the nurses and doctors digital awareness. Working with Maruti to get their employees understand what AI can do for them. Right? So these kind of things will bring new jobs into the market also. So what is it that you can do? you have to learn the ones that are currently, definitely you're going to get a job. Definitely there are some jobs which are advertised as this will lead you to a so many LPA job, right? So that is one thing. But beyond that, it is about learning something else, but adding it on top of what you already know. And whoever is able to fuse two skills together, I think those are the types of job that will emerge.
Thank you, Smita. Actually, Smita has mentioned the conventional technology having a demand. So I'm remembering actually 25 years back when I completed my post-graduation, my project is on Java. Still actually Java having a huge demand. So after 25 years also, even though we are talking about the technology is actually changing day by day, actually it is rapidly changing, still some technology having a relevance and demand for a quite long period. So conventional things will continue for some more days also along with the future technologies. As rightly mentioned, we don't know actually, LinkedIn also, the expert mentioned that we don't know actually what is the technology going to expect after 4 or 5 years, because that time only we will experience actually, oh, this is the technology is actually going to come for the next 10 years. So now we can't able to predict what is the technology going to have, rule the world for the, after 5 years. We can predict up to maybe 20 or 30%, but still actually more than actually 40-50% technology we couldn't able to predict. Okay. So that way convention, the languages or technology still having a major role. Additionally, there is a lot of future technologies which is going to give a huge opening for our actually students community. So we are moving to Richie. Actually, Richie is very familiar face in Kerala. Actually, most of the people may know actually he is heading the India operation in EY GDS, and they are actually doing a lot of initiative for the students community, and they are very closely working in a lot of colleges in Kerala, not only in Kerala, in the southern districts of India, including Tamil Nadu and Andhra and other places. And so I would like to know from him, from EY point of view, or from EY structure actually, what are the new actually projects you may actually do in EY after 2-3 years that actually which may giving actually more job opportunity for our students?
Sure. So thank you. I would compliment from where my eminent speakers have talked about the journey. I think one of the realization that came very strongly to the industry is when we went through this pandemic, right? So when we went through this pandemic, a lot of conventional jobs, the type of jobs that the industry was doing, the methods that were used in the industry had to be significantly changed. And a lot of industry organizations quickly moved, and the whole pandemic has accelerated the adoption of digitization and automation into the way we work. So as an industry, and I can speak for the industry, is as we look at the skills that are needed for the future, it is very important to understand that our education system that we have gives us the academic skills that is required. There is definitely a gap between the academics and the industry, and that's where organizations like ICT play a very strong role in preparing the candidates or the suitable candidates for their next stint in a corporate. When I look at the type of jobs that are there, so traditionally, if you look at our core services in audit, right? So where, 20 years back, a decade back, there used to be a lot of activities in audit that required your physical presence, right? You need to go to client sites, you need to do inventory management. A lot of these things have now disappeared. The reason that the jobs have not disappeared, the jobs have transformed. The type of skills that are required are no longer physical. A lot of it is digital. You can take the example of Amazon, right? It is the largest logistics management company that is existing. The type of inventory management that they do is using drones. So the people who are managing inventory are required to know technology, even to do the traditional or conventional jobs like inventory management. When we look at how the industry is trading now, or trending now is that it has moved more into creative needs, right? So the candidates that we have need to be creative. And when we talk to our HR partners, a lot of these are retrofitting, which means that the existing employees that are there in the organizations have to continuously retrofit themselves. And retrofitting means you got to add new skills to your existing skills. When you look at the other way, the second concept is blending, which means that I have a principal skills, I need to do jobs differently, and I need to create new specialities in myself when we look at how we will do that same conventional job in a different way. And last but not the least, problem solving, right? So as candidates, as future employers, we definitely look for candidates who are curious, who are trying to be creative, know the problem, and try to imagine what could the solutioning be. So these are some of the areas that we look at. But as Smita rightly said, the job landscape, and like Sri said, if it's Java, it'll continue to be Java for some time till you use or something else over or supersedes it. But will it mean that I can use Java in the way I used to use 5 years before? Most probably not. I will still use Java, but I will use it in a differential context. Now, when we talk about AI, and we look at AI into programming, we look at AI into solutioning, I'll just put a curious thought in your mind. We will most probably in future have an AI ethics profile in a job, which means that you will have to have skills from philosophy, ethics, and then technology, right? So there are many, many jobs that will continue to evolve. We talked about self-driving cars, right? That a lot of things are happening. What is going to happen in the future? We need candidates who are thinking of, can I be a self-driving car mechanic? It doesn't mean that I am a brick and mortar engineer who does mechanical, but you should be able to use programming, use data management, and use all these skills in the current, in the future areas that you have done. Now, in EY, as we will look at it, we look at developing people, right? So the gap between industry and academia will continue to exist, and the gap is narrowing because the academia also has embraced what the industry needs, and there is a lot of partnership between them. Now, the one area that students, as yourself, need to focus on is it requires a lot of self-drive, right? So what is that you are good at, you are willing to learn is something as a thing that we look as in a candidate when we look at whether the candidate can fit the profile. The subject matter experts may be there, right, or can be taught, but the will to learn, the attitude, the aptitude is becoming a lot more important in the future of jobs. So in summary, I would say the job market is changing. It will continue to change. Conventional skills will be required to be upgraded. The conventional skills will have to be retrofitted and transformed. And as job seekers, the first and foremost thing that you should be able to do is be able to learn and be able to adopt to the industry. Opportunities are there quite a lot, but opportunities are there for moving out of the conventional mindset to the transformative mindset that we have. So I'll stop with that and pass it back to Sri.
Thank you, Richie. Richie rightly mentioned actually the conventional jobs are actually going to exit, but actually it is not in the same form or shape actually. So there is a automation or actually artificial intelligence actually coming on top of it. So the basic knowledge maybe we are gaining, we need to upgrade on the regular basis. So when normally we'll say actually maybe 30, 40 years back when actually after completing a graduation we are starting a career, then we feel, okay, after graduation, okay, I'm skilled, my actually learning part is completed. I'm going to work for the next 20, 30 years in the same domain. I'm not going to do any upskilling. But it is today, the situation is not like that. Actually, lifelong we are learning. So when whatever you are learning, you need to actually continuously upskilling, and it may be actually in the form of automation or in the form of artificial intelligence in whatever way. That will actually give a lot of opportunity for our students in the future job spectrum. So we are moving to actually the next person, an interesting person who actually working on the green technology. Nowadays there is a lot of importance on started to given on green technology, because we need to give a better world to our next generation people. So we need to save our the earth and other environmental things. So as he is working on the green technology domain, actually he can able to give actually the view to our students what are the job opportunities may be available for the green technology as coming days, because it's given a more important not only from the industrial side, government side also. Government is also emphasizes a lot on actually green technology. That's why actually a lot of battery owned vehicles are actually we are going to see in the roads in future. Sir, over to you.
Good afternoon, one and all. Let me touch upon the specific field energy, especially renewable energy. We all know energy is the driving force for the economy across the world. And per capita consumption of energy is considered as the development stick, the yardstick of development or growth everywhere. With India is having 700 million young population below 30 years old, who is going to control this country, they have to run the economy under clean energy or the green energy. Why clean energy now? We all are hearing, or we are all seeing, now we are all facing global warming every day. World across, it is decided to combat global warming with a target date. In India, we are targeting the net zero energy time by 2070, or by 2070 there is no more carbon emission from energy resources. So by 2030, we have to reach a target of 500 GW or 500 gigawatt of green energy, whereas as of now we are having 163. So we have to triple it almost in next 8 years. So how this can be happen? There are two ways. One is carbon-free grid. The main supply is no more from the carbon like coal, gas, oil. Then fossil fuel-free transportation. The transportation is no more from the fossil fuel. It has to be from electric. So already targets are fixed. So by 2030, India has to reach 500 GW of non-fossil fuel energy, that is the renewable energy. And the EV sector, the target is to reach 30% of the private cars to be in the EV, 80% of the commercial vehicles to be in the EV, and 70% of two-wheeler, three-wheeler to be in the EV. So definitely it needs a lot of power, a lot of energy, and it generates a lot of manpower also. As of now, in green energy, renewable energy, there is 1 lakh manpower is employed in India. But by 2030, this figure will become 1 million. In fact, it has been told 3.4 million jobs, which will be occupied by 1 million persons, because one person will occupy multiple jobs. And, electricity is under transition. The major consumption of energy was not from electricity earlier. Even now, in certain sectors, the heat energy is moving to electricity because we are moving to renewable energy. So many types of energy forms will move to electricity through renewable energy. So what we can see is in the coming years, the electricity requirement will multiply many times, and accordingly this has to be coming from renewable energy. Means renewable energy is no more large power sources like coal powered or hydro. These are distributed energy sources, small power plants distributed across the country, I and me will be prosumers who will be generating power from my roof, so solar, and I will be pumping it to the grid. And you will be able to buy it from anybody. I will be able to sell it to anybody. So the private players are going to be more in this field. It's not far away. Already Electricity Act 2021 is already passed with privatization included, and subsidy is coming down. So this area is going to be there. The discoms are no more going to be generators or transmitters or distributors. They are going to be the network providers. The private players will come to generate power, distribute it, transmit it. So accordingly, you can see, you will be able to buy power from anywhere. You will be able to sell power anywhere. So the employment generation by 2030 is going to be 1 million. By 2050, it is going to be 2 million. That is what is expected. So how to get our youngsters to that employment opportunity is, for the existing manpower, we have to upskill them. And for the new pass out, we have to skill them. There are many institutions under Government of India, NSDC, providing these opportunities. We have to get through them and get certification course. More than that, we have to get experience. You know, the future requirement of employment is not through degrees and marks. It will be through skills, what you know, because the industries don't want to train you and get employed. You should come trained. You should come trained from the institute where you study. Right from the school days to college days, you see some time, you earmark some time for skilling and come to industry with that. So with that, let me close now. Anything is more, we can see later.
Thank you, sir. The green energy. Maybe most of you people at the time of actually visiting the conference, you may saw actually a lot of the panels, which is actually placed in front of this conference hall. So, as a Kerala is the first state actually, the airport is fully functioning based on the green energy using the solar power. So we always actually leading on the green energy trend. So sir actually clearly mentioned actually what are the future options, because actually the mobility is one of the major source to provide employability to the students actually, that is going to completely change from actually the mechanical to electrical. There actually a green energy focus is going to happen, then it will provide a lot of job opportunity for our students. As the first phase, we discussed mostly on the future jobs actually. So, okay, now the second part is, okay, I know what are the future jobs available in the industry for me. Then how I will make myself equipped to actually get into the job. That is a practical next question, because whenever the college students are actually interacting with the industrial experts, there is a general term actually used actually. There is an industrial gap is there. So whenever they're completing the academics, they're actually very good at the academics, they're good at the knowledge, but actually the industry is actually looking for some skills. The skills they are actually lagging. That is generally most of the students friends are here. So I would like to hear from the leaders actually, the skilling front actually, what is the contribution actually, what is the activities they are doing to make our students to employable on the future technology domain. Because actually I know maybe green energy is a domain which is providing a lot of opportunity. Then how can I make myself employable through a skill to get into the green energy industry? That may be the next level of discussion we are planning to have. So again, we will start with Saji sir actually. So Saji sir is involving a lot of government initiatives on the skilling and other things. Sir, can you brief us what are the skilling initiatives the government of Kerala as well as Digital University of DUK also doing for the students community to actually make actually the career dream become realized through the skilling process?
Okay. I would like to define or look at skill in a little bit larger macro perspective, and then especially to look at the initiatives from the government of Kerala side. So we know that our Honorable Prime Minister has given us a challenge, and that in next 25 years, India has to become a developed country. And I am sure that most of the young students sitting there, that is their career time also. Most of you will have your most productive career in the next 25 years. So what is this developed country translate into? From a 2.7 trillion economy, we need to translate ourselves into something around a 30-35 trillion economy, which primarily means that India has to grow every year at least around 12 to 13, 14%. So that is a big challenge in front of us, but at the same time, that is also a big opportunity. Now that means that if you really wanted to grow in this manner, we have to look at it in two levels. One level is that you really require newer sets of industries, which are knowledge intensive industries. You see, Mr. George was speaking about the EV revolution and the sustainable industry coming into place. So you really require people who do deeper research in battery technologies. You really require people who start looking at non-silicon based solar cells. So you really require one set of high-end knowledge jobs, knowledge industries who are going to come into the country. And that is already the trends are visible. So Government of Kerala has actually looked at this as a very important element, and Government of also has declared that Kerala will move into a knowledge economy by looking at redefining the knowledge generation space, that is the academic institutions, universities, etc. So one end of that is creating high-end knowledge skills, high-end knowledge application thing, which includes large number of postdoctoral fellowships, around 500 of them, maybe biggest in the country, having centers of excellence which are focusing on newer end of technologies. And in various domains, you have science parks, digital science park by Digital University, science parks by others. So this is primarily one area which is going to create new end of skills. That is not what we generally meant as skills. When we generally meant as skills, we are thinking about something which meets the needs of the existing industry. These are something which is going to create the next set of industries, because India is growing, India is maturing, so newer type of industries will come, just like how the space industry has come into the country, like that. So this is one side. A large number of actions are happening at the level of the universities to redefine themselves as somebody who create knowledge workers, knowledge producers, etc. The second side of it, where the numbers may be much larger, is primarily what we conventionally call as the skilling space as such, where you are looking at the newer technologies, the digital transformation technologies, the non-digital technologies which are also in the offering, etc. That's basically where the skilling agencies are actually in big way. There is something called, and we believe that, some of you must have heard that Kerala government's announcement that we like to have around 2 million people getting employed in the next 5 years in knowledge jobs. So when you wanted to look at 2 million people to get knowledge jobs meaningfully, it is important that much more number of people have to be skilled and trained. And our existing skill bandwidth is much smaller. Maybe we could train around 100 and maybe 5 lakh people or something like that. And we are looking at something target of around 30 lakh students. So 30 lakh people to be trained. So that is basically where the government has come out with a platform where ICT Academy plays a very important role, where we are looking at how do you integrate the various skill providers across the world to come into a single platform where a student can actually pick and choose depending upon where he wanted to get into his career to go. And that platform is already on, and the various skill providers are coming, and the job providers are also coming. So that is the second element in which you are trying to create a massive skilling program. The third element, which is also equally important, is that in our colleges, as Richie has rightly pointed out, we are actually focusing on the knowledge, and there are gaps existing on that. It's time that we need to actually start looking at how do we make our colleges, institutions, both knowledge and skills. Because the way we define conventionally skills gives you day and employment, but knowledge gives you lifelong growth. So if you really wanted to combine both, you need to have a lifelong growth, as well as you wanted to make sure that you are relevant for the industry day one. The day you come out of the colleges itself, you really wanted to make sure that you are employable. And there, the government is actually working with colleges through ASAP, through ICT Academy, plus we are also looking at how the engineering college teachers, I'm sure that many of you sitting there are from engineering college teachers and other college teachers. Can there be an industry immersion program where industry itself will provide a platform where the teachers actually get trained in the skills, so they can impart, train the students so that they become day one employable along with right knowledge abilities also. So these are some of the attempts which we've done. There is a very detailed strategy role for the Kerala knowledge economy has been prepared, and which actually detail out how an ecosystem for skilling and knowledge development can actually be developed in the state in the next 2 to 3 years time. And I believe that is once we implement that, we will be able to really achieve the type of targets which the government of and the India is looking forward, making people meaningfully employed in the right jobs in the days to come on various sectors per se.
Thank you, sir. So a couple of things. One is actually, sir, talk about the research actually. So already the panel members have discussed the new technology which is going to emerge in the future. If you need to be make affordable to everybody, then only it may be a sustainable technology. So there is a lot of research are needed. The best example is, as Varghese sir told, the green energy. One of the big challenge why actually we couldn't able to afford the EV, sir, because of it is as like India, we couldn't able to afford the cost of the vehicles, because the only one reason actually I hope Varghese sir maybe explain it in a deeper manner. The maximum cost is actually going to the batteries. So maybe if you taking electrical vehicle, it may be using 5-6 batteries or something like that. Each battery costing 1.5 lakhs. So the maximum cost is going to battery because there is a monopoly is happening in the battery manufacturing. There is not much research is happening inside India. So we are depending on some external peoples to buy it and use it. So that makes actually the product is not affordable for us. So the research is one of the area the students can actually involve, and it make actually the product is affordable to everybody. It will actually make the sustainable technology development in future. So we'll move to Smita. Actually, as I mentioned, NASCOM is actually doing a lot of the skilling initiatives. They are working very closely with the industry and the academia. They are actually connecting point actually not only in Kerala, in pan-India. So Smita, actually, how actually the future skills are actually the skills engagement you are actually doing with the students community, or how actually you supporting them? Can you, if you explain briefly when our students can know about the opportunities and try to utilize the opportunities at the earliest?
Thank you. So I'll talk about what Central Ministry is doing through this program. So one of the things is we are trying to standardize the job skills. Right? When you talk about data analyst, somebody who does Excel analysis calls themselves a data analyst. Somebody who does large amount of data using, let's say, Python, Power BI, they also call themselves data analyst. And the ones who are actually creating models out of it, they are also calling themselves data analysts. Right? So what is data analysis? So we are trying to standardize these skills. And how are we doing it? With industry subject matter experts coming together, debating on a particular skill. What are the performance criteria for somebody to be called as skilled in this job? That's one of the things. As part of Sector Skilling Council, NASCOM is doing. Second thing is we are also getting all the courses that are happening in India and also globally aligned to these skills, so that you come to the Future Skills platform, you actually see there is a skill and which are all the content providers or training providers who are offering this skill. So there is, you can pick and choose based on what kind of training. Are you a person who can do self-paced training, or you need instructor-led? Are you okay with a virtual instructor? So you have the option to pick and choose types of skilling options that are available. The third thing is government is actually incentivizing these learning. So if you are taking a particular paid course, and there are free courses and paid courses available, if you're taking a paid course and completing the certification successfully, up to 50% of the course fee, depending on certain limits, at least for 14,000 rupees per Indian citizen, the government is willing to refund it back to you. It will come to your bank account using direct benefit transfer. So this Future Skill Prime is a B2C platform available to all Indian citizens, geo-fenced, futureskillsprime.in. You can go and register yourself, and look at the courses that are available and then take it up. Another thing is, especially for, we work in two areas. One is with governments and academic institutions or universities, trying to get some of these courses into their academic system itself so that it becomes part of their curriculum. The second is we work with B2C as working professionals and also with companies to help their employees reskill. In both these cases, there is a doubt that people have as to, okay, where do I go to? I see a lot of fancy technologies that are there. Do I get into data science? Do I get into cyber security? Or do I get into transformative technologies like Saji sir was talking about, blockchain? Right? How does one decide? So there is a competency diagnostics available in the platform which will guide you to whatever, I mean, it will show you a mirror on your analytical skills, where are you standing today, so that if you want to take a career in this, what is the path you can do. So those are three major things that are being done by NASCOM.
Thank you, Smita. So one of the important point is, as you know, there is n number of actually learning contents are available as we are actually living in the digital world. So we will get actually the knowledge actually everywhere. There is no actually difficulty to get a knowledge, but actually the difficulty is getting a right knowledge. So that is, Smita mentioned, government is actually structuring the skills based on the roles they are going to play that actually may help the students to achieve a specific career. Actually, instead of, as you think, actually, I would like to be a data scientist, instead of doing a skilling course which is actually not relevant to the present industrial demand. So avoiding that, actually, government is already put in place a structure so that helping the students to actually rightly choose a course and actually start their career. So I'm moving to Richie. As I mentioned, UI is actually engaging with a lot of students' activities. Actually, you are doing a lot of actually the social impact programs actually. So how actually EY's actually contribution, or what is EY's the advice to the students and the skilling side actually, how they will actually make themselves to skill on the future technologies?
Sure. I would just start with saying, if you have read the recent financial forecast, all the industry gurus and financial gurus are saying that this is the decade for India, right? So India is at such a high point today in the world that the financial investors as well as the industry is calling at this is the decade for India. So definitely, from an opportunity standpoint, there is opportunity for everybody, and we are in a constant talent war as we speak, right? So demand versus supply, the demand is very high, the supply needs to match the demand, and that's why we are currently in this entire talent war where supply has to be lifted up. As EY, we believe in three things. One is in campus, second is off campus, and third is in corporates. So if you look at in campus, the industry and the agencies, like Smita said, NASCOM having programs, ICT having programs, there are a lot of in-campus activities that are to be driven, which are through incubators, and for which Dr. Saji sir said the same thing, right? The professors, the faculty has to be upgraded. So EY concentrates working with the partners on transferring some of the industry knowledge, educating the faculty on upgrading their skills, or providing industry viewpoints on how they need to transform themselves for their students. And this is through either inviting these faculties to the corporate environment, showing them what's out there. So last, I think 2 months back, we had a program where 30 of the top, academic parties from the, or academic people from the, who are focused on the rural area, work with us on a design thinking workshop. And this was for our rural area in Attapadi, where we have a very strong focus on uplifting the skills of the students. It started with the faculty themselves. So the faculty had to be, come together and see what and how should they use the various technology elements to uplift and make learning interesting in campus. The second part is off campus, and agencies like ICT Academy works brilliantly for us, where we say, we work with agencies to create an industry curriculum. So whether it's AI, blockchain, and whether it's skills like creative designs, or uplifting or upgrading the skills in many of these technologies, we work with ICT Academy to develop a curriculum. Like Saji sir said, this is also the time where a 9-to-5 job doesn't work, right? And you have different type of contracts now. You have a full-time job. You also can be a gig worker, where you're working part-time into companies. And the third is you can be entrepreneurs. So all the three elements are available today in the ecosystem. So EY works with agencies to develop the curriculum, and agencies transfer these curriculum to the students. The third is incorporate, which means that yesterday we had around 30 to 40 students, and some of them might be here. We had a corporate immersion session in Metaverse itself, right, where we gave them not only the general orientation of what Metaverse is and how we use it in corporate, we also gave them a hands-on experience into developing their own worlds within the 4 hours that they were there in our campus. So those are some of the areas that we focus on. And our commitment to the Kerala state, as well as the governance in the state, is that we will continue to enhance the skills, and some of the skills definitely will work with us in our corporate, but a larger benefit into the ecosystem in uplifting the skills of the student communities, the students who have passed campus and looking for a job, or students who are willing to work in a gig mode, where they would like to take charge of their own career and job and earn revenue through specific jobs that they get paid for on the GATE platform. All of these today is available. It is up to the students to tap onto it, and overall it will continue to improve in the coming days, is what I feel.
Thank you, Richie. So we are moving to Varghese sir actually. Varghese sir, what would like to share with our students who would like to get into the green energy industry? How actually they will make themselves actually skilled on the specific domain? Please.
So skilling is to be done through hands-on training in this energy area. There are areas where you can do some kind of digital through software, everything is there. But unless otherwise, you do it hands-on, you won't get exposed. The software is basically used to improve upon the hardware, isn't it? Or to increase the productivity of hardware. So the first and foremost thing is get trained in the hardware. And I am sure our younger generation students are really good. They can catch up new technology, they can do it. What we need is to force upon the teaching community to get trained, to guide the students. In my personal opinion, I will say certain percentage of the teaching faculty must be from industry, unless otherwise we are never going to improve upon the industry academy interaction. It will be in the paper, but it will not be in action. That is what I feel. Technically, I feel.
Thank you. So we are quickly moving to a Q&A session. I hope actually the audience the students may have some queries to ask with the panel members. So we may take actually maximum 3 questions. So I'm requesting if anybody having any queries, please raise your hands. Our team will actually pass the mic to you. If it's a generic question, you just ask the question. If you would like to pose the question to any specific panel members, you please actually mention the panel member's name also. It will help us, the panel members, to answer.
And one more point I will add. In fact, I have been in industry for last 43 years as an employee, an employer, and a trainer. And what I observed is we are passing out raw students, most of them, just because they are not skilled enough. So now opportunities are good enough. If you have opportunities, you have a will for that, there is opportunities. For example, I myself is working in renewable energy, which is solar power plants, supply installation, commissioning of the same, electric vehicle charging station installation, commissioning of same. Now also we have an institute where we are just accredited to NSDC for our solar power systems. So like that, there are many in the state. If you are coming forward, there is opportunities.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, good afternoon. Manoj from ICT Academy. Sai sir is on the other side. Maybe he may be knowing it. Along with Richi sir is also there. So when we talk about technology, even jobs and technology, and it's changing every year, it's changing. As maybe after 5 years, 10 years down the line, we don't know where we stand and what type of jobs will be coming up. But at the same time, maybe engineering colleges to an extent is understanding it, and they are moving in tune with that. But at the same time, when you talk about the other sessions of society, even students like arts and science colleges or other courses, they are not much involved in that. And even they are also a pool of students which may come after a couple of years or even 5 years down the line, and they want to get jobs. And even one thing what I understood is like technology is on the top of everything, but at the same time, these students are not getting any ingredients of or even elements of technology. So how these outputs will be included in the industries as in different jobs as they come out of from different colleges?
So if I understand correctly, your question is, sorry, your question is about if engineering students come out, what about the career option for arts and science? Is that what your question is?
Yeah, for engineering students, as I said, as we all said, like there are a lot of changes happening in the curriculum, and even new technology things are coming there and they are learning it. But when you talk about the other side, even one statement we heard today is like technology should be there everywhere. So when you take the other subjects, how they come across this, there the curriculum is not changing, right? The industry interactions or industry collaborations is very limited, right? Comparing with engineering colleges. And these people should also have a job after their courses, right? And all the traditional conventional jobs are moving out. So how will you address this?
So you got the right point. Actually, it's not about a stream anymore. In our industry, we have people from BCom, BA, working on jobs that require skills to be developed in the technology area. While their primary skills is in the area of, say, for example, a person who's done BA, right? And he's coming into the industry, he or she can go into learning, development, and any other activity. But when the industry adopts that, it is very important for the person to also know the technology advancements in that particular domain. And we call that EdTech, right? So the gap definitely is there today. There has been an industry focus, or the focus out there is saying engineering colleges where we should all target, but that is fast changing. Today we are going even to polytechnics. Today we are going to arts and science colleges for hiring people in areas that they have never worked before. The industry has got a lot of sub-domains, as I would say, that need skill in all frames of education. And that's what what we are trying to do, is work with other agencies that tap into non-engineering streams and use the same concept of in-campus, off-campus, and incorporate and bring them to the mainstream. The focus has been less in the past, but I would say it is catching up rapidly, and we see a lot of interest from arts and science colleges to work in the domains that we operate today.
Can I add to that?
Yes.
What Mr. Manoj asked is a very, very relevant question, because if you look at around 7 lakh students, hardly around 50,000 must be from engineering stream. So you have a much larger coming from other areas. So when this university where I represent, Digital University, has formed, it was primarily formed to help people from non-engineering streams to do this digital transformation. So in almost all our courses, other than MTech courses, because that is mandated by ICT, we actually admit students from all other disciplines, because we believe that a person who is great in geography can actually use technology. If he has that knowledge, he will become a great geospatial analyst. So such options are available there, and the program which ICT and Digital University jointly doing in blockchain, again, it's a space where we are looking at students from multiple domains. But over the period, like Mr. Richie said about industry, even institutions also have to start looking at people from multiple domains and help them to develop their digital skills so that they transition very fast into the digital economy per se. And we are doing a little bit of attempt on that, and this university was set up primarily with that objective.
Thank you, sir. Any other queries?
Shri, just a point. Shri, here. I want to add to that. So in some of the arts and science colleges, there is a new field called digital humanities. So things are becoming hotter there also. And the fusion of this, right, that's multiple skill combining, that's where the secret lies, I think. So there are traditional jobs that you can see it as transforming into digital realm. But there are things like, I think Saji sir was talking about AI ethics, right? So that is a field where people from humanities will come in, philosophy, even any of those fields. I don't think there is any domain that will remain untouched by a digital transformation. So yeah, governments are in fact working with arts and science colleges and making it mandatory for them to have a digital awareness course at least. And if they are interested, they can pursue further.
Thank you. Yeah, any other queries? Yeah, please.
I have a question.
Yeah, please.
Hi. There's a very peculiar phenomena that's happening in India now, post-COVID, moonlighting. Somebody working for more than one employer. Now, I would like to know your stance on that, and this question is specifically to Richard and Sunita. One person represents a corporate and the other person represents an industry. So I would like to know your viewpoints on this. You know, recently I was in a conference where Rishabh Premji was one of the speakers, and he had recently drawn a lot of flack on social media for taking a stance against moonlighting. And later he had to clarify his stance. So that's also a context for my question. What's your stance on moonlighting? I know it's tricky.
There are areas where moonlighting is possible and feasible, but there are many areas which is not possible also. For example, one working for a company and he is handling several confidential documents or knowledge. He works for other company, naturally that can get automatically or partially transferred, which nobody will accept, because these data are really worth millions. So that is not acceptable. But there are areas where, for example, consultant's job. The consultant means in a consulting company, similar kinds of jobs are required for many people. So he can do it. And even for, I can tell you, people like organizations who are having electricians, plumbers, all these things, if they got filled with jobs, they have to do for many companies. So there are areas which is possible, but there are areas not possible. Not be allowed. In fact, not possible, not be allowed.
I would just say my personal view. This is a topic that is in the industry quite debated upon. And the word term recently came out with Swiggy coming and talking about, one of the industry partners coming and talking about moonlighting. So my personal view is, it's now in the topic of discussion because of the talent war that's happening, right? If my demand versus supply was equitable, or my supply was more than the demand, I don't think anybody can work 3 jobs, right? If I have adequate supply, and this is just a phase, that is happening in the industry today because of the talent war. And I feel it will disappear as soon as it has come. But I agree with sir to say that there is a code of ethics when you work with a company and the company employs you, right? So my personal view is if moonlighting should be allowed, then I should be able to pay the person 1/3 of the salary, which means equitable portion should be able to be coming from all, right? And that exactly is gig working. So gig working is exactly that concept where I don't have to be part of a corporate. I am not employed by a corporate. I am given the flexibility to work on different assignments that are out there that I can bid for, take, apply my skills and earn. Right? So I would just say that moonlighting term would go away, gig working will stay, and that's already an accepted practice in the world today, right? But it takes away your umbrella of I have a full time job of 9 to 5 with one person, and then I slice that time 9 to 2 with somebody else, and 2 to 4 with somebody else, and 5 to 9 with somebody else, right? So that's exactly gig working. So gig working will overtake that, and the more the industry adopts to gig working and the talent war is stabilized, I don't think that's a phenomena that will stick long.
Thank you, Rijas. We are running out of time. We'll take last question, then we'll...
Myself, Robin. Hearing to the wonderful panel discussion and also a few questions that was asked from the perspective of the abled society. So as of now, Richard sir was talking about gig working as well as moonlighting. There is a huge society back there, the disabled society, or the PWDs we call them, Divyangan, or the atypical society. So we don't see much of training happening or skilling happening for them, even though there are few very, I would say, siloed skilling initiatives. But what do you think from the perspective of NASCOM or larger industry support that can be given to these atypical society? Because not even 1% of the disabled or the differently abled or the atypical society is employed. There is a huge potential there. Now we can see that there are people who are working on, one person working on more than 3 jobs. So there is a demand, there is a huge supply there, but some problem is there in between this. Now, can you elaborate what is that and how can we solve this problem?
I didn't quite get the question because it was a lot.
Okay, my question is, I'm talking about the neurodivergent society, for example, autism, cerebral palsy. Because
I can answer that.
EY is already working on it. I know many of the interventions are happening. But since I've been working in this area for the last 10 years, so how is it we can bring in an ecosystem for them? Because there's a huge gap. Not even 1%, it's like 0.08% of them are employed. So it's not even 1%, but you have a huge potential, talent.
Sure. And I take that because this is, you must have read through that EY already has a global program on neurodivergent workforce. We've already taken initiatives in Kerala to work with neurodivergent workers, and we have a couple of them we started with Kedar and Vijay Raghavan sir to actually have that. It is, and I'm saying we are happy that we have started that trend in Kerala to push that boundary. We are fairly successful and happy with the skills that we have because, as you rightly said, they are single skilled, right, in one type of activity. It does require a change on our side to understand that and use it for the corporate's benefit. And typically, the 2 candidates that we have today in our campus are excellent performers, by the way. One is sharp with numbers. The other one is sharp with another skill that she has. But it requires a change in us as corporate. We need to be geared to support them. It's not that you should look at them with empathy. You should look at them with that they have a skill that we do not have, and that's why they are working in the corporate world. So it will take time. It will take a lot of effort, but I think the right steps have already been done. And as a corporate, we are committed to the PWD candidates that we have all across the world, and the numbers significantly keep on increasing. And so we have sort of invested time and effort into training our managers into working with differently able people, and that's how I think. So it's a slow start, but the start has eventually happened, and I think you will only see it getting better and better in the years to come.
Yeah, thank you. So considering that time limit, we couldn't able to make any other questions. I actually taking this opportunity to thank the other panel members as well as the audience to be part of this the discussion. Once again, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your wonderful session. It was great listening to the future jobs. Just a minute, sir. Before winding up the session, we would like to give a token of appreciation. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. So before winding up the session, you had a token of appreciation. So I invite Mr. Srikumar, sir, to Mr. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Smita Kumaran, Mr. Richard Anthony, and Mr. C.M. Varghese, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
As you were all aware, we had a paper presentation session going on, and it's over now. We would like to give a token of appreciation from our side to the paper presentation judges. And for giving the appreciation, I would like to invite our CEO, Sri Santosh Kurup. And the panelist members are Dr. Shaju Varghese, Associate Professor, BPC College, Piravam. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir.
And I invite Mr. Dr. Kurian MJ, Associate Professor, BPC College, Piravam.
And the third panel member is Dr. Juby George, Assistant Professor, Marian College, Kutikanam. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. And we have a request. I could find some few blank space over here. Can you please come forward? Those who are sitting on the back side, can you please come forward, because I can see so blank spaces over here. Please. And we are moving to the next session, partner session, the Kerala Spectrum of Jobs and Talents. The COVID-19 pandemic has changed Kerala's labor market as well in the working habits. of the workforce, this session will give a comprehensive idea of Kerala's workforce current situation and chances in the future. Our speaker is Mr. Sahaj Chawla. I invite.
Next is a speaker session, and the session is titled Coding Young. Coding courses are an excellent way to improve your skills, develop your creativity, and increase your earning potential. Coding for kids, also known as computer programming, is becoming increasingly popular. Learn more about this from a young coder who began coding at the age of 8. In conversation, we have Mr. Mohammed Amin, CEO, ABC Coders. He is just 13 and founded his coding academy, ABC Coders, with the help of his father a few years ago, and has since taught hundreds of children how to code. This Kochi-based adolescent is an absolute coding prodigy, and I welcome Mr. Mohammed Amin on stage.
And I welcome Adira Krishnan, the project associate of ICT Academy of Kerala.
Over to you, Adira and Mohammed Amin.
And I just want to add, Mr. Mohammed Amin has founded his coding academy at the age of 10.
Hello. എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം. നമ്മുടെയൊക്കെ കുട്ടിക്കാലത്ത് നമുക്കൊക്കെ പല പല ആഗ്രഹങ്ങളുണ്ടാവും അല്ലേ? പലതും പഠിക്കണം എന്ന് കൗതുകമുണ്ടാവും. ചിലർക്ക് പാട്ട് പഠിക്കാനായിരിക്കും, ചിലർക്ക് പടം വരയ്ക്കാനായിരിക്കും, ചിലർക്ക് ചില ഭാഷകൾ പഠിക്കാനായിരിക്കും. എന്നാൽ ഇന്ന് എൻ്റെ മുന്നിലിരിക്കുന്ന 13 വയസ്സുകാരനായ മുഹമ്മദ് അമീന് കൗതുകം തോന്നിയത് കോഡിങ്ങിനോടാണ്. കേൾക്കുമ്പോൾ പലരുടെ മുഖത്ത് എനിക്ക് അത്ഭുതം കാണാം. അപ്പോൾ ഇതിൻ്റെ കൂടുതൽ ഡീറ്റെയിൽസ് നമുക്ക് മുഹമ്മദ് അമീനിൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് നിന്ന് കേൾക്കാം. ഓക്കെ, അമീൻ ഒരുപാട് കേട്ട് മടുത്തൊരു ചോദ്യമാണ്, പക്ഷേ എല്ലാ പ്രേക്ഷകർക്കും കേൾക്കാൻ ഏറെ താല്പര്യമുള്ളൊരു ചോദ്യമാണ്. എങ്ങനെയാണ് ഈ കോഡിങ് എന്നൊരു ഈ ഫീൽഡിലേക്ക് വന്നത്? അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ 8 വയസ്സുള്ളപ്പോഴാണ് ആദ്യമായിട്ട് ഈ ഒരു കോഡിങ് എന്നൊരു സംഭവം കേൾക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ആ ഒരു സമയത്ത് എനിക്ക് ഗെയിംസ് അതുപോലുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ, എല്ലാ കുട്ടികളും നമ്മൾ ഗെയിംസ് കളിക്കുന്നവരാണ്, എല്ലാ കുട്ടികളും ഗെയിംസ് കളിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ഗെയിംസ് ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യം കേട്ടപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് വളരെ ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റഡ് ആയിട്ട് തോന്നി. അങ്ങനെയാണ് ഞാൻ ഈ ഒരു ഫീൽഡിലേക്ക് ആദ്യമായിട്ട് വരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ആദ്യം തന്നെ ചെറിയ ചെറിയ ഗെയിംസ് ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടാണ് ഞാൻ ഈ ഒരു കോഡിങ് എന്നൊരു ഫീൽഡിലേക്ക് വരുന്നത്.
ഓക്കെ, അപ്പോൾ ആദ്യമായിട്ട് ഐഡൻറ്റിഫൈ ചെയ്ത ഒരു തീം എന്തായിരുന്നു കോഡിങ്ങിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട്?
അപ്പോൾ കോഡിങ്ങിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഫസ്റ്റ് തന്നെയുള്ള എൻ്റെ ഒരു തീം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ ഒരു ബാസ്ക്കറ്റിലേക്ക് ആപ്പിൾ വീഴുന്ന ഒരു ഗെയിമായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ബാസ്ക്കറ്റിലേക്ക് ആപ്പിൾ വീഴുമ്പോൾ അത് ക്യാച്ച് ചെയ്യുക, അതാണ് എൻ്റെ ഫസ്റ്റ് ഒരു ഗെയിം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. ആ ഒരു ഗെയിം അതിനുശേഷം ഒരു പ്രൊജക്റ്റാണ് ചെയ്തത്. ഒരു നമ്മുടെ ജസ്റ്റ് കൺട്രോൾ കമ്പ്യൂട്ടർ, നമ്മുടെ ഹാൻഡ് വെച്ചിട്ട് നമ്മൾ കൺട്രോൾ ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു കമ്പ്യൂട്ടറാണ് ഞാൻ പിന്നെ രണ്ടാമതായിട്ട് ചെയ്തത്.
ഓക്കെ, ABC കോഡേഴ്സ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന കമ്പനിയുടെ CEO ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങളുടെ കമ്പനി എന്തൊക്കെയാണ് മെയിൻലി ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്? ഫോക്കസ് ഏരിയാസ് ഏതൊക്കെയാണ്?
അപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങളുടെ കമ്പനി ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് കുട്ടികളെ 6 വയസ്സ് മുതൽ 20 വയസ്സ് വരെയുള്ള കുട്ടികളെ കോഡിംഗ് പഠിപ്പിക്കുക, അതാണ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ കമ്പനി ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന കാര്യം. അപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങളൊരു സ്കൂള് റൺ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ ഒരു സ്കൂൾ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ കുട്ടികളെ അവരുടെ സ്വന്തമായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ബിസിനസ് റൺ ചെയ്യുക, സ്വന്തമായിട്ട് കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യുക, അതുപോലെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളാണ്
ഞങ്ങളുടെ സ്കൂളിൽ റൺ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ കമ്പനിയിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ കുട്ടികളെ കോഡിംഗ് പഠിപ്പിക്കുക, അതാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ മെയിനായിട്ട് ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്.
ഓക്കെ, അമീൻ സാധാരണ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസമാണോ അതോ നിങ്ങളുടെ സ്കൂളിൽ തന്നെയാണ് പഠിക്കുന്നത്? അമീൻ്റെ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷനെ കുറിച്ചൊന്ന് ഡിസ്ക്രൈബ് ചെയ്യാമോ?
അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ ഞാൻ ഹാഷ് ഫ്യൂച്ചർ സ്കൂൾ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഒരു സിസ്റ്റത്തിലാണ് പഠിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ ഒരു സ്കൂൾ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമുള്ള ടോപ്പിക്കുകളിൽ റിസർച്ച് ചെയ്തിട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ പഠിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഗ്രൂപ്പായിട്ട് ഡിസ്കസ് ചെയ്ത് നമ്മൾ ഓരോ പ്രോബ്ലംസിന് സൊല്യൂഷൻസ് കണ്ടുപിടിച്ച്, ഞാൻ ഒരു ഉദാഹരണം പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ, ഇന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾ മോർണിംഗ് സെഷനിൽ നമ്മുടെ സ്ട്രേ ഡോഗ്സിൻ്റെ ഒരു പ്രോബ്ലമാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ ഉള്ള ഒരു പ്രോബ്ലം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. ആ ഒരു പ്രോബ്ലം എങ്ങനെ നമുക്ക് സോൾവ് ചെയ്യാം, നമ്മുടെ കേരള സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് മിഷൻ്റെ ഒരു പ്രോഗ്രാം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അതാണ് ഇന്ന് മോർണിംഗ് സെഷനിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ ചെയ്തത്. അതുപോലെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളാണ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ സ്കൂളിൽ ചെയ്യുന്നത്.
ഗ്ലോബലി 1000-ലേറെ കുട്ടികളെ ഇതുവരെ പഠിപ്പിച്ചു. അപ്പോൾ അമീൻ എങ്ങനെയാണ് ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് ലാംഗ്വേജ് പഠിച്ചത്? എങ്ങനെയാണ് അതിൽ ഇത്ര ഫ്ലുവൻ്റ് ആയത്?
അത് ഞാൻ ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് പഠിക്കുന്നത് വേറെ പുറത്തുനിന്നുള്ള കുട്ടികളെ ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് ഞങ്ങൾ ഈ ഒരു ക്ലാസ് എടുത്തിട്ടാണ്, കോഡിംഗ് പഠിപ്പിച്ചിട്ടാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ ഒരു കോഡിംഗ് പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് നമ്മൾ US എന്നുള്ള കുട്ടികൾ, പിന്നെ നോർത്ത് ഇന്ത്യൻ സ്റ്റുഡൻസ്, അതുപോലെയുള്ള കുട്ടികളൊക്കെ വരുമ്പോൾ ഇംഗ്ലീഷിലാണ് കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുക. അവരിൽ നിന്നാണ് ഞാൻ കൂടുതലായിട്ട് ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷൻ പഠിച്ചത്.
ഓക്കെ, അപ്പം നോൺ IT സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് പഠിക്കാൻ വരുന്നുണ്ടോ അമീൻ്റെ അടുത്ത്?
ഞങ്ങളുടെ അടുത്ത് വരുന്ന കുട്ടികൾ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ചെറിയ കുട്ടികളായിരിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ അവർക്ക് പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് നമ്മൾ ഫീൽഡുകൾ അതുപോലുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളൊന്നും ഉണ്ടാവില്ല. അപ്പോൾ പിന്നെ ഉള്ളതെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ വലിയ സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ആയിരിക്കും. അവർ ചിലപ്പോൾ കോളേജിൽ വേറെ എന്തെങ്കിലും സബ്ജക്റ്റുകൾ, വേറെ എന്തെങ്കിലും കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ പഠിച്ച ആളുകൾ ഈ ഒരു കോഡിംഗ് ബേസ് മിക്ക കാര്യങ്ങളും ഇപ്പോൾ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നതാണ് കോഡിങ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇതിനൊരു ബേസ് കിട്ടാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് അവർ ഞങ്ങളുടെ അടുത്ത് വരുന്നുണ്ട്.
അപ്പോൾ നോൺ IT സ്റ്റുഡൻസിനെ പഠിപ്പിക്കുമ്പോൾ എന്തെങ്കിലും ചാലഞ്ചസ് ഫേസ് ചെയ്യാറുണ്ടോ?
ആക്ച്വലി ഇപ്പോൾ നോൺ IT എന്ന് പറയുകയാണെങ്കിലും അവർക്കും കമ്പ്യൂട്ടേഴ്സ് യൂസ് ചെയ്യാൻ അറിയാം. കമ്പ്യൂട്ടേഴ്സ്, മൊബൈൽ ഫോൺ അതുപോലുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ എല്ലാവർക്കും യൂസ് ചെയ്യാൻ അറിയാവുന്നതാണ്. മോസ്റ്റ്ലി എല്ലാവർക്കും ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ ഒരു സംഭവങ്ങൾ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നതാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇവർക്ക് ഇതുപോലെ സിമ്പിളായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ഇതൊക്കെ ഉപയോഗിക്കാൻ അറിയാവുന്ന ആളുകൾക്ക് പഠിക്കാനുള്ള ഒരു രീതിയിലാണ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഒരു സിസ്റ്റം ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ളത്. അപ്പോൾ അത് വളരെ സിമ്പിളായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും.
ഇനി കുറച്ച് ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റിംഗ് ആയിട്ടൊരു ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ ചോദിക്കാം. സാധാരണ എല്ലാവരും ഒരു 40 വയസ്സ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 40s ഒരു കമ്പനിയുടെ CEO ആകണം എന്ന് ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നത്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ആ ഒരു പദവിയിലേക്ക് എത്തിപ്പെടുന്നത്. അമീൻ 10 വയസ്സിലൊരു കമ്പനിയുടെ CEO ആയി. അപ്പോൾ ഇനി അമീൻ്റെ ഒരു 40s എന്തായിരിക്കും സംഭവിക്കാൻ പോകുന്നത്? അമീൻ എന്തൊക്കെയാണ് ഇനി ഫ്യൂച്ചർ പ്ലാൻസ് എങ്ങനെയാണ്?
അപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ ഫ്യൂച്ചർ പ്ലാൻസ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമ്മുടെ കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റിക്ക് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് എന്തെങ്കിലും ചെയ്യുക, അതാണ് എൻ്റെ ഒരു ഫ്യൂച്ചർ പ്ലാൻ. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ഇപ്പോൾ ടെക്സ്പെഡീഷൻ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടൊരു പുതിയൊരു പ്രോഗ്രാം ഞങ്ങൾ റൺ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അതെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ കുട്ടികളെ, നമ്മുടെ സ്കൂൾ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് നമ്മൾ ഈ ഒരു കമ്പ്യൂട്ടർ പ്രോഗ്രാമിംഗ്, അതുപോലെ സർക്യൂട്ട്സ്, അതുപോലെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ പഠിപ്പിച്ചു കൊടുക്കുക. അതാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ ഈ ഒരു ടെക്സ്പെഡീഷനിലൂടെ ഞങ്ങൾ ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ ഫ്യൂച്ചർ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ മെയിൻലി നമുക്ക് കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റിക്ക് വേണ്ടി എന്തെങ്കിലും ചെയ്യുക, പിന്നെ ഈ ഒരു കമ്പനി വളരെയധികം നല്ലോണം ഗ്രോ ചെയ്യണം. അതാണ് എൻ്റെ ഒരു ഫ്യൂച്ചർ പ്ലാൻസ്.
ഓക്കെ, ഒരു കോഡർ ആയിരുന്നില്ലെങ്കിൽ അമീൻ എന്തായാണ്?
അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ എന്തായെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, ഞാൻ മേ ബി ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു സ്റ്റുഡൻ്റ് ആയേനെ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ ചിലപ്പോൾ വല്ല സ്പോർട്സിലായിരിക്കും ഞാൻ നോക്കുക. മേ ബി എനിക്ക് ഏറ്റവും ഇഷ്ടം സ്വിമ്മിങ് ആണ്. സ്വിമ്മിങ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സൈക്ലിംഗ് അതുപോലുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ.
ഓക്കെ, അപ്പം നമ്മൾ കോഡിങ് മാറ്റി വെച്ചാൽ ഔട്ട്ഡോർ ഗെയിംസിലൊക്കെ ഏർപ്പെടാറുണ്ടോ? സെയിം ഏജ് ഗ്രൂപ്പുള്ള കുട്ടികളൊക്കെ ആയിട്ട് കളിക്കാറുണ്ടോ? എങ്ങനെയാണ്?
ഞാൻ കൂടുതൽ സ്വിമ്മിങ്ങിനാണ് എനിക്ക് ഏറ്റവും ഇഷ്ടമുള്ളത്. സ്വിമ്മിങ്, പിന്നെ സൈക്ലിംഗ്. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ സൈക്ലിങ്ങിൽ ഞാൻ ഏകദേശം ഒരു 50 കിലോമീറ്റേഴ്സൊക്കെ ഞാൻ സൈക്കിൾ ഔട്ടാൻ പോകാറൊക്കെ ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അതാണ് എനിക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമുള്ള ഒരു ഫീൽഡ്. പിന്നെ സ്വിമ്മിങ്ങിലാണ് എനിക്ക് കൂട്ടുകാരുമായിട്ട് ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ കളിക്കുന്ന ഒരു സംഭവം.
അമീൻ്റെ ഫാമിലിയെ കുറിച്ചൊന്ന് പറയാമോ?
അപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് 2 സിസ്റ്റേഴ്സ്, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഒരു ബ്രദറാണുള്ളത്. പിന്നെ എൻ്റെ ഫാദർ, മദർ, പിന്നെ എൻ്റെ ഗ്രാൻഡ് ഫാദർ, പിന്നെ ഗ്രാൻഡ് മദറാണുള്ളത്. അപ്പോൾ അവരും എൻ്റെ സിബ്ലിങ്സും ഈ ഒരു സിസ്റ്റത്തിൽ തന്നെയാണ് പഠിക്കുന്നത്. അവർ ഇപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ ഫസ്റ്റ് സിസ്റ്റർ ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് സെഷൻസ് എടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, കുട്ടികൾക്ക് ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് പഠിക്കാനുള്ള. അപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഒരു സ്കൂളിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ കുട്ടികളെ ബിസിനസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അതുപോലെ എൻ്റെ ഫസ്റ്റ് സിസ്റ്റർ അവൾക്കിപ്പോൾ 11 വയസ്സാണ്. അവൾ ഈ ഒരു കാര്യങ്ങളിൽ കുട്ടികളെ ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് പഠിപ്പിക്കാനുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളിൽ ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. പിന്നെ എൻ്റെ വേറൊരു സിസ്റ്റർ 7 വയസ്സാണ്. അവളിപ്പോൾ ക്യാൻവാസ് സെഷൻസ്, പോസ്റ്റേഴ്സ് ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനും അതുപോലുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്.
ഓക്കെ, ഗ്രേറ്റ്. അമീൻ്റെ റോൾ മോഡൽ ആരാണ്?
അപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ റോൾ മോഡൽ എലോൺ മസ്ക് ആണ്.
എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ്?
അപ്പോൾ ഇലോൺ മസ്ക് എപ്പോഴും പുതിയ പുതിയ ക്രിയേറ്റീവ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ അദ്ദേഹം ചിന്തിക്കും. ഇപ്പോൾ തന്നെ പുതിയ ടണൽസ്, അതുപോലെ സ്പേസ്, മാഴ്സിലേക്ക് പോകുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങൾ, അതുപോലെ കുറേ കാര്യങ്ങൾ അദ്ദേഹം പുതിയ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ആണ് അദ്ദേഹം പുതിയതായിട്ട് വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. അതാണ് എനിക്ക് മെയിൻലി ഇഷ്ടമുള്ളത്. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് എനിക്ക് ഇഷ്ടം.
ഓക്കെ, ഇനി അമീൻ്റെ ഫാദർ ഇവിടെയുണ്ട്. സാറിനോട് എനിക്കൊരു ചോദ്യം. ഹായ് സർ. 10 വയസ്സിലാണ് അമീൻ കമ്പനി സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത്, CEO ആവുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ സാർ എന്ത് റിസ്കിലാണ്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സാറിന് എന്തായിരുന്നു ആ ഒരു കറേജ് അമീനെ ആ ഒരു പൊസിഷൻ കൊടുക്കണം എന്നുള്ളത്?
ഞാൻ ഒരു പ്രൊഫഷണലായിട്ട് വർക്ക് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തു. ഞാനൊരു എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കഴിഞ്ഞ് ഞാൻ കോർപ്പറേറ്റ് ലൈഫിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ഒരു 6 വർഷത്തിന് ശേഷമാണ് ഞാൻ ഓൺടർപ്രണർഷിപ്പിലേക്ക് വരുന്നത്. ഓക്കെ, സോ ബേസിക്കലി ആ സമയത്ത് എനിക്ക് മനസ്സിലായത് ഇറ്റ് വാസ് ജസ്റ്റ് എ ഗ്ലോറിഫൈഡ് എംപ്ലോയ്മെൻറ്റ്. ഞാനൊരിക്കലും ഒരു കമ്പനി ഓണറോ CEO ആയി മാറിയില്ല. ഇറ്റ് വാസ് ജസ്റ്റ് അനദർ ഗ്ലോറിഫൈഡ് എംപ്ലോയ്മെൻറ്റ് വേർ ഐ ഗെറ്റ് മൾട്ടിപ്പിൾ റോൾസ് ഓർ ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ്. പക്ഷേ ഞാൻ അമീനിൽ കണ്ട ഒരു കാര്യം, ഞങ്ങൾ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷനിൽ വളരെ ഡിഫറൻ്റ് ആയിട്ട്, ഇപ്പോൾ അമീൻ സൂചിപ്പിച്ചതുപോലെ വളരെ ഡിഫറൻ്റ് ആയിട്ട് തന്നെ ഞങ്ങൾ തിങ്ക് ചെയ്തിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ആ ഒരു തോട്ട് പ്രോസസ്സിൽ നമ്മൾ കണ്ട കാര്യം, ഇവർ പഠിച്ച കാര്യത്തെ മറ്റൊരാളെ പഠിപ്പിച്ചു കൊടുക്കുമ്പോൾ ശരിക്കും ഇവരുടെ സ്കിൽസ് ഇമ്പ്രൂവ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അതിൽ നിന്ന് നമ്മൾ അമീനിന് ഈ ട്രെയിനിങ്ങിന് വേണ്ടി ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ് കൊടുത്തപ്പോൾ ഒരുപാട് എഫേർട്ട് ഇടുന്നുണ്ട്. ഒരു 6 hours ഒക്കെ കണ്ടിന്യൂസ് ആയിട്ട് ക്ലാസ്സൊക്കെ എടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് മനസ്സിലായി ഈ പറയുന്ന ലീഡർഷിപ്പ് ക്വാളിറ്റി ഇവർക്ക് ഉണ്ട്. സോ ദാറ്റ് വി ജസ്റ്റ് മോട്ടിവേറ്റഡ് ആൻഡ് വി ജസ്റ്റ് എൻകറേജ് ദം. അപ്പോൾ അത് കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ ആ ഒരു കോൺഫിഡൻസ് കൊടുത്തപ്പോൾ അമീന് ഈ പറയുന്ന റോള് എന്നേക്കാളും, ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ ഞാനൊരു എംപ്ലോയി ആയിട്ട് ഞാനൊരു കമ്പനി സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന സമയത്ത് നമ്മളെടുത്ത് അതിനേക്കാൾ കൂടുതൽ ഓണർഷിപ്പ് റോളുകൾ എടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. പുതിയ മൊഡ്യൂളുകൾ ആഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയുള്ള ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റും കാര്യങ്ങൾ എടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ട്രെയിൻ ചെയ്യാൻ തന്നെക്കാളും സീനിയർ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ആളുകളെ ട്രെയിൻ ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയുള്ള ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ് എടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് മനസ്സിലായത് എന്നേക്കാൾ കൂടുതൽ ഓൺടർപ്രണറിയൽ ക്വാളിറ്റി അമീനിലുണ്ട്. ആൻഡ് ദ സെയിം ഞങ്ങളുടെ സ്കൂളിലേക്ക് വന്നപ്പോൾ വി ഡിസ്കസ് ദ സെയിം വിത്ത് അതർ സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ഓൾസോ. ആൻഡ് ഇറ്റ്സ് ലൈക്ക് ഇപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങളുടെ സ്കൂളിൽ എടുക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഒരു 8 ഓൺടർപ്രണേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട് ഔട്ട് ഓഫ് ദ 28 സ്റ്റുഡൻസ്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ 8 ഓൺടർപ്രണേഴ്സ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ വളരെ ചെറിയ പ്രായം, 7 വയസ്സ് മുതൽ 13 വയസ്സ് വരെയുള്ള കുട്ടികളിൽ നിന്നാണ് 8 ഓൺടർപ്രണേഴ്സ് വരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് ഈ പറയുന്ന ലീഡർഷിപ്പ് സ്കിൽസും ഓൺടർപ്രണറിയൽ സ്കിൽസും ഉണ്ട്. സോ ദാറ്റ്സ് വാട്ട് ഐ ഫൗണ്ട് ഔട്ട്. ഈ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് നമ്മൾ വിചാരിക്കുന്നതിൽ കൂടുതൽ ടാലൻ്റ് ഉണ്ട്. ആൻഡ് ദേ ലേൺ ആൻഡ് ഗ്രോ ഓൺ എ ഡെയിലി ബേസിസ്. നമ്മൾ മുതിർന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമുക്ക് കൂടുതൽ കാര്യങ്ങൾ പഠിക്കാനും റിസ്ക് എടുക്കാനും ഫെയിൽ ആവാനും ഒക്കെ ഭയങ്കര മടിയാണ്. കുട്ടികൾക്ക് ഇതിനൊന്നും ഒരു മടിയില്ല. എത്ര തവണ വരും ഫെയിലാവും, എത്ര ടഫായിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളും അവർ ലേൺ ചെയ്യും. അതാണ് എനിക്ക് കാണാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ളത്.
ഓക്കെ സാർ, ഇനി ഓഡിയൻസിന് എന്തെങ്കിലും അമീനോട് ചോദിക്കാനുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ചോദിക്കാം. ഓഡിയൻസിന് എന്തെങ്കിലും ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് ഉണ്ടോ?
ഐ മീൻ എന്തൊക്കെ ലാംഗ്വേജസ് ആണ് പഠിച്ചിട്ടുള്ളതും പഠിപ്പിക്കാറുള്ളതും? എന്തൊക്കെ കോഡിംഗ് ലാംഗ്വേജസ് ആണ് പഠിച്ചിട്ടുള്ളതും പഠിപ്പിക്കാറുള്ളതും?
ലാംഗ്വേജസ് ആണോ ചോദിച്ചത്? അപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾ മെയിൻലി ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് കുട്ടികളെ ആയതുകൊണ്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ ബ്ലോക്ക് പ്രോഗ്രാമിംഗ് ആണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. എന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ലെഗോ ബ്ലോക്സ് ഒക്കെ നമ്മൾ വെക്കുന്നത് പോലെ അതുപോലെ കളിക്കുന്ന ഒരു പ്രോഗ്രാമിംഗ് ആണ്. അത് സ്റ്റാർട്ടിങ് സെഷനാണ്. അതിനുശേഷം പിന്നെ പൈത്തൺ, ജാവ, C++, അതുപോലുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെയാണ് കുട്ടികളെ പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ വേണമെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ കുട്ടികളെ ബേസ് പഠിപ്പിച്ചു കൊടുക്കുകയാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഫുള്ളി ഈ ഒരു സംഭവം പഠിപ്പിച്ച് കൊടുക്കുന്നതിന് പകരം അവർക്ക് ബേസ് ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് കൊടുക്കുക, അവർക്ക് അതിനകത്ത് ഒരു ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ് വരുത്തുക. അതാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യുന്ന കാര്യം.
Any more questions? ഓക്കെ, അമീൻ എന്താ പ്രേക്ഷകരോട് പറയാനുള്ളത്?
ഓക്കെ, അപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ ഈ ഒരു ടെക്നോളജി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമ്മളുടെ ഒരു ഫ്യൂച്ചറാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അതെല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാം. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഇപ്പോൾ ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസിൻ്റെ കാര്യം പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ അത് പല ജോബുകളെയും റീപ്ലേസ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അതുപോലെ അതിന് ഇരട്ടിയായിട്ട് ജോബുകൾ പുതിയത് വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ് ഈ ഒരു ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസ് കാരണം. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഈ ഒരു ആർട്ടിസ്റ്റുകളുടെ കാര്യം നോക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഡാലി ആ ഒരു സംഭവം വെച്ചിട്ട് നമുക്ക് നമ്മുടേതായിട്ടുള്ള റിയലിസ്റ്റിക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഇമേജസ് നമ്മൾ ജസ്റ്റ് ടെക്സ്റ്റ് എൻ്റർ ചെയ്യുന്നതുകൊണ്ട് നമുക്ക് ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ സാധിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ അത് പുതിയൊരു ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസ് വെച്ചിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു സംഭവമാണ്. അതുപോലെ നമുക്ക് പുതിയ മൂവീസ് ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ, അതുപോലെയുള്ള പുതിയ പുതിയ കാര്യങ്ങൾ. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ പല ജോബുകളും റീപ്ലേസ് ചെയ്ത് പുതിയ പുതിയ ക്രിയേറ്റീവ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ആളുകൾക്ക് വേണ്ടിയാണ് ഈ ഒരു വേൾഡ് വരുന്നത്.
ഓക്കെ, താങ്ക് യു അമീൻ. വൺസ് മോർ, എനി മോർ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ്? ആർക്കെങ്കിലും അമീനോട് എന്തെങ്കിലും ചോദിക്കാനുണ്ടോ? ഓക്കെ, അപ്പോൾ താങ്ക് യു അമീൻ. ഇത്രയും വിലയേറിയ സമയം നമ്മളോടെല്ലാം ചിലവഴിക്കാൻ സാധിച്ചതിന് താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച്.
ആൻഡ് താങ്ക് യു ഫോർ ഗിവിംഗ് മീ ദിസ് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി.
Thank you, Amin. It was great listening to you, youngest CEO. And before winding up the session, I would request Adira to give a small token of appreciation from the side of ICT Academy of Kerala to Muhammad Amin. Thank you.
Thank you. And here, as a part of the ICSET, we conducted treasure hunt, where around 367 participants have registered and participated. From this huge participation, we have filtered to 2 teams in first place and second place. This event contains 5 different and technical rounds to test their skills and knowledge. Now we are announcing the winners. The first place, College, Nirmala College of Arts and Science, Chalakudi. Team members, Bensol, Lenak, Liju. I welcome you on the stage. And second place, college name, Sripati Institute of Management Technology. Members, Abhidhar M.A. and Udit Narayanan. I welcome you. And I welcome Meera Matthew, Lead Knowledge Officer at ICT Academy. I repeat, the first place goes to the team Bensol and Lineland College, Nirmala College of Arts and Science, Chalakudi. The second place goes to Sripati Institute of Management and Technology. Team members Abhidhar and Udit Narayan. If they are not available, okay. Congrats. Thank you, Meera.
We are now moving on to our final speaker session of ICSET 2022. And this session is focusing on the topic, Making the We Console Way. The COVID-19 pandemic has transformed how we interact with co-workers and friends. With more people working from home, video conference apps have grown in popularity. vConsole software, for example, was named the best video conferencing software in the Union Electronics and IT Ministry's National Innovation Challenge. Learn more about it from the person who created it. In conversation, we have Mr. Joy Sebastian, CEO, TechGencia Software Technologies Private Limited. Joy Sebastian is the co-founder of this software technologies and the owner of the company that created vConsole software. which was named the best video conferencing software in the Union Electronics and IT Ministry's National Innovation Challenge. We welcome you here, sir.
And I welcome Dr. Manoj A.S., the Manoj, Head of PCD, and Manoj, sir, currently work as Head of Programs and Government Operating Unit and former Head Corporate. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And today we have with us Mr. Joy Sebastian. Maybe most of you may be aware about Joy Sebastian. And even at least in 2020 to 2022 or 2021, when this COVID pandemic hit us, we started using more video conferencing tools, right? And one of the tool which has been created even from the state of Kerala, that is vConsole, is owned by this gentleman. And he won the award from the government of India. And it has been called as the Bharat VR. That is video conferencing for this Bharat itself. At the same time, right now it is called Kerala VC. That is video conferencing tool for officially for Kerala government also. So I have a lot of questions, and even though Joy, welcome to the session, we may have a lot of question answering and interview sessions earlier. Maybe it's a replica, but I have added a couple of new questions. The first question is, how was your journey and how it becomes so interesting and exuberant and you have reached here? What is your answer for that?
Thank you, Dr. Manoj, and very good afternoon to everyone who is listening to me. And the question is, how is PC?
Yeah.
Okay.
You said you started in 2009.
Yeah, definitely. TechGenshare, actually, my company, started in 2009. Before that, I was in a company, a startup company. Definitely one of the first product company from Kerala, which was in called Avenir. It was in Kochi. And I started with them. Fortunately, it was a product company. And I was fortunate enough to work on a technology which was maybe in the dial-up era of internet. Okay. They were dreaming about something like WebEx and Zoom in 2000.
Yes.
And I was fortunate enough to start with that company. And that is my starting point in this technology domain. And when I left the company, it was not me left the company due to, everyone may be familiar with the product company's financial struggles and all. So they actually closed down in 2006, and I started after 3 years. Maybe that employer itself, that first employer itself, asked me to start a company in the same domain to develop a product for them. That is what came this much far. And in 2020, we actually made a product for India. Before that, in 2014, we made a product similar. It may not be a product, we can call it a technology platform, which can be white labeled, and that is being white labeled by some of the companies from Europe and US, and they actually selling it from 2014 itself. But we made our showing up only in 2020 due to this India Innovation Challenge by Ministry of Electronics and IT. That is the history.
Okay, great. See, you are an entrepreneur as well as an innovator, maybe as a group. Do you think that innovation is important to become an entrepreneur? Even now, even today, because right now a lot of youngsters are into this innovation.
Everyone may be surprising. From 2009, I am doing video conferencing. And what is in it? Some of them actually asked me, what is in it? We were actually dreaming about some technology, which was in 2014, till 2014, the video conferencing domain was actually ruled by hardware technologies. Because video conferencing is not a simple thing to do. You have to grab all the video data from all the participants and taken it to a server and mix it real time and pump it back to the client. In all of a sudden, I mean, less than 50 milliseconds. So that was not possible in an era where hardware was not capable of, generic hardware was not capable of doing it. Then it was done by specifically designed graphical chips. So that particular hardware was very costly and it was affordable only to prime ministers and chief ministers in that point of time. So we were dreaming about something, that hardware, if it is possible to replace that hardware with a pure software technology, it will be an innovation and it will be a disruption in the industry. That was I was dreaming, and in 2014 we were able to do that with limited capacity. And during pandemic, you know, of course there is innovation. That innovation made us definitely stay in the field till today, and we are innovating much more to compete with the global giants right now.
Okay, great. So we call it as Bharat VC, Kerala VC. And you connect with, started collaborating with Oracle also. So what is your association with Oracle?
They're actually, most of the video conferencing right now is running on cloud. Actually, Government of India doesn't want a cloud-based video conferencing solution. That is why they go on for a challenge. But most of the video conferencing applications are running on cloud right now. In India, there are some strict regulations for video conferencing right now happening. We are actually doing High Court's video conferencing right now. Kerala High Court actually. It is not a video conferencing, but it is a virtual courtroom with the workflows for the judges, court masters, everything defined into the video conferencing. So that is running on a cloud, and we are using Oracle India for that particular stuff. So that is where this relationship happened, and now they are actually promoting us because they can also sell their technology, cloud technology, through our platform. That is what is happening. That is the relationship with Oracle right now. Okay. So as you said, like you started in 2009 with limited people. Now you have grown up to 104 member organization. So how that, that innovation quotient still exists in your organization? Do you have any philosophy or any ingredient in creating that innovation quotient in your organization? Yeah, definitely there is a problem with attrition and all for every organization. With attrition, we cannot do this kind of long-term research because it needs a great patience, it needs a long persistence in the same technology, because it is not that easy to have video conferencing. Even though open source components are there, it is not possible that you can scale and make it an industry-ready platform. So to do that, and of course there are multiple interoperable protocols are there, starting from the binary H.323 to the newer technology WebRTC from Google. A lot of interoperable platforms are there, need to be interoperable in video conferencing. So it is not an easy thing to handle without persisting people in the organization. So my good and best thing with my Techgentia is my team is sticking along with this technology for 12 years right now. And that may be due to the passion to the technology and their insistence to be a family like Techgentia to be there. They are not, if you look at the industry right now, and we are hearing a lot of things happening, agility in the industry, even though that is happening around, there are world-class engineers working in video conferencing with me. They are staying with me and they are continue to stay forever. That is what is happening. Okay, great. See, basically, as we have seen a shift even in the behavior pattern or even the way the students think,
even right now, most of the students, they are inclined towards innovation and entrepreneurship. And there are a lot of government schemes for that. As an entrepreneur, as an innovator, what are the things which you have to share with these students or the youngsters where they can be the innovators? Because there are plenty of challenges right now. As you said, there are a lot of competitors, but a person who becomes successful, you may have your own ways of doing things.
Yeah.
So to them, what is your message?
Maybe I will call myself as an accidental entrepreneur. Not an entrepreneur by, in the terms like what we see in startups right now. I am an accidental entrepreneur, and but the entrepreneurship is now becoming a normal, because when I see the TKM days I had in 1999, we only have a kind of a placement cell there. So they are actually trying to guide us to be a good employee and make us a good employee. Right now, you can see every colleges have IDC cells, and they are making people ready for that. I can tell you a story, if you consider me. We have a client from 2014. They are from Norway, and they are in the northeast part of Norway. And the city is called Tromsø. And in that city, less than 50,000 people are there. And they are running our video conferencing and giving premium video conferencing service to their community in different forms, of course. Only 50,000 people are there. Our royalty revenue from that particular company, I can tell you the fact. It's around monthly $25,000. So you can see how much India is capable of. So that is where we are. In my panchayat, I am coming from Mararikulam Panchayat, which is famous. And that panchayat itself have around 70,000 people residing, where we didn't tap our potential. That is what I want to tell you to these students. And you are very lucky. We are in an era where technology is emerging and empowering you all. So I can tell you, even you do an entrepreneurship in a panchayat like Mararikulam, you can emerge, you can do wonders, and India is going to give you opportunities post-pandemic.
Okay. So basically, if you may have an idea, you start you get into entrepreneurship, you start an enterprise, it's very important that you need a very enthusiastic, innovative team. So how you really augment these skills as well as innovation among your teams?
Definitely, that's a very good question, and it's a strange question, of course. Innovation does not comes with what you call the education that currently we are in. That's a problem. When you look at things, I'm always telling to the students this, when they come to meet me in the office. Innovation is nothing that is rocket science. That is what you need to understand. That is something that changes that, what you call, say for example, services, products, the day-to-day activities you are in. You can just think about what change may be attractive to the upcoming generations. You are now dealing with a lot of things. If you are dealing with a hotel, if you are dealing with a, what you call the shops, small shops, if you look, my next generation will like to do something which is not happening in the shop right now, but if you can just change something, maybe narrow, that is called an innovation. It is not a rocket science. That innovation will change. Innovation will add more customers. Innovation will change the perspective. Of course, that is where now people are thinking innovation is something. I always tell the thing of para. തേങ്ങ പൊതിക്കുന്ന പാരയെ പറ്റി ഞാൻ എപ്പോഴും കുട്ടികളോട് പറയാറുണ്ട്. 10 വർഷം മുമ്പ്, ഐ വിൽ യൂസ് മലയാളം ഹിയർ ബിക്കോസ് ഐ കുഡിൻറ്റ് മേക്ക് ഇറ്റ് അതർവൈസ്. 10 വർഷം മുമ്പ് നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിലെ പാര ഇപ്പോഴുള്ളതുപോലെ ചെറിയൊരു ലിവറുള്ള പാര ആയിരുന്നില്ല. it was very struggling to, എന്താ പറയുക, നമ്മൾ ആ തേങ്ങ ഒതിക്കാൻ വീട്ടമ്മമാർ വളരെ സ്ട്രഗിൾ ചെയ്തിരുന്ന സ്ഥലത്ത് നിന്നിട്ട് ഏതോ ഒരു എൻജിനീയർ, ഐ എം calling him an engineer. One day he also happened to use that particular thing, struggled with that. He thought, if we can make a simple lever for that particular thing, then it became a innovation and it became a normal to every people right now. എൻ്റെ അമ്മയ്ക്ക് പോലും ഇപ്പോൾ she is 75 now. ഈ ലിവർ ഉള്ളതുകൊണ്ട് തേങ്ങ പൊതിക്കാൻ പറ്റും. That's an innovation. That kind of innovations you get, but if you look at things in the normal life, day-to-day life, you can see a lot of stuff change with small kind of, very small shifting in the normal things you are dealing with right now. That is called innovation. Every innovation can convert to an entrepreneurship right now. And there is a possibility, technology, of course, you are into a, നിങ്ങളിപ്പോൾ മാരാരിക്കുളം പഞ്ചായത്തിനെ മാത്രമല്ല ഡീൽ ചെയ്യുന്നത്, you are going to deal your innovation to the world right now. You can just, in a minute, you can tell your innovation to the globe. So that is the opportunity you have right now.
Okay, great. Next question. Do you think that this is a little bit of a tricky question? Maybe you may have seen this or you may have used this. Do you think that known to unknowns and unknown unknowns should be talked or should be considered when you get into this customer satisfaction or customer delight with regard to innovation? So when you innovate something, it is very important that the customer satisfaction or the customer experience is very important.
Yeah.
So whether you have taken into consideration the known unknowns or the unknown unknowns, two things are there.
Okay, that is very, very important when it comes to, because when I started talking about, I think in 2015, I started talking about you can do video conferencing purely using software. So people started hearing it, then they looked at me, where are you coming from? I told them I am coming from Cherthala. Then they were thinking about, they were telling or murmuring, oh, in Cherthala it is possible. Is it possible? So whenever we started talking about something that is new, people will started staring at you, because you are not coming from the valley. You are not coming from the California valley, and you are talking about, it's from a, what you call, it's a village kind of info park where I am staying. And you are talking about video conferencing, which is done by Cisco and Polycom right now. And you are telling them it is possible without the Cisco hardware and Polycom hardware. So it is very difficult people to understand. And in only 2020, when I was appearing for the final demonstration of my product and explanation of my product, I got to face with real questions from India about video conferencing. Till then, people were wondering whether it is possible with a small company like TechGentia. So it is a bit difficult, but we survived, that's all.
Okay. One general question, as you were a student, then you changed from a student, or you elevated from a student to an entrepreneur to an innovator. There are plenty of students sitting here. These are all can become the entrepreneurs of tomorrow or innovators of tomorrow. Basically, even though we have changed our education system, a lot of things has been changed. But if I ask you three important things which still needs more emphasis and change to become the innovators of the world for this generation, what are the three things?
Of course, stick to the basics, one. Because without the basics, you are not going to innovate. You are not going to innovate. Second, look around all the things. You cannot do something innovative without knowing what you are going to do or what you are going to innovate. Because I will tell everyone, when you do Facebook and WhatsApp or whatever tools you are familiar with, you need to know what they did so far to make a better product than WhatsApp or Facebook. What they are doing, it is important. If you look at students here, you may be used to Facebook and you are commenting, congratulations. Then stars, flowers will start popping up. And we can tell everyone, wow, it's a very good feature. And when you look at, if you are an engineering student and an aspirant, you need to know how they did it. Other than that, you couldn't innovate. So that is the two important thing. Third, don't stop anything in the mid of something. Because, after only 12 years, Techgentia got to know to the next door, at least. I'm not telling Techgentia is known to everyone and everyone knew us, but at least to the next door company. Only because we persisted throughout these 12 years. So these are the three important advices I want to tell you.
Okay. See, there's a cultural shift which usually happens for innovators across the world. Maybe you have implemented this in your organization, but even our youngsters should also should understand, and they should also make the shift. That is, yes, I can do. There's a but which comes to yes, I can do, and what else? So how can you inculcate that culture into the youngsters?
Okay. Once again, can you clarify that to a bit?
If you ask something to somebody, even they may say, okay, I can do, but there is a problem. Okay. And they show some reluctance, especially in these generations we can see. But for an innovator, it is important that yes, but to yes, and what else? So that mind change or that shift, how can you bring that culture?
You are saying about something done and then
yes.
what?
Yes.
Okay. That's a question of what you call. See, whenever you have a problem in front of you, you are going to do something and solve that issue. Is that problem? One important thing for innovators is when you see a problem, you need to ask whether this problem really exists. First of all, really exists in the sense whether others feel that this is a problem and whether your solution is going to be accepted by anyone outside. Then if there is something that you are getting the answer of that, then after doing what, that question does not exist. Because if you've done a solution for a problem, then you have someone else to show. If you see, I am seeing video conferencing from 2000, say for example 2006 or so. I am doing it. Before that, from 2000 I am seeing audio conference. But when I tell this to people, people are not accepting it. When people started using it, that will give an encouragement to me. Now people started talking about Techgentia's video conferencing, that will give more enthusiasm in me. So whenever you feel some problem is solved, you just try to propagate it and give it to at least to your friends and tell them, I solved this issue by this. If you can use this and solve that problem for you, it will be, then that propagation will happen. Then I think that will be their motivation.
Okay, I have only 2 more questions.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, number one is like when you created this vConsole as a conference platform, there are 2 things. One is about the customer expectations and about the customer experience. Okay. How do you match this? Because this is something which is very difficult also, because there are plenty of players and competitors. And creating this vConsole as a brand is not easy, even as a startup company. Yeah. So how do you match this expectation with the experience?
2 things. Customer expectation is very high because the industry and the global scenario is ruled by the giants right now. Zoom, Google Meet, Microsoft, all are there, and they are adding up features every day, and we are trying to keep the pace up to them. Because the challenge is, everyone is used to video conferencing right now, and vConsole is coming in, and then people started asking, where is this button? That button is there in Zoom, and you don't have this button here, it is somewhere else. Customer expectations are very high. Of course, the numbers. Before the pandemic, video conferencing, we were looking at the statistics of video conferencing every time, and maximum 5-6 people may be using video conferencing in a particular conference. When the pandemic started happening, the numbers in each conference started pumping up. That moves to first 200, then the demand was very high, then it moves to 500. Now Cisco and Zoom is giving 5,000, 10,000 participants in a meeting. So that expectation, that demand is always there on vConsole too. People want to use vConsole, but they were looking at features that was not there with Zoom or Cisco. When Zoom was 100, people were asking whether vConsole have 1,000 participants availability. If that is there, we will get vConsole in and we will take out Zoom. And that expectation is very high, very demanding, but we are talking about an era where Zoom may be employing 1,500, 2,000 engineers to engineer that particular product. Google may be engineering 2,000, 3,000 engineers in that. We are employing only 100. And that pace, that is the only limitation I am seeing in vConsole right now to meet the expectations of the client. The R&D in video conferencing is so much. And the new features that is coming with video conferencing is very demanding, and every day they are adding features. To keep up that pace, it is not enough engineers we have, and of course the skill is very much important. We cannot get freshers in and employ them. They may give output tomorrow, that is not going to happen. They may be there for at least 1 or 2 years with us. Then only they can start doing something on video conferencing. That's the problem.
Okay, thank you. My last question, as we move from IR 4.0 now slowly to 5.0 and the world of Metaverse. So what is the future plan of Technology as a company?
Metaverse is a bit, in the video conferencing domain, what Microsoft Teams was announced, I think 1 year back, 1 or 1.5 years back, was they are coming up with Metaverse enabled video conferencing. But what, in my feeling, video conferencing is all about. Now we are seeing 144p video, and we cannot identify the expressions from video conferencing right now. None of the tools that is running in India that is providing that capability to feel that face expressions, to convey the feeling of the other participants. Metaverse doesn't give that sense, in my understanding. Metaverse is going to place a virtual echo of you inside a video conferencing, and that doesn't mean, I think, anything in video conferencing. If video conferencing need to persist, you need to have 8K video presented on the other side. That requires huge bandwidth. That requires huge network capabilities. So with the 5G and all, I'm not feeling Metaverse is going to change drastically the video conferencing domain, but what is going to change video conferencing domain is the network that is going to come in the name of 5G and other expectations. So that will give you a real feeling, what we are feeling right now in the video conferencing, that each and every pixel on your face is important in video conferencing, not your echo in the Metaverse. Your eyes, I need to see. Your lips, I want to see. Your nose, I want to see how it is going to reflect my talk. Right. That is very important in video conferencing, I think.
Okay, thank you, Joe, for your answers for the questions. I think it was great interacting with you, and a lot of inputs were shared. And any questions from the audience? If you like to ask 1 or 2 questions to Joy, a very enterprising entrepreneur, and who is one of the innovator also. If you like to share or ask 1 or 2 questions, Very fastly, we'll take 1 or 2 questions, else we'll sign off. Yes.
Hi, it was a great interview and you shared great insights. So the question is like, you are operating out of Info Park Cherthala, which is at a remote park, IT park. And your core team is also from, because they are my juniors, from Government Engineering College Idiki. Your core team is from, you have got some members from there. So how do you select people and what are the qualities that you look at when you are hiring employees and how do you motivate? Because I have spoken to many of them and they are really motivated working with you. So how do you motivate your employees? So what are the qualities that you look into and how do you motivate to stay with you?
It is a very interesting question. I would like to talk to you after this. Anyway, happen to be they are from Idiki Engineering College, the first employees of my company, other than me and 2 other team members I had when I started the company. They came as an intern to the company actually. They came as an internship program that is offered because in 2009 they came to me due to some personal relationship. They need a project. Actually they were looking for Android was coming in and they were looking for an Android project. And I told them I have a requirement then. I was then looking for a solution like controlling the desktop with an Android phone. I was searching for something and I was doing hands-on coding for that at that point of time. And they came in for a project. And I asked them whether they can do it. They told me, we will try. If you can tell us how to do, we will try. Because Android was just coming in and Android's capabilities were very less then. And I told them, I need a remote control for a PC using my smartphone. That was my requirement. They started developing it and they actually went done partially a POC, less than a POC, they did it and they went back. When I want people after say 1 or 2 months, I called them up whether they want to do a job here because they knew we were 3 or 4 then in the company 2009. So they came back. They came back with one more guy. He was not in the team when the project was done. And I asked them, I am doing this video conferencing and desktop sharing, screen sharing, that kind of a product I am doing. Whether you want to come across. They told me they will be joining me. They are still with me and they are the directors of the company right now. So that is the story behind this Idiki Engineering College. The same is happening every year. Someone want to do internship in the company and I am giving projects. I mean live projects, this kind of small things I want to do or I would like to see in the future in the product. And I am giving projects to them and they are doing something. If they want to join the company after that, they will be joining and continuing with me. That is what has happened so far. Some of the guys, I was listening to the panel discussion earlier, some of the guys were talking about whether it is possible that arts and science students can join a company like ours. I will tell you, I have a story. In 2014, my wife is a school teacher. She actually doing mentoring to more people and she is the IT coordinator in that school. So 2 kids come to me after their +2. They told me a story, like they are passionate about technology. That is what they told me. They love programming. Those are the 2 words they used. I asked them, what do you know right now? They told me I can do PHP programming and MySQL backend. I told them we are not using it because we are into C++, Java, Spring Boot and all these technologies. So they are okay. They told me, we don't need your job. We want to do something that help us to grow. Please give us some assignments that is not with your company. You don't need to pay us. So After 2-3 months, they came back. All the stuff happening is everyone come to me because I am from a village and I am an entrepreneur in the village. So everyone near my village will come to me and ask me whether there is a possibility of a job there. I ask them to go back and study something and come back. 10% of, at least 10% of them come back. These guys came back after 3 months and told me we need to study something. We would like to do game programming. I told them try out Unity 3D because I knew something on that. After 2-3 months, they came up with a game. They developed. They are only +2 guys, and actually they lost in +2, I think. These guys are still with me right now, and they are doing video analytics in the vConsole. And video analytics is for, now we are developing some health domain video conferencing, typically video conferencing in health domain. And they are actually doing something like, from the face expressions, they can evaluate the vitals of a patient. That kind of analytics they are doing only with the +2 background. So these kind of guys are coming into the company and they are staying back and they are giving me the strength. And of course there is a family bonding is there. Everyone come to the company, they are coming to a family which is telling them to stick on. And they are actually mutually helping us and helping us. They are actually together. I think this wireless is growing together and they knew they are growing and they are making a beautiful world-class product. So they are sticking on. That is what is happening.
Okay. Thank you, Joey. Thank you so much. Yeah. We'll wind up. Thank you, audience, for your patient listening too.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the wonderful session. Before winding up, I would like to invite Dr. Manoj, sir, to give a talk now appreciation. Thank you, sir. So I hope we are experience the metaverse over here, and I would like to invite the team members, Sign Labs and Extruder. Those are the people who have give the metaverse experience over here. And I would like to invite our CEO, Mr. Santosh Kurup, to give a token of appreciation. I invite the team Extrude and Sign Labs on stage, please. I invite Extruder. And thank you for the team who have given the good experience of the metaverse over here. I hope we all enjoyed the metaverse experience over here. Yeah. Thank you team. Sime Labs. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We are moving to the next phase and almost the last phase of valediction. Valedictory is like an Oliver twist. Oliver twist comes at the last and demands more. Let this valedictory session be like an Oliver twist. Here we come to the conclusion of ICSET 2022 Metaverse Reimagining the Future. For making this valedictory more fruitful and interesting, we have an army of guests to make it memorable.
Let's now invite the dignitaries on stage for the valedictory function. We have with us Professor Dr. Rajashree MS, Mr. Dinesh Kumar, Mr. Dinesh Thampi, Dr. Srikanth, and Dr. Deepa Bhiti. I request all the dignitaries to be please on the stage. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome, sir.
Let's start the valedictory function with the welcome address. For the delivery of the welcome address, I welcome Dr. Srikanth, Head Research of Solution Department, ICT Academy of Kerala. And for the presidential address,
distinguished guests, participants and friends, a very good evening to one and all. Thank you. It's my privilege to welcome all of you to the valedictory session of the 6th edition of ICT Academy of Kerala's International Conclave on Skills, Engineering and Technology. We experienced some anxiety and confusion during the first iteration of ICSET in 2016. Bringing academia and industry together was a bit challenging at the inception phase of ICT AK. Its increased acceptance and favorable comments regarding the benefits motivated us to plan the conclave every year. We were successful in establishing the pattern over the years from shifting sands insight-driven India, IR 4.0 to this year's Metaverse. Taking our evening further and to begin the valedictory function, let me extend a warm welcome to Dr. Rajashree, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Kerala Technological University. Despite of her busy schedule, she has joined us today. We appreciate you being here, ma'am. We are pleased to welcome Mr. Suhas IAS, Managing Director of CIAL, as our, sorry, I was a bit engaged with some other paper presentation works and all. Sorry, sir. So it is, so again, let me extend a warm welcome to Mr. C. Dinesh Kumar, Director of Airport Operations, CIAL, as our honorary guest today. As you are aware, he was gracious enough to provide us with this lovely venue to hold the conclave. We are pleased to have you among us here, sir. Let me extend a warm welcome to Mr. Dinesh Thampi, Vice President of TCS. Mr. Dinesh is also one of the directors of and a great supporter of ICT Academy of Kerala. He will be delivering the President's address today. On behalf of everyone here, let me extend a warm welcome to him. Let me also extend a hearty welcome to everyone present here, including dear professors, faculty members, corporate and media friends, delegates, parents, student friends, and my dear colleagues. Once again, a warm welcome to one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is the presidential address, and for that, I invite Mr. Dinesh Thampi, and he is the Vice President of TCS and has an experience of over 35 years in the industry. He is also the Board of Member of ICT Academy of Kerala, and I welcome you, sir, for delivering the presidential address.
Thank you. Respected Vice Chancellor of KTU, Dr. Rajeshri ma'am, APD, Mr. Dinesh Kumar, Dr. Srikanth, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, dear faculty members and dear students, a very warm good evening. First of all, thank you for inviting me for this great event, which I know ICT Academy of Kerala, along with the Academia, does every year. And I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the organizing committee for such a great event, and especially picking up a topic or the theme, Metaverse, Reimagining the Future, which is as relevant and very relevant as far as the current times are concerned. I'd like to share a few perspectives of what I see as far as the technology is concerned, especially with the acceleration which has happened. And when I say acceleration, it's not only happened just on the technology front, even business models changed. Even though business models changed, they were able to do that because it was very well enabled by technology, and what will be in store for the future with the new emerging technologies coming into place. So technologies today is changing at a rapid pace, enabling faster change and progress, causing an acceleration of the rate of change. However, it's not the technology trends and the emerging technologies that are evolving. A lot more has changed because of the pandemic, as I mentioned earlier. This makes professionals, especially in any field, especially in the IT and the technology field, to ensure that they are pretty much in track of what is happening as far as the trends are concerned, irrespective of the domains, whether it's like banking, financial services, retail, technology, even in the domain education. I think we all know, like, a lot of edutech companies had come in, startups had come in. So in every walk of life, the business models change is happening and very well enabled by technology. But certain aspects, I think the technology trends or the new technologies play a much more of an impactful role as far as we as human beings are concerned. So one thing which I think at least in the next 2 to 3 years, all the professionals has to do is constantly unlearn, learn and relearn, even though you don't like it, but it's not, may not be out of desire, but anyway there is no choice but to do that continuous learning going forward. And we know the newer technologies are emerging. And I think, like, as the theme says, Metaverse is one of them. Artificial intelligence is one, I think, like, coming into play with a lot of, especially with the natural processing language and the machine language, with the, and all the data being the new fuel put into place. The amount of analysis which is coming into play is very high. And the another new technology coming is the 5G. And 5G, obviously, I think it can make an impact, and lot of newer attempts are done to see how it can be made effective. And the key part for enabling the newer business models, the leveraging metaverse, newer forms of customer experience and cross-industry linkages. The two key industries which specifically play a greater role or like adapt to these newer technologies is gaming and retail. So I think it's better to watch the trends as far as the retail and the gaming industry is concerned to understand where these technologies are going. AR and VR technologies will serve as a major stepping stone for Metaverse, as they are the core and define how people use these as the entry points to the virtual world. The idea of Metaverse means an ever-growing share of our lives, labor, leisure, time, happiness, and relationships will be spent inside virtual worlds rather than just aided through digital devices. What all these means is to, as I mentioned earlier, stay current as far as the emerging technologies are concerned, and can we like put an attempt in whichever way, by yourself or like joining an institution or taking training, and see how we will be able to, each one of us, understand what is happening as far as the trends is concerned, go in depth as far as the interest you have from a technology and see how we can get into a job and how we will reach there. So that is the key aspect of it. And as there are many emerging trends coming into play, now we all know about like 5G, artificial intelligence, Metaverse, but along with that, quantum computing and also like digital trust, which is the security aspect of it. We all know when the technologies move, especially from the physical state to a cloud, the importance and the criticality security plays in each one of them. Then obviously IoT, blockchain, there are enough of technologies coming into play. Now, with all these things, whatever happening, I think as a summary, if you ask me, there are three key areas where the future has to be focused, especially with the students. One is the future of business, the second is the future of technology, and third is the future of workplace. The workplace, why I meant is, that is one thing which got completely disrupted. That doesn't mean which any profession you are in, completely it was disrupted. Everybody started working from home. So, and also in that process, that anywhere talent as an aspect came into play. So now we also, as TCS, we know, we have like recruited people irrespective of wherever they are, and they are working from home. And they may be like joining a TCS Kochi branch, maybe from working from Pune. The ask now is, can they go to the nearest office as needed and work from there? So it's like a distributed talent across. So it's the future of business, future of technology, and also the future of workplace. So those are the key aspects I thought I will share with you. And I would encourage all of us, I think in this day session, each one of us would have got like enough of takeaways and see how we can actually experientially put them into play and work towards a success of our future. So thank you very much. Thanks Santosh and the team from ICT Academy for inviting me for this great function. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. For next, the presidential address. I welcome, thank you for your presidential address, and for the valedictory address, I welcome Dr. Rajashree MS, Vice Chancellor of APJ Abdul Kalam Technological University, Kerala, and she is an expert academician and researcher, and she holds multiple key roles in the field of education in Kerala. Welcome, ma'am.
Shri Dinesh Thampi, Vice President TCS, Dr. Srikanth, Shri Dinesh Kumar, Director CIAL, Dr. Deepa, Santosh, my friend and CEO of ICT Academy, other distinguished colleagues from industry, faculty members, and my dear students. I'm seeing many familiar faces here, right from there, Varghese Cherian, then Binu, Robin, Joy, several faces here. Some of them are wearing masks, so I'm not able to see them. But first of all, let me congratulate Santosh for this for arranging this wonderful gathering here with very exciting technical exposures to the student community of Kerala. So Dinesh Thampi has set the right context, and he has exposed the challenges that we are facing now in the changes in workplace, in the changes in technologies, and the changes in business models. So these are not something which can be directly factored into the educational institutions, but can only be experienced by these kind of events where many such experiences come live in front of you. So we know that over the past several decades, technology has been changing, but we haven't seen such a rapid pace of disruptive technology intervention in businesses with COVID and new emerging technologies like AI, ML, blockchain, etc., which has really revolutionized the way businesses work. Now, coming to the engineering programs and the study in engineering colleges, it is very structured, and then we look at some basic concepts and try to may conduct some exams, give degree, etc. But once you are in the workplace, you experience a very different world where it is the innovative mind and the innovations through technology that can be combined with your domain knowledge, which can improve the businesses. That is what matters, and that is the view that one should be having from the beginning itself in your college days. So such platforms and the activities of, I have been associated with ICT Academy since its inception, I should say several years back when I was working with IIT, and it was a very wonderful model that was set up for bridging the industry academia gap by bringing several industry interventions in the academic life of the students. It has been successful to a great extent, especially in having these kind of camps and programs for the students in colleges, where students get exposed to the new models and new use of technologies that are coming in the industry. But still now the opportunities ahead of us are the following. There is nothing that prevents us from learning, because knowledge has also become very open, and it is possible for us to mix and match the knowledge areas to come to a state where we can solve a particular problem using the technology space that is available to you. And that is where the innovation comes into picture, and combining your innovative thinking with the basic knowledge and the available technology for enhancing user experience, and that is how we should see how business progresses, and there you have the opportunity. So never look for very stereotyped kind of jobs which are there to recruit you in a massive way from the campuses as it used to be. But it has to be very, very different, and there are opportunities for you to work when you are studying, and there are several other avenues for you to work with. It is not only for businesses. You would have listened to Robin Tommy when you would have experienced the way how the societal needs are met with very beautiful and innovative technologies, making life very different for some people who are differently abled. And there is also another potential customer for the technology and your innovative mind, which is the government. We have various programs and schemes, and the governments are looking for young talent to come up with solutions to solve the problems. So I was reading an article from the previous director of IIT Delhi. He was talking about our mad rush to programs like computer science and information technology. Then he was asking, who is going to solve problems for the nation? Who is there to address the fundamental problems that the society faces? So the way we look at technology and the technological capabilities that electronics, computer science and IT has brought in, because these are only tools and knowledge areas for us to intervene in problems that come from very fundamental ways, and it is for us to see how we can use these kind of technologies and knowledge to solve problems which are very fundamental and which are very native. That is the way we should look at our engineering programs and study in the engineering colleges. An electrical engineer is no way inferior to a computer engineer, but it is for the electrical engineer to see how the problems that we face in electrical engineering, the very fundamental problems like transmission losses, the way electric vehicles are being built, and the way control systems are made for different kinds of operations, and the way embedded systems work. These are the fundamental things, and technologies like AI, ML, blockchain, they come as technologies, but how you embed these technologies to your fundamental engineering problems and solve the problems excellently, that is what matters. And this is true for any engineering discipline, not only engineering discipline, any area of knowledge, be it medicine, be it basic sciences, be it life sciences, or any knowledge area for that matter, this is how we should look at problems, which means that our knowledge should never be confined as silos, but we should be looking at disciplines, maybe one discipline from another discipline, and having multiple disciplines combined together to solve a problem, and also getting deep into one discipline and looking other disciplines from that discipline. These are all the interesting ways to see multidisciplinarity, interdisciplinarity, and cross-disciplinarity to solve problems. So it is all about solving problems using the knowledge, the fabricating the knowledge that we have from various perspectives and looking the problem. Most of you will be familiar with the approach of design thinking, and you have to use design thinking with all the knowledge and also from all the technological perspectives and different knowledge areas perspectives. And our engineering problem solving to make products and solutions should substantially change with this novel perspective. People used to learn problem solving in C programming, used to write algorithms. Those days are gone, and we have everything to drag and drop to make systems available. And you have everything available as frameworks, your blockchains, or see, I don't know if now itself machine intelligence will be available as a service for us to orchestrate and do a problem which I am looking for to solve using MI. And these are not going to be forever, but still it is not using the technology only from the technology's potential to solve problems, but the fundamental way of modeling problems using these fundamentals of technology, that is also important. So it is not that you solve an MI problem using TensorFlow, but what is the problem and how you can model the problem and how you can have a solution in a better way, not using the existing frameworks. That is also there for a group of students to work on, and that is the most challenging way you should be looking at problem solving. So never try to solve problems using existing solutions, but think about the problems from the beginning in their very native form and come up with solutions which will become very versatile and abstract after some point in time. That is where your engineering mind differs from a mere problem solver who are using technologies and tools for solving a particular problem. So these are the different paths available for you children. So look at Metaverse and see how you can give a different experience, a more profound experience for a user than the current technology, and how your basic engineering skills and knowledge and your mathematical capabilities, your data analytic capabilities can be used for coming up with such systems which is going to disrupt the whole world. That is where you should be looking for, and that should be the aim when you are attending such conclaves. Let me congratulate Santosh Kurup and his team once again for having made such a gathering possible. And I wish ICT Academy good luck, and also for all young technology enthusiasts here and the business leaders who have come to excite children. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Moving on, next I invite our guest of honor, Mr. C. Dinesh Kumar, Director of Airport Operations CIAL, for delivering the felicitation. Welcome, sir.
Good evening to all. I think every evening I don't do casual. Anyway, I just want to re-energize it. Good evening to all. And respected dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, and my dear young engineers. I too belong to the engineer group. I am basically a civil engineer from Thrissur Engineering College, 1988. After my engineering, I entered in the road infrastructure. I happened to be one of the first road engineers of India. We started, I become the part of the road construction. The quality road which you see today, we started the construction 1990. Till 1994, I was there in the road engineering field. Then I moved to aviation. I joined Kochi International Airport Limited in 1994 at the planning stage. Kochi International Airport, is the first airport in the public-private participation. I happen to be the few employees joined in 1994. That time, people doesn't know whether this airport will come or not, whether it will become a reality or not. I joined in 1994 as a construction engineer. I doing in the planning, construction, everything. Then 1999, we commissioned the project. It started operation. Then I moved to airport operations. Since 1999, airport started the operation. Till today, I am in the operation. Now, I am the director of operation, controlling the entire airport operations here. So, you know about Kochi International Airport, a very unique airport in the country. First airport in the public-private participation. And the success of Kochi International Airport, what you see the bigger airports in the country, in the Delhi International Airport or Mumbai International Airport or Bangalore International Airport, all these airport investment came in India from multinationals in India and abroad. The capital inflow into the aviation industry came only because of the success story of Kochi International Airport. We triggered the aviation industry during the year 1999, the success we triggered. So we become a model to country. Lot of unique features you have seen, about Kochi International Airport, a model airport, a unique airport of architecture. We have done this airport copying the temple architecture of Kerala. Generally, if you travel anywhere in India or anywhere in abroad, you see airport only like a shopping complex model, which covers with the glass and steel or anything. It's generally a shopping complex model. This is the airport, unique airport, totally fitting to the country's architecture, the temple architecture of Kerala. We have had the award from UN. It is almost equivalent to the Nobel Prize. The airport totally running on renewable energy, power neutral airport. 100% running on power renewable energy. And in Kochi International Airport is the second biggest power producer in Kerala next to KSCB. You can understand that how we have progressed. So we are going beyond aviation and we set a model to the country. And now the government of India is trying to, our Prime Minister is trying to build the regulation. Every airport, every industry in India have to have contribution to the renewable energy. The power which they consume, maybe 20%, 30% has to be from renewable energy. Accordingly, the master plan, their production plan has to be or managed to be remodified, suiting to the overall countries or international environmental management plan, which India also become a member or India also signed for the protocol. If you look at the aviation industry, huge opportunities for the youngsters. If you look at the runway design or taxiway design, terminal building design, everything, when we do it, we do simple mathematics or calculation with the drawings, CAD drawings or anything. Now, in your generation, you are looking at the 3D modeling or passenger walkthrough. We can create the passages, mock passages. So, huge opportunities for runway. You can, in reality, virtual mode itself, you can actually, aircraft can be landed or touched down. All those scenarios can be created. So, design part on the runway or taxiway or aircraft parking area or terminal building, huge opportunity for the young engineers to create a virtual reality and do the perfectly cost-based, perfectly suited to the operator requirement, you can go for a design. And if you look at the security, because aviation, though you see from outside, aviation is a very, people are using with the code, with the 5 stars, everything they are working. But it's a very tough, highly regulated and highly monitored by government of India. Safety and security is very tough here. So if you look at the safety part of the aviation, if you look at the X-ray part or DFMD, CCTV, every area is a highly technologically monitored area. Huge opportunities for the young engineers to come in, especially on the IT sector. Then if you look at the data management, which Madam was telling, data management of the aviation industry, you know, passengers are traveling from the domestic to international. So many multiple combination of data has been generated in the aviation industry. So for me, for example, if I want to discuss with an airline, okay, recently, I don't know whether you have seen Kochi Airport has bagged the best airport 5 to 15 million category. I also went for the award at Poland, Krakow, that area. We got the award. When we went to Europe, I took it as an opportunity. Why don't I talk to managing director? Why don't we go to Germany and discuss with the Lufthansa? Because we don't have Lufthansa here. So we went there, we had a discussion. They told they will take time. So now we are trying to discuss, Kochi International Airport is trying to discuss with the Lufthansa Air whether this route is a viable route or not. Now this is opportunities for a big data analysis. So currently passengers traveling to Cochin to Germany or Cochin to total Europe or onward beyond that, Europe or US, how they are traveling, how we can analyze the data, whether they are traveling from Cochin, Bombay, then to Europe, or Cochin, Delhi, then to Europe, or Cochin, Bangalore, then to Europe, or Cochin go to any country in the Middle East, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, then going beyond. So many data combinations are there. If we combine all these data, we can create a model, we can create a simulation, and we can tell the airline, yes, we can create a sector Cochin to Frankfurt. It is viable. This is the quantum of passenger traveling. So it's a very big area, route management or route analysis, big data analysis. That type, I'm telling in aviation, every area is an area for innovation. We have currently, you know, the entire, we have 13-kilometer compound wall is there, where it is been currently manned by CISF. There is a new innovation is coming, perimeter intrusion system, wherein anybody intruded inside, there is an automatic alarm and there is a system. So there is another area. Every area in the aviation security, aviation safety, aviation service level, aviation decision making, every area is an area for innovation. Every area for these engineers to create a innovation model or virtual model and tell people like me, I am not a technical person. I am not a technical expert like you. To tell management personnel, aviation management personnel to me, so this is an area where you can improve, where you can do better way by bringing technology. So anyway, I am not talking much on that. Anyway, good. It's an opportunity for me to interact with this many young engineers. So I also becoming an young. Anyway, thanks for Santosh inviting me and to speak a few words and take a few time from this function, validatory function. Thank you very much and all the best. I invite you everybody to come to aviation industry and become India's most sunshine industry, India's most visible industry, to take a part and innovate, because you, please see, only 5 to 6% only Indians traveling in aviation. Look at, if it become 20%, if it become 25%, you cannot imagine what is going to happen in the aviation industry. So a great area. I invite everybody, innovate for the aviation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Dear guests, we are having a launch and a few more award distribution, so kindly help us with it. At this occasion, I am extremely happy to announce that ICT Academy of Kerala is all set to announce a new collaboration platform for connecting all our key stakeholders together. ICT AGAM is getting launched now, and I invite Professor Dr. Rajashree MS to kindly launch the platform. Ma'am, please.
And I request our CEO to also join the same. We are getting into corporate awards and request Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Rajashree to kindly give away the awards, and I request our CEO to also join the same. Thank you. It's okay, it's okay. As I mentioned, we are getting into the corporate awards and academic awards. And here, as a corporate award, first is ICT Excellence Award. It's given to an organization that has been made and marked at the national level. We are proud to this award to a startup that has won the national challenge of ₹1 crore for the video conferencing platform. We would like to call upon the founder and CEO, Mr. Joy Sebastian, and we request Dr. Rajashree to give away the award of ICT Excellence to Mr. Joy Sebastian, CEO. So would you like to share a few words? So would you like to share a few words?
Nothing. I had around 40 minutes of talk to you. Then what other to tell you? Thank you very much, ICT Academy. This is one of the largest stage I came across within these 2-3 years. So thank you very much, Santosh sir and Rajashree ma'am, Dinesh sir, everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And next award, we go to a valued partner. This award is given to the organization that have walked with us every stage of our journey in the last 1 year. We are pleased to announce the awards to Ernst & Young. We are request the team EY to come forward and collect the award from Dr. Rajashree. I welcome team EY. So I'd like to share a few words of experience with us, sir.
I think as Joy also said, I had a chance to speak to you on the panel. But thank you. It would not have been possible without the support of ICT and the leaders over on this dais. We work with each one of them. And thank you for the student community who has partnered with us, the colleges, the deans, the principals, the placement officers. All of them have worked together with us to contribute to giving back to society. So we are all proud. And in this success is also your success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next award is Business Partner. This award is the best for organizations which have received our services and have found them valuable. We request Mr. Anupam Prasad and team Reflections to come forward and collect the award from Dr. Rajashree. I welcome Anupam Prasad, the Reflection team. Thank you, sir. I would like to share a few words about our services.
Thank you very much. Good evening. It's good to be here. Good to see all of you. We have been associated with ICT in the areas of training, specifically on the data engineering field. It is good to see a lot of young talents, a lot of young people with a lot of great ideas. And we look forward to working with you and associating with all of you in your journey as well as to join ours on the realm of technology. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Next award is for the Technology Partner Award. This award is for the organizations that support our students with the capabilities of new technologies. And we are pleased to announce this award to TCS Rapid Labs for the support we received for the Metaverse technology. We request the team TCS Rapid Labs to come forward and collect the award from Dr. Rajashree, the Honorable Vice Chancellor. I welcome Mr. Robin Tommy, a few words.
Thank you so much, ICT Academy, Santosh sir, and our own guru here, Dinesh sir is there. So it was Dinesh who actually connected us with Santosh, ICT, and the entire family. So any technology, I'm so happy that we could support ICT Academy, especially the Metaverse training that we started almost like 3 to 4 months back along with Riji, Manoj and team. So it's so happy to see Metaverse are so much progressed and the entire conference is on the Metaverse topic. Once again, thank you for considering TCS Rapid Labs to your family. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin Tommy. And our next award for the Knowledge Partner Award. This award gives to the organization that has collaborated with us in developing and delivering skill courses. We are pleased to be the best to the award to LinkedIn. We request Mr. Jayant to collect the award from Dr. Rajashree. I welcome Mr. Jayant from LinkedIn. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ICT, for this recognition. And it's really an honor to share the stage with all of you all here. I think one of the reasons why I think our collaboration has succeeded is because at the core vision of LinkedIn and ICT is the same, right? Which is creating economic opportunities for you in the case, students in the case of ICT, and LinkedIn is looking at a global audience. And I think as that vision continues to match, we will continue to succeed in this collaboration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. We are moving on with the next set of awards, and that is the Academia Partnership Awards. These awards are given to academic institutions that have worked with ICT Academy of Kerala and has delivered significant result values to students and faculty members. This award is presented to 4 institutions, and firstly, I invite officials from Nirmala College of Arts and Science, Chalakudi, Thrissur. And for giving away the memento, I invite Mr. Dinesh Thampi, sir. Thank you, sir. Next, I would invite officials from Christ College Autonomous, Thrissur. Christ College Autonomous, Thrissur. Next award is presented to Christ Nagar College, Maranallur, Thiruvananthapuram, and I invite Mr. Dinesh Kumar sir to give away the awards. And the 4th award goes to Nilagiri College of Arts and Science, Talur. Next is the award distribution to the 2022 Thank you, sir. And next set of award is for the 2022 Decathlon winners. And Decathlon is an annual technical skills competition organized by ICT Academy. And the 2022 edition had Metaverse as its theme. And firstly, I invite the 3rd prize winners, Miss Annie Ann Abraham and Miss Dina Maria George. They belongs to Zion team from St. Gitt's College of Engineering. I welcome both of them to the stage. And I invite Mr. Dinesh C. Kumar sir to present the certificates. On sir. Next. And next I invite Mr. Dinesh Thampi sir to present the check for the winning team. The second prize winners of Decathlon 2022 are Mr. Aditya Prem, Mr. Abhay P. Biju, Ms. Anu Rose Sebastian from St. Kitts College of Engineering, and their team's name is Team Techie. I welcome them also to the stage. And I invite Mr. Dinesh sir to present the certificate and Dinesh Thampi sir to present the Congratulations. And next is the first prize winners, and they are Mr. Aaron Abraham Shibu, Mr. Aditya Kiran M. Kurup, and Mr. Arun Vasandan, belonging to Silvak team from St. Kitts College of Engineering.
Please give them a good applause.
Give them a big hand. Congratulations, team Silvak, for your achievement.
Thank you. So, I hope you all know we have a paper presentation at the beginning, already mentioned, and I would like to announce the first place for the paper presentation I have achieved by the Federal Institute of Science and Technology, Ankamali. The title was Lithium Ion Battery Modeling, a Machine Learning Approach. The authors was Pankaj Kumar, Aman K. Shihab, Narayan V. Ishar. I would like to invite you to the stage for the paper presentation, and I would like to invite Dr. Rajashree ma'am to give away the awards. And the second place goes to Caramel College of Engineering of Technology, Alapura. The title there was done 3D facial features in neurophysiology model for predictive grading for childhood autism. The author is Dr. Reggie P.R. I cordially welcome Dr. Reggie P.R. Please give them a good applause. Thank you. The first prize achieved by Fizat Angamali. The title is Lithium-Ion Battery Modeling, a Machine Learning Approach. The authors were Pankaj Kumar Ji, Aman K. Shihab, Narayan B. Ishwar. Please give them a good applause. Congrats. The second place was Caramel Engineering of College, Alapura. 3D facial features in neurofuzzy model for predictive grading of childhood autism. Dr. Preji PR. Please give. Thank you.
I request all the guests to please be seated. Moving on, as a part of the academia membership given by ICT Academy to various institutions, we are presenting a memento and a certification to all the member institutions. And I kindly request the institution representatives to come forward for receiving the recognition. And I invite our CEO, Shri Santosh Kurup, for handing over the memento and recognition. Firstly, I invite officials from Rajdhani Institute of Engineering and Technology, Attingal, Thiruvananthapuram.
And I invite MET School of Engineering, Thrissur. MET School of Engineering, Thrissur. Nehru College of Engineering and Research Center, Thrissur. Prajodhi Niketan College, Thrissur. Universal Engineering College, Thrissur. St. Mary's College, Wayanad. St. Mary's College, Sultan Bathery, Wayanad. Government Engineering College, West Hill, Kozhikode. College of Applied Science, Thrissur. Chelakara, Thrissur. Sri Chitra Tirunal College of Engineering, Thiruvananthapuram. Trice College, Autonomous, Irinjalakoda, Thrissur. Vidya Academy of Science and Technology, Technical Campus, Thiruvananthapuram, Kilimanur. Government Women's Polytechnical College, Nadupuzha, Thrissur. SEMS School of Engineering and Technology, Karukutti, Ernakulam. Lourdes Mada College of Science and Technology, Kuttichal, Thiruvananthapuram. Christ Nagar College, Thiruvananthapuram. ACE College of Engineering, Thiruvananthapuram. Rajagiri College of Social Sciences, Autonomous, Kochi, Ernakulam. Mar Athanasius College of Advanced Studies, Pathanamthitta. NSS College, Pathanamthitta. NSS College, Pathanamthitta. Providence Women's College, Kozhikode. Providence Women's College, Kozhikode. Government Polytechnical College, Kasaragod. Government Polytechnical College, Kasaragod. Vimal Jyoti Engineering College, Chemperi, Kannur. Vishwajyoti College of Engineering and Technology, Vazhakulam, Ernakulam. Vishwajyoti College of Engineering and Technology, Vazhakulam, Ernakulam. Kochi Institute of Science and Technology, Ernakulam. Kochi Institute of Science and Technology, Ernakulam. Mangalam College of Engineering, Kottayam, Etumanur. Mangalam College of Engineering, Kottayam, Etumanur. MES College, Marampilli, Ernakulam. MES College, Marampilli, Ernakulam. UNS College of Engineering, Science and Technology, Kollam. UNS College of Engineering and Technology, Kollam. TKM College of Arts and Science, Perur, Kollam. TKM College of Arts and Science, Perur, Kollam. Sripadi Institute of Management and Technology, Palakkad. Sripadi Institute of Management and Technology, Palakkad. Ilahiya College of Engineering and Technology, Muvattupuzha, Ernakulam. Ilahiya College of Engineering and Technology, Muvattupuzha, Ernakulam. St. Pius College, Rajapuram, Kasaragod. St. Pius X College, Rajapuram, Kasaragod. Sri Narayana Institute of Technology, Adur, Pathanamthitta. Sri Narayana Institute of Technology, Adur, Pathanamthitta. College of Engineering, Pathanapuram, Kollam. College of Engineering, Pathanapuram, Kollam. Lal Bahadur Shastri College of Engineering, LBS College. Lal Bahadur Shastri College of Engineering, Kasaragod. EKNM Government Polytechnic College, Kasaragod. EKNM Government Polytechnical College, Kasaragod. National College of Arts and Science, Thiruvananthapuram. National College of Arts and Science, Kallattumukku, Thiruvananthapuram. St. Thomas Engineering College, Mattannur, Kannur. St. Thomas Engineering College, Mattannur, Kannur. Government Polytechnical College, Mattannur, Kannur. Government Polytechnical College, Mattannur, Kannur. St. Saviour's College for Women, Aluva, Ernakulam. St. Saviour's College for Women, Aluva, Ernakulam. NSS College of Engineering, Palakkad. NSS College of Engineering, Palakkad. St. Xavier's. Mar Ivanius College, Thiruvananthapuram. Mar Ivanius College, Autonomous, Thiruvananthapuram. College of Engineering, Pathanamthitta. College of Engineering, Kallupara, Pathanamthitta. Yuvashetra Institute of Management Studies, Mundur, Palakkad. Yuvashetra Institute of Management Studies, Mundur, Palakkad. MES KVM College, Malappuram. MES KVM College, Valancheri, Malappuram. MEA Engineering College, Malappuram, Perindalmanna. MEA Engineering College, Perindalmanna, Malappuram. Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology, Kochi, Ernakulam. Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology, Kochi, Ernakulam. Institute of Engineering and Technology, University of Calicut, Malappuram. Institute of Engineering and Technology, University of Calicut, Malappuram. Amal College of Advanced Studies, Nilambur, Malappuram. Amal College of Advanced Studies, Nilambur, Malappuram. Mar Chrysostom College, Pathanamthitta. Mar Chrysostom College, Pathanamthitta. Little Flower Engineering Institute, Kalamassery, Ernakulam. Little Flower Engineering Institute, Kalamassery, Ernakulam. Government Polytechnic College, Perimpavur, Ernakulam. Government Polytechnic College, Perimpavur, Ernakulam. FISAT, Federal Institute of Science and Technology, Mukkannur, Ernakulam. Federal Institute of Science and Technology, Mukkannur, Ernakulam. Albertian Institute of Science and Technology, Kochi, Ernakulam. Albertian Institute of Science and Technology, Kochi, Ernakulam. College of Applied Science, Tamarasheri, Kozhikode. College of Applied Science, Tamarasheri, Kozhikode. Sri Buddha College of Engineering, Alappuzha. Sri Buddha College of Engineering, Alappuzha. Carmel College of Engineering and Technology, Punnapura, Alappuzha. Carmel College of Engineering and Technology, Punnapura, Alappuzha. WMO Arts and Science College, Wayanad. WMO Arts and Science College, Wayanad. CHMM College of Advanced Studies, Thiruvananthapuram. CHMM College of Advanced Studies, Varkala, Thiruvananthapuram. Government Women's Polytechnical College, Thiruvananthapuram. Government Women's Polytechnical College, Thiruvananthapuram. Government Polytechnic College, Palakkad. Government Polytechnic College, Kodumba, Palakkad. Ahalya School of Engineering and Technology, Palakkad. Ahalya School of Engineering and Technology, Palakkad. Marian Engineering College, Kadakottam, Thiruvananthapuram. Marian Engineering College, Kadakottam, Thiruvananthapuram. Mar Basilis College of Engineering and Technology, Thiruvananthapuram. Mar Basilis College of Engineering and Technology, Thiruvananthapuram. Union Christian College, Aluva, Ernakulam. Union Christian College, Aluva, Ernakulam. MES, Kalladi College, Palakkad. MES Kalladi College, Palakkad, Mannarkad. MES College of Engineering, Kuttipuram, Malappuram. MES College of Engineering, Kuttipuram. Majlis Arts and Science College, Malappuram. Majlis Arts and Science College, Malappuram. Dr. Gafur Memorial, MES Mampad College, Malappuram. Dr. Gafur Memorial, MES Mampad College, Malappuram. University College of Engineering, Thiruvananthapuram, Karyavattam. University College of Engineering, Karyavattam, Thiruvananthapuram. Mahatma Gandhi College, Keshavadasapuram, Thiruvananthapuram. Mahatma Gandhi College, Keshavadasapuram, Thiruvananthapuram. Mohandas College of Engineering and Technology, Nedumangad, Thiruvananthapuram. Mohandas College of Engineering and Technology, Nedumangad, Thiruvananthapuram. Nilagiri College of Arts and Science, Wayanad. Nilagiri College of Arts and Science, Wayanad. Christu Jodi College of Management and Technology, Changanasheri, Kottayam. Christu Jodi College of Management and Technology, Changanasheri, Kottayam. Carmel College, Mala, Thrissur. Carmel College, Mala, Thrissur. St. Berkhamens College, Kottayam. An attention please, I kindly request to stay on the seat those who receive the awards, and I would like to leave the venue after the national anthem, please. Please be seated. I kindly request all to leave the venue after the national anthem. Those who receive the awards, I kindly request to please be seated. Naipunya Institute of Management and Information Technology, Thrissur. Naipunya Institute of Management and Information Technology, Thrissur. Nirmala College of Arts and Science, Thrissur. Nirmala College of Arts and Science, Thrissur. Sahridaya College of Engineering and Technology, Thrissur. Sahridaya College of Engineering and Technology, Thrissur. Christ College of Engineering, Irinjalakuda, Thrissur. Christ College of Engineering, Irinjalakuda, Thrissur. Government Polytechnic College, Kalamassery, Ernakulam. Government Polytechnic College, Kalamassery, Ernakulam. Bharatamata College, Trikakara, Ernakulam. Bharatamata College, Trikakara, Ernakulam. Carmel Polytechnic College, Punnapura, Alappuzha. Carmel Polytechnic College, Alappuzha. Adi Shankara Institute of Engineering and Technology, Kaladi. Adi Shankara Institute of Engineering and Technology, Kaladi. Sidi Sahib Memorial Polytechnic College, Malappuram. Sidi Sahib Memorial Polytechnic College, Malappuram. St. Gibbs College of Engineering, Kottayam. St. Gibbs College of Engineering, Kottayam. Sri Narayana Gurukulam College of Engineering, Ernakulam, Kolancheri. Sri Narayana Gurukulam College of Engineering, Kolancheri, Ernakulam. Muthoot Institute of Technology and Science, Kochi, Ernakulam. Muthoot Institute of Technology and Science, Kochi, Ernakulam. Mar Basilius Christian College of Engineering and Technology, Kuttikanam, Idukki. Mar Basilius Christian College of Engineering and Technology, Kuttikanam, Idukki. M. Dasan Institute of Technology, Kozhikode. M. Dasan Institute of Technology, Kozhikode. Government Women's Polytechnic College, Kozhikode. Government Women's Polytechnic College, Kozhikode. Dear delegates, I kindly request be seated. Marian College Kutikanam, Idukki. Marian College Kutikanam, Idukki. And I would like to give a token of appreciation for our event management, Make My Day. I would like to invite the team, Make My Day, on stage, please. Please give them a good applause because our event makes them. Please. These are the team behind our event, ICSET 2022. Make My Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Santosh sir. With this, we have already come to an end of our ICSET 2022, and for proposing the vote of thanks, I would like to invite Dr. Deepa VT, Regional Manager, South Zone. Welcome, ma'am.
Good afternoon all. We have come to the end of ICSET 2022 Conclave. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. First of all, I would like to express our gratitude to Sri Dinesh Thambi, Board Member of ICT Academy and Vice President TCS, who has come to visit us, sparing his most valuable time and giving us useful inputs while steer our way forward. Thank you, sir. I extend our heartfelt thanks to Professor Dr. Rajashree MS, Vice Chancellor of KTU, who has taken valuable time for being with us and sharing her intellectual deliberations and advising our participants as part of the conclave. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to express our profound gratitude to Sri Dinesh Kumar, Director, Airport Operations, CIAL, for accepting our invitation and extending his support in providing all the facilities to conduct this prestigious conclave. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to thank all the panel members and the respective moderators who have spent their valuable time with us and share their insights on various topics as part of the conclave. Thank you. Next, I would like to thank all our premium college members and participants who have actively participated throughout the conclave, making this a grand success. Your energy and enthusiasm spread colors and lighten up this event. Thank you all. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for all the volunteers and the event management team who have supported and cooperated throughout this event. Thank you, team. And even like this cannot happen overnight. So we have been fortunate enough to be led by the backbone of ICT Academy of Kerala, Mr. Santosh C. Kurup, CEO ICT, and backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated colleagues. So I extend my heartfelt thanks to enormous cooperation in organizing the conclave. Thank you, my dear team. So we thank you for being with us this evening. Looking forward to meet you all in the 7th edition of ICSET. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Before concluding the valedictory session, we would like to give a small token of appreciation from our end, and I would like Sri Santosh sir to give away the gifts to the guests. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir.
We are on the conclusion. I would like to invite 3 more colleges, JD Islam Polytechnical College, St. Joseph College, Devagiri, Kozhikode, Jodi Engineering College, Thrissur. Thank you all. So we are into the concluding stage of our ICSET 2022. So thank you once again, and thank you all for your presence over here.
Thank you all for spending your valuable time with us, and thank you, guests. With the national anthem, we are concluding today's event, and I request all of you to stand up for the national anthem. Thank you.
Thank you.
भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, sir.